my rector and my dean and all the colleagues. Welcome to Turkey, welcome to Kocaeli, and also welcome to Kocaeli University. Today we'll have the James Mitchell 4th Protein Calorie Restriction Workshop in our university, Kocaeli University. First, we want you to watch a small introduction video of our university.
Medical science, which focuses on human life and human survival, is one of the deepest rooted areas of expertise in history. Our country and our culture, which we originate from, have passed on to us the culture of medicine distilled from an ancient tradition that achieves the most successful applications of the science throughout history. Today, Kocaeli Üniversitesi Faculty of Medicine and Research and Application Hospital, which has undertaken the task of keeping this culture alive and carrying it forward with the most modern conditions, is in the position of the apple of the eye of our university, our city, our region, and our country. Since the year 1992, when it was established, Kocaeli Üniversitesi Faculty of Medicine has been providing education in order to ensure that every student it trains within the understanding of its tradition is qualified physicians whose priority in the future is to serve their patients under all circumstances and who have the responsibilities of their profession. In our education services, which are constantly updated in accordance with the requirements of the modern age and constantly renewing itself in the light of scientific developments, in addition to training competent physicians in their field, research that contributes to science at the universal level are combined with qualified health services in line with the principles of good medicine. The facilities where Kocaeli Üniversitesi Faculty of Medicine carries out its activities are one of the few facilities in the region and Turkey with a closed area of 103,000 square meters where education, research and health services are integrated. The education block, consisting of lecture halls, classrooms, multidisciplinary laboratories and practice areas, library, free study areas, recreational and social areas to meet contemporary medical education, is intertwined with a research hospital with 772 beds, established with high-end technology. In our faculty, which carries out education and research activities in 3 divisions, namely Basic Medical Sciences, Internal Medical Sciences and Surgical Medical Sciences, and 41 departments and 27 branches of science affiliated to these divisions, our faculty members who are competent in their field and make a difference with their national and international achievements successfully manage the educational processes of our students according to their interests and needs. In our faculty, which attaches special importance to internationalization and accreditation in education in its educational mission, the way for our students to meet different disciplines and gain experience is paved with bilateral agreements, primarily including Erasmus. Our faculty, which is a National Medical Education Accreditation Certificate, is becoming one of the distinguished medical schools in Turkey by combining all these studies with the education it provides. In education services, where a perspective that considers the demands and listens to the voice of the students with a student-centered approach is adopted, an application-oriented training program that strengthens clinical skills and combines theory with practice is carried out. This training is also supported by social medicine and ethics programs and is strengthened by studies such as problem-based learning practices, preparation for medicine program, and voluntary summer internships. Our faculty is proud to always be with its students in the challenging medical education with its social facilities that our students may need in Umuttepe, the main campus of Kocaeli University, which is growing day by day with its student-oriented education services that continue its activities with the slogan, "We learn, research, and produce together." With its contemporary, scientific, and constantly updated education approach and facilities, Kocaeli Üniversitesi Faculty of Medicine has adopted the principle of working with all its strength to train the physicians our country needs and be a brand in the field of science. We know the importance of medical education, and we work for our students and our country.
Now I would like to invite you, our Dean of Kocaeli Üniversitesi Faculty of Medicine, Professor Alparslan Kuş, please.
Öncelikle günaydın herkese. Sayın Rektörüm, Sayın Hocalarım hoş geldiniz. İzniniz verirse birkaç kelime İngilizce konuşmak istiyorum. Dear guests, welcome to our country or city, first of all. We are happy on behalf of our faculty to host the fourth protein calorie restriction workshop. I want to thank especially of our rector, Professor Dr. Zafer Cantürk, and our graduate Furkan Burak, and everyone who contributed to realization this workshop. I wish the workshop to be successful. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite you, Furkan Burak from Harvard Medical School, please.
Herkese günaydın. İnsanın evinde olması çok güzel bir duygu. Herkese merhabalar. Tanıdık yüzleri hiç yaşlanmamış ve gençleşmiş olarak görmek daha da mutlu edici. Zafer Hocam, Alparslan Hocam, değerli hocalarım, bizlere ev sahipliği yaptığınız için çok teşekkür ederiz. So from here I will continue in English. So it's a great honor to be here. So this is my home. So it's really a very interesting feeling to be back here, where I was sitting there and learning for all the years. It's all about human, what is medicine, and I was saying I'm going to be a doctor when I grow up, when I was there. So I'm still trying to be, but partly I achieved some. And then for those of you I'll introduce why we are doing this. And so this is an international working group, and thank you so much for all our speakers to come here. And last year we did this meeting in at Harvard, and then the year before we did in Leiden. And we're very happy to be in Kocaeli this year. I think this is going to be a great scientific festivities. So this group is basically studying the effects of calorie restriction on many different parts of life. Somebody's working on surgery, surgical complications, somebody's working on aging, somebody wants to live longer with some sort of an intervention, so this is going to be one of them. So the whole day we will discuss the different aspects of it, and I'm really happy that Kocaeli is part of it, because with this working group, at the end of the day, the whole purpose is to exchange the ideas and then move forward to the human. So to do the trials, there are already ongoing human trials that we really want you to contribute. You're not just listening, so you're part of it. So please contribute it, so please interact with our speakers. If you have an idea or if you want to really move forward with some of the studies that you think that you can join, just let us know. Thank you. Okay. İsterseniz siz sunucu. Okay. So basically, I'll make the introduction and then I will introduce Zafer Can Türk and we'll start the first session. So I'll make the introduction to just briefly to mention and conceptualize what we're doing. And it's all started with Jay Mitchell, and he was such an incredible colleague, and this is all started with him, with our colleagues. And so Kocaeli has a kind of a program with Harvard, exchange program, and Professor Jay Mitchell was the faculty coordinator of that program and really touched many of our lives. And he started this, and I learned the genuine interest of science from him. So he was calling me with a great excitement and say, Furkan, we fasted the mice for 3 days and did the surgery and we decreased the complications 300%. So let's go celebrate. So it was come from hospital, so I was going to the cafe with him, and then this Umberto that he was calling Mr. Figure One. And then for all these years, we created lots of figure ones and spread that out. And hopefully, we will complete the stories that started with him. And unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago, where he really wanted to do this meeting here in 2020. And he came to here, he met with many of you. He was so excited and happy to do this here. And I really believe that he's with us today. And we will honor his memory moving forward with these meetings. So I'm very, very thankful to Jay. So, and I will give you the introduction of it. And our group, I'm endocrinologist and working in metabolism. So we are looking for the immunometabolic aspect of caloric restriction. And so we basically focus on obesity. And unfortunately, it became a new normal. So this is 75% of the entire US is either overweight or obese. And we are not showing all these fancy maps anymore because it became like a new normal. And what happens is it starts with caloric excess, right? With the caloric excess, it really contributes to many different diseases. It's more than 100 or 200, everybody just add that up. But from like diabetes to atherosclerosis to asthma and many different things, even a cancer. So what happens is, with this caloric excess being continuous, it causes a chronic low-grade inflammation, and then it increases the reactive oxygen species production, and that causes more oxidative damage and stress. And then it decreases the antioxidants, which means like your antioxidant defense goes down because it's exhausted by all this process, and then your stress resistance is really messed up. So at the end of the day, all these processes, generally, we call it causes a deconditioning. So from your healthy self, you're in a really tough situation that you're dealing with this caloric excess. And then, so you become susceptible to a severe damage from an acute stress. And this can be anything. This can be surgery, this can be radiotherapy, this can be infection, drug toxicity, trauma, emotional stress, anything. So this caloric excess and obesity really decondition you to put in a very tough situation, whatever the second hit, so you get the damage. And we work on this in immune cell metabolism because immune cells are creating all these reactive oxygen species and really reprogramming in a wrong way. But in caloric restriction, basically it reversed the situation. So it does totally the other way around. It decreased the inflammation. It's an anti-inflammatory process. It decreased the reactive oxygen production, and then oxidative damage goes down, and it increases your stress resistance. Basically, you have more antioxidants around, so we call it reconditioning. So that actually you're protected from severe damage when you get that acute stress. If you get the surgery, you're more like you're ready to deal with it, or chemotherapy. I'll show you all the aspects. And so this group is working, again, whatever that acute stress is, or the chronic stress with aging, that's what we are working on it. And the whole idea is really nutrient access goes all the way to obesity versus caloric restriction, and it's affecting many different pathways. I'm not going to get into the details. So this is going to be more like introduction, but it's really minimizing the anabolic process. It favors maintenance and repair systems. It decreases the DNA damage. It enhances your stress resistance and then clear up all these damaged molecules. And it's more stimulating mitochondrial biogenesis. So all this process is just restore you. You know, this cleansing idea when you fast or there are special regimens. So it puts you in a more of advantage position. And then of course, the ultimate goal, not my goal, but most of the people want to live longer. And all of the animal studies showing if you do caloric restriction, you live longer. But really the main question is, does it really reflect to humans? Are we going to live longer if we eat less or restrict our calories? Or this group really specify, it's not just calories, this is the calories coming from protein and certain amino acids changing to some gas and everything. So you will listen all of those. But the whole idea in human, we're still wondering, but there are some examples of it, like Okinawans in Japan. For example, they live with 20% less calories, and they live average 5 years longer than the mainland Japan. And then this biosphere experiment was also put the caloric restriction into the idea that it was unintentional. So there was like a habitat, there was like a place that they got in, they need to do lots of research, non-medical, but they calculated the food wrong. They took less food with them, but they couldn't get out. And basically, for 2 years, they did a caloric restriction, and all of the teams really rejuvenated. So all of their kind of metabolic parameters improved, their cholesterol, blood pressure, so their diabetes went away, all kind of things, so that it really brought this idea, and it actually kind of created a group, they call it cronies. It's like a caloric restriction with an optimal nutrition, and they think you need to get nutrient-dense eating, but it should be caloric restricted. So they try to make it to 20 to 25% caloric restriction, which is not easy for humans, but they're almost take this as a religion, and we'll see how much they will live. So this is going to be the ongoing study that we will understand. Is it really going to reflect to living longer? And then there are other studies that showing, so when you do caloric restriction in long term, again, so your blood pressure improves, your glycemic control improves, your diabetes, if you have it, it improves, your inflammation goes down, systemic parameters, high sensitive CRP, all of the parameters that is leading to this aging process goes down. So we are hoping that it would reflect back to it. And of course, it's not easy to do caloric restriction in human. In mice, we just fast them with 50%, we create miracles, but it doesn't mean anything. As human, it's an evolutionary threat to the brain. So when you restrict the calories, so it's against your survival, the brain makes everything to gain it back. It gives you craving, asharme, it decreases your metabolic rate, so you burn less calories when you move, it's the same. So because of that, there are lots of innovation around this, and there are not many differences, even if you do daily caloric restriction, full day fasting, 5 day eating everything, 2 days fasting, 5+2, time restricted eating, whatever you can do, at the end of the day, it really reflects a good metabolic improvement. And then it's, again, I'm not going to get into detail, but it really gets into these metabolic pathways where some of the sensors like AMP or increasing the NAD pool and decreasing the IGF signaling and such. And then again in human, when you do this caloric restriction, so you really activate those pathways and decrease the inflammation. And I like this one, for example, they look at for example, cancer treatment, and even a cancer patient gonna get the chemotherapy, which is toxic, if you give caloric restriction before the chemotherapy, so their side effects are much lower, or radiotherapy as well, and they kind of simulate it here, which I really like to kind of conceptualize what happens. So before the treatment, if you do the fasting or caloric restriction, your reactive oxygen species, which is really damaging or activating. Reactive oxygen species is not just there. It can activate all these T cells, it changes things in your inflammatory tone and cause a damage rather than a repair. Because inflammation is a very fine tune. It can repair what is wrong, or if it's too much, it can damage. So if you do this caloric restriction, when you get the toxic therapy, of course it affects you, but it kind of stay in a more manageable place that you have more repair, versus if you don't do it, it really push all the way up, which it cause more damage. So this is a simulation and really nice research, but I just wanted to show and conceptualize. And then in the immune cell or infection protection, this is the same. So when you have a caloric restriction, it really boosts your immune system through like the T cell, and even from antigen presenting cells, which starts, you become more tolerogenic if it's basically autoimmunity or metabolic disease, or if you have infection, you have basically more soldiers to fight. So I would like to stop here so that, you know, it is not easy. Everybody talks about caloric restriction fasting and why we are not still living longer, because it's against our creation. So we are trying to find how we can mimic this physiology. Are we going to find some mimetics? Are we going to apply for certain aspects? Are we going to create certain miracle shake that it has this amino acid but not that one, this fat but not this one? So we'll try to find what are the macronutrients that we can really combine and then have as a optimal nutrition. So that's what we try to do with this all efforts. And again, so I'm very thankful to Kocaeli Medical School, and all of you will discuss and today on all about this caloric restriction. And I think I can get, if there's somebody has any questions, I can answer. But it's great to be here, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite you, our rector of Kocaeli Üniversitesi, Professor Mustafa Cantürk, please.
Niye burada görmüyoruz? Burada da görmemiz lazım. Önümüzde konuşuyoruz.
Dear colleague, first of all, I would like to address to my colleagues in Turkish, if you let me. Değerli arkadaşlar, burada bulunmaktan, burada bu sunumu yapmaktan, bu toplantıyı burada düzenlemekten, biraz önce Kocaeli Üniversitesi'nin Tıp Fakültesi'nin videosunu prezente etmekten büyük memnuniyet duydum ve gurur duydum. Batı'daki örneklerimizden çok farklı olmayan bir eğitim sistemimizin olduğunu dostlarımıza gösterdik. İzninizle İngilizce olarak hitap edeceğim. It is a great pleasure for me to host you here. Last night I told you it was a great honor to organize this meeting for the name of the James. James came here in 2020 As you know, we had met in Leiden in 2019 at the first meeting, and he visited here, and we decided to make the second meeting here, but we could not realize because of pandemics. And at the end, we unfortunately lost James, but we still feel in our hearts because he was very warm man. We remember he is with this very well smiling. I sent my respect from here to James. I invited you here, and you all accepted and came here. Thank you very much for being here. First of all, I would like to say something about Kocaeli University, which I told yesterday night, but I will repeat it. And our university, founded in 1992, this is the 32nd years of our foundation. Kocaeli University has 15 different campuses. This campus is main campus, and we have 19 faculties and 15 two-year school and 4 institutions, many research laboratories and research centers. In this hospital we have 900 beds, and yearly we operate almost 45,000 cases, and we accept almost more than 1 million patients for polyclinic cases. We also have a very large hospital area, almost more than 1,500 medical students still training in our hospital. I and my colleague very happy to see you here and looking forward to make a more cooperation and collaboration. I want to thank my colleague, my friend Furkan, because of his efforts to organize collaboration between the Kocaeli University and Harvard Medical School. I am really appreciated him. After Furkan's scientific talk, I will make a social talk, if you let me. As you know, Anatolia is homeland of the science, and I will talk about scientific surgery, which is started in Anatolia. Do you know Julius Caesar? He made his famous word, Veni Vidi Vici, in Anatolia, in the Zile Tokat, as you see on map. And there is a famous sentences or words, phrase, as rich as Croesus. Croesus, the king of Lydia, who ruled western Anatolia from his capital city Sardis, and today we know it, the Salihli. And maybe again it's this rich and colorful background. Let us follow the evolution of medical practice from its most primitive stage to highly advanced legends gave way to history in Asia Minor, Anatolia. From ancient Egyptian, Indian, Greek, and Roman writings that they try to treat the wounds, stop hemorrhages, drain abscesses, and reduce the fractures. Arabic authors such as Abul al-Qasim al-Zahrawi influenced mostly Greek, Roman, and Persian medicine. He wrote Kitab al-Tasrif. He is known the father of operative surgery. Maybe you know the Celsus. Celsus, in his publication, De Medicina, reported the characteristic of surgeons. And he told surgeon who aims to recovery of one's health cure must take it easy and must not quit to cut enough in spite of merciless. And Guido Koviak in Chirurgia Magna reported the characteristic of surgeons. Surgeons must be well-trained, well-skilled, talented, well-characterized, and must have a leadership characteristic. On the other hand, surgeons must not only have knowledge about the surgical principles, but also must know general medicine. There are many Turkish surgeons in Anatolia, especially Ottoman period and Selçuk and Ottoman period. One of them is Şerafettin Sabuncuoğlu. He wrote his famous book, Cerrahül Haniye. I will explain later on. At that time, Arabic and Persian was a scientific language, but he wrote it in Turkish first time. Today, in this presentation, I will start with primitive surgery in Anatolia, the scientific surgery in our era. Anatolia is the land where were pioneered both scientific and cultural perspective for civilization history. One of the science branches of Anatolian people had pioneered was medicine. Medical history in Anatolia can be divided age of antiques, Hittites, antique Hellenistic period, and Roman and Byzantine period, and Turkish period. These orders had started before human beings and continued the history of mankind. Life with domestic animal caused contamination of some disease, so men tried to find a solution to this disease, but they did not know real cause of the disorder. In the antique age, the first humans believed that the disease were originating from supernatural factors. In this video, you are seeing some findings, archaeological findings at surgery as old as a history of mankind, wound healing, extraction of foreign bodies, amputation, trepanation, etc. had been made during the ancient time. First, they tried to treat the disorders, disease, with magic or plants as a drug, but then they applied some surgical procedures such as trepanation. Trepanation is possibly the oldest surgical procedure documented with evidence. It consisted of drilling a hole into the skull so as to expel the ailment. Excavation in Anatolia, and you see in this map, have uncovered several skulls with trepanation holes, some of which show signs of healing in the bone structure. This shows the patients nearly 8,000 years ago could survive with this critical surgery in the absence of anesthesia, in the absence of antisepsis, testifies to achievement of Neolithical age empirical medicine. But according to findings, we are talking about the empirical medicine in Anatolia, but in the archaeological findings, we also see that some cosmetic surgery had done in Anatolia during the Hittite era. One of the oldest Anatolian civilization, along with the Phrygian, Lydian, as you know, with the first money used, and the Urartus Hittites ruled central Anatolia from 16,000 to 12,000 before Christ. The medical tradition at that time were centered to deities. Disease agents included disregard and disrespect towards the gods, blasphemy, betrayal of the oath and thirtify, and personal uncleanness, among the other things. Based on magical rituals, Hittite medicine was a supernatural system of healthcare practiced by male as well as female healers. But as you know, medical development, surgical development usually is done during the wars. It was a reality that the first development had reported during the Iliad and Troy wars. In Anatolia, there are many archaeological findings about the war surgery, but some of them moved to some European museum. For example, at the right side, you see the Achilles is doing Greek bandage and exhibited in Berlin National Museum. And the left side, you see the Achilles treated the injured Telephos. And it is also exhibited in Europe, Napoli National Museum. Unfortunately, we lost them when we want them to bring their native land. Illness came from Ishara, the goddess of Oat, while Kamuslepa was the goddess of healing and medicine. Healers made extensive use of Anatolian flora, including mandrake, poppy, gallnut, licorice, saffron, olive, something like that as a balms and ointment administered with magical incantations. Malaria and plague are known to have struck the kingdom in epidemic proportions. And also there is a temple medicine in Anatolia. According to Kibele and the Rutia surgery, there are many findings in Anatolia. For example, first transplantation surgery had done in Anatolia. Cosmos and Damian brothers were 3rd century Arabian-born twin brothers who embraced Christianity and practiced medicine and surgery without a fee. This led them to be known as the Holy Mercenaries. They reputedly cured blindness, fever, paralysis, and reportedly expelled the breast serpent. Hundreds of healing miracles are attributed to the twin saint. They are most famous for miracle of the black leg. Science started in Anatolia during the 6th century before Christ. Some philosopher from Anatolia, as we know, very famous philosopher, including Homeros, Herodotus, Thales, Pythagoras, and even Hippocrates. Thales had guessed the solar eclipse, as you know, from Milet in Anatolia, and Hippocrates, as a father of medicine, lived in the island of Kos before Christ. He rejected superstitions and emphasized the natural causes and effects, identified the epilepsy as a disease rather than the divine state, secularization of medicine outside the realm of the temple, transformation of the Aesculaps cult into the professional lodge, the practice of taking case stories prior to diagnosis, and the establishment of clinical doctrines of observation, documentation, and classification. Hippocrates' school's emphasis the philosophical concept of the four humors influenced the discipline of medicine. But Hippocrates' most lasting legacy has been his firm focus on disease as the product of environmental factors, diet, and healthy living habits. Scientific surgery, I told you, started in Anatolia. For example, the cause, Asclepian of cause, is very important land. In book of Corpus Hippocraticum, Hippocrates said, life is short, art is long, opportunity is not continuous, and experience is valuable, but decision-making is difficult. These are important. And you see how voluntaries made during the Hippocratic era, and some example of volunteering and surgical treatment method of Hippocratic era. Galen was another important man of our land. Galen was the follower of the Hippocrates and born in Pergamon. We say Bergama. He studied medicine in his native city as well as Izmir in western Anatolia and Alexandria and Corinth. Antique Pergamon was like this, but some of findings unfortunately carried to Europe, but fortunately they are keeping well. We are happy to see them in well degree, This is the from Pergamon Museum in Berlin, the Pergamon buildings. Galen knows the Divinius Galenius because of his belief in the divine spirit. The Galenic formulation is named after him. The Galen's death has heralded the Dark Age for medicine in Europe. Galen is known the surgeon of gladiators, and Galen also pioneer of the experimental surgery and anatomy. He found and reported many anatomical landmarks, and he also used to stop bleeding with the different hemostatic methods. Asclepion in Pergamon, where Galen studied in his youth, is an exceptionally well-preserved representative of the genre. Asclepia were sanctuaries and healing temples where pre-Hippocratic mystic empiric medicine was practiced. Several Asclepia were established, and physicians met at our faith healing. The earliest destination of health tourism, these Asclepias, and regularly hosted stage and music performance as well. Many of ancient era's philosophers, physicians, I told you, lived in this land. Let us take this occasion to celebrate all the old masters who grew up in this land to influence and even shape medicine as we know and practice it today. There are many findings as a surgical instrument, and most of them reported via many publications. As you see, these are the antique periods surgical instruments. They are looking like today's modern instruments, and one of them is the arrow extraction instrument. It is found many in around Asia Minor. This is the vaginal speculum, determined find in the Ephesus in the western Anatolia. Many objects, unfortunately, moved to other counties from Anatolia. I told you we are very sorry about it. And we are still knowing the other authors, including Oribasius. He is also from Pergamon. He has 70 books, including First Medical Encyclopedia. And Paulus Agnetia lived in between the 625 to 690. He was a surgeon and gynecologist. He is also specialized in bone and the soft tissue surgery. He prepared 7 volumes book. His books was used in many Arabic and Turkish surgeons and physicians. As academies and other institutions of higher learning grew more widespread in the West, science retraced its steps back. A new period of translation ensued, this time from Arabic into Latin. Avicenna is well-known person, had almost been prophetic when he stated, science and art won't persist where they aren't appreciated. So we have to appreciate who brings the scientific medicine until today. And now I will talk about the Turkish period, Selçuk period, and then from 11th century onwards, Anatolian Selçuk medicine is inventive blend of pre-Islamic Central Asian Turkish healing practices with the medical discipline of the Greater Selçuk Empire. One notable Selçuk contribution to the field is the concept of hospitals and hospitalization that gradually spread over the Western world. Some of the earliest public hospitals were established in Anatolia. These are called the healing houses in Turkish Darüşşifa, were set up across Anatolia, including many Anatolian cities Mardin in southeastern Anatolia, in the middle of Anatolia, Kayseri, Sivas, Divri, Konya. These are the Anatolian cities. Itinerant hospitals and health dispensing charities were also introduced by Anatolian Selçuks. The Darüşşifa, built in the early 13th century in Kayseri, in the honor of Selçuk Princess Gehvernesive, is one of the oldest universities in these lands. The double-headed eagle decorating the gate of Divri Darüşşifa, Divri Healing House, is another relic from the same period. Şerafettin Sabuncuoğlu, who lived in the northeast Anatolia, in Amasya, he took his discipline from another author, Burhanettin Ahmet. He was a good calligrapher. He started his journey in age of 17. He was used to Turkish language as a scientific language in his treatises. One of them is Cerrahütül Haniye, I told you, which there are many druid colored medical illustration. He prepared it at age of 83. You see this book, and there are many publications about this book and about Şerafettin Sabuncuoğlu. In this book is written we have 3 copies of this book, one in Paris Bibliothèque National Museum and the other 2 in Turkey. In this treatise, he recommended surgical management, management of neurosurgical diseases, and he also gave solutions to possible complications after surgery in details. He demonstrated many surgical interventions, many surgical instruments, including endoscopia. As you see in this figure, he tried to use some machines and surgical methods. He suggested, for example, indirect hernia is a protrusion of cecum to the scrotum by tearing the membrane named sphincter. Also, he added that in direct hernia swelling is over inguinal ligament and there is no intestine in the scrotum. Şerafettin Sabuncuoğlu, many special interests, including proctology, and he is well-known Turkish surgeon. And Ottoman period is another period. It is continued to follow the Selçuk period. Informed consent is important foundation, important development of this era. They prepared and they wanted the patients' willingness to making something, and so first they used the informed consent at that time, and also they practiced the musical therapy. Ottoman medicine followed, I told you, the Selçuk period, and then at the end of the Ottoman period, smallpox vaccine developed, and it is carried to West by the wife of British ambassador Lady Mary Montagu, and the ethnic Latin Ottoman physician Emmanuel Timonius reported it in 1714, and this method saved untold millions of deaths and disfiguration. Another development is the nursing profession. During the Crimean War, Florence Nightingale served for British Army in this land at Üsküdar, Istanbul, for 2 years. She, as a national heroine, helped her launch the Nightingale Training School that revolutionized the concept of hospital hygiene and patient care. Another surgeon is Cemil Topuzlu. He was very famous Turkish physician. He made many contributions, including sewing the vessels, His grandson also very well-known surgeon in 20th century. And Atatürk, as you know, the founder of Turkish Republic, his health policy centered on preventive medicine, tasked with rebuilding the country after decades of devastating war, and the government prioritized the eradication of epidemic diseases, ameliorating the shortage of trained healthcare professionals, driving the relief and regulations. But most important thing of that period, Turkey accepted almost 42 foreign scientists who escaped from Nazi Germany, including many well-known scientists. I will show you. This is the letter wrote Albert Einstein to Atatürk for his appreciation for accepting these scientists to Turkey to keep them safe, including Philip Schwartz, Eric Frank, Albert Ektashi, Nissen, some of them. Most learned our language. Some became Turkish citizens and choose to stay here, but they all acknowledged Anatolia as their adopted homeland, the one sanctuary that welcomed them in their darkest hour. Eric Frank said, when I was robbed of my citizenship and left homeless, only Turkey received me with open arms. Turkey is my homeland. And at end, this is my last slide. As you know, the Gazi Yaşargil, who is the very well-known neurosurgeon, developed many surgical instruments for neurosurgery and micro neurosurgery. He created a range of innovative instruments to enable the advancement of microsurgical techniques. But his importance for this meeting told me by James. James asked me, do you know the Gazi Yaşargil? He's almost 100 years old. I told I know him, but I don't have any contact. And then during his visit, he asked me. I look for and I talk with the Gazi Yaşargil. James told me Gazi Yaşargil used the protein calorie restriction for some of his cases. I talked with him and he told me it is a reality. He used the protein calorie restriction for a while, but he did not report it. He told it was beneficial, but he could not make any controlled trials, so he couldn't write. I would like to say these to remember the James again. Thank you very much to listening this presentation. I would like to show how the Anatolia, being the homeland of science and scientific surgery. Thank you very much. Have a nice meeting.
Now I would like to invite again Furkan Burak for the first session. The first session will be the cardiovascular and renal interventions with dietary restrictions. Please. Seni oraya alalım. Buraya konuşmamıza kalmış.
Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz harika sunum için. Sanıyorum sorumluluğumuzu da arttırıyor bu sunumu dinledikten sonra. So I was thinking about when you listen to this kind of talks, what really happened around. It puts a lots of responsibility to all of us, of all the way from Hippocrates to Gazi Hoca. So I think we have lots of responsibilities to contribute to medicine and surgery. So hopefully we will follow their leads. And then I'm very happy to chair this session. So we have three incredible speakers in this session. And this is going to be more cardiovascular and renal interventions with dietary restriction. So we are starting with Dr. Florent Alanya. And he holds a PhD in biology from the University of Lausanne and a robust 15 years expertise in preclinical research, focusing on metabolism, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. And since 2017, Dr. Alanya is leading the preclinical research laboratory within the Department of Vascular Surgery at the renowned Lausanne University Hospital. So working in close collaboration with the vascular surgeons, he's responsible for the research strategy of the department and oversees the translational research activities. And his current interests lie in mouse models of vascular diseases to explore the potential benefits of dietary interventions on peripheral arterial disease and abdominal aortic aneurysm. Dr. Alanya, please.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my work here today. So you all understood that we're here to talk about calorie restriction because we know that calorie restriction protects from surgical stress and age-related disease. I think Furkan made a great point of this, so I'm not going to go through this again. What we're interested in at the moment in the lab are two different dietary interventions, time-restricted eating and carbo loading. So I will kick off by talking about preclinical studies that we do in the lab with time-restricted eating. So my lab focuses mostly on models of microsurgeries in mice to model vascular diseases, and so we come with nutritional approaches to try and treat those models. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is a model of abdominal aortic aneurysm. And then I'll talk about another model where we study intimal hyperplasia, which is another vascular disease. I'll get into that later. So abdominal aortic aneurysm, or AAA, is a vascular disease of the abdominal aorta. So it concerns mostly men over 65 years old, 5% of men. And it's responsible for 2 to 3% of deaths in Western countries. And it has an 80% fatality rate when ruptured. So a lot of it's hard to find. It's usually asymptomatic. So rupture is often the first sign of the disease, and there is no treatment once we find an aneurysm and it's not ruptured. There is no treatment to slow down its progression. It's at management of risk factors such as hypertension, smoking, and dyslipidemia. So we need new treatment to reduce our old AAA progression, and that's why we're looking at time-restricted feeding here. First of all, I would like to introduce a little bit the model that we use. So as I was saying, we do microsurgeries on mouse. So this is a mouse under the microscope. You can see the aorta here. This is the renal artery. You can see a piece of the kidney here. This is all the intestines pushed to the side here. And what we do, so we're right below the kidneys, and what we do is that we apply a Wattman paper infused with elastase, and we leave this in place for 10 minutes. The elastase is going to degrade the elastin, which is an important component of the wall of the aorta, and gives in its elasticity, as the name implies. And we also treat the mice with a compound called BAPN in the drinking water, which is going to block the cross-linking of topoelastin to form again new elastic laminae in the aortic wall after digestion. And this leads to the development of infrarenal aortic aneurysm, as you can see here, this large formation. And this takes about 2 weeks. We can keep the mice up to 3-4 weeks. So how did we approach this? Trying to use time-restricted feeding for this disease. We decided to put the mice on Western diet to kind of trigger, as Furkan was saying, some kind of metabolic dysfunction, because we are talking here about young male mice. So we challenged them a little bit with the Western diet to get to this pro-inflammatory, very slightly pro-inflammatory environment. Then we performed the surgery on the mouse. We leave the mice to recover for a week, and then we put them for 2 weeks on TRF. So it's really here a post-treatment with TRF to try to slow down the progression. We don't try to act on the formation, but really the progression. I won't go into the details here of what we observed with this 2-week TRF intervention. As expected, we see that this intervention reduce body weight gain under the Western diet, and we see improvements in a lot of metabolic parameters, in the lipid profile, in glucose sensitivity, glucose tolerance. But what we're mostly interested in, of course, here is the size of the aneurysm. And here, as you can appreciate, we see a decreased max diameter of the aneurysm in mice on ETRF. So I'm talking here about ETRF. This is what we call the early TRF. It means that the mice, they had access to food during their, the beginning of their active phase. So the equivalent of eating during breakfast and lunch, and then they don't have food until the next night. So they basically skip dinner. We also observe, when we look at the profile, RNA profile in this aortas, that we have decreased inflammation in the aortic wall and decreased matrix remodeling. I won't go into the details of the different markers. Looking closer by histology, so these are cross-section of the aortic wall where we stain for inflammation. We see CD68 that stains for macrophages. You can see there is, so I'm not showing a native aorta, but you don't expect to be any macrophages or very few resident macrophages. But here, in the control situation, we have massive macrophage infiltration in the aortic wall, and accompanied by degradation of the extracellular matrix. And with the mice on ETRF, we see decreased infiltration. We can also quantify the size of the aneurysm by histology. These are the metrics here. The diameter or the lumen area of the aorta are decreased on the ETRF. The elastin degradation grade is also decreased. This is CD68 infiltration, so it's macrophage infiltration. You can see that it's decreased. And we also observe that there is decreased proliferation of those macrophages. So, like Furkan was saying, really ETRF, we fall into the anti-inflammatory effects of dietary intervention here. So I won't go more into details for this. We're still working on this, trying to understand how it works, what are really the molecular mechanisms explaining the benefits of ETRF. It could go a number of ways. Now I would like to talk a little bit about intimohypoplasia. So first of all, I need to explain what is peripheral artery disease and critical limb threatening ischemia. So peripheral artery disease is when you have the consequence of atherosclerosis, when you get an occlusion in the limbs due to atherosclerotic plaque. This will lead to peripheral artery disease, which can progress to critical limb threatening ischemia when really there is severe occlusion of the major arteries. And this is something we see often in diabetic patients, which have also dysfunction in the microvascular department, so not only the major arteries, but all the vessels. And so these patients are in need, dire need of revascularization, surgical revascularization. Unfortunately, 20 to 30% of patients are not amenable to revascularization or have failed revascularization. So although we can restore some blood flow, it's still not enough to alleviate the symptoms. And the second problem we have is that there is a high failure rate due to secondary occlusion of the vessel via a process of intimal hyperplasia. And so this is a slightly different disease than atherosclerosis. It's an abnormal response of the vessel to the revascularization, to the vascular trauma endured during the surgery. That leads to the formation of this neo-intima layer, which is going to grow towards the lumen and progressively occlude the lumen. And we're trying to understand better as vascular surgeons how to slow down this process so that we can maintain vessel patency postoperatively. And so we have a mouse model to study intimal hyperplasia. It's a carotid artery stenosis surgery that was developed by Kisozaki. In this model, again, in this microsurgery, we make a ligation of the carotid artery, and the vascular trauma is going to trigger this intimal hyperplasia response. So again, here we're looking into TRF, the same kind of eTRF, to reduce intimal hyperplasia. So here, this time we took LDL receptor knockout mice. So these mice are severely hypercholesterolemic and have a tendency to form atherosclerotic plaque. And we put them again on Western diet to even further damage, further increase the dyslipidemia. And then we compare mice that were fed ad libitum on the Western diet or mice that received eTRF. So here for this model, we let the mice recover for 2 weeks post-op, and then we started 2 weeks intervention with TRF. And we were very happy to observe that the eTRF can really drastically reduce intimal hyperplasia in this model. And this is the quantifications here. And looking more into what's happening in the wall of the carotid, we see that we maintain a better medial layer with the expression of MYH11. It's a marker for smooth muscle cells, for contractile smooth muscle cells. And we also see a decreased proliferation of the smooth muscle cells in the carotid wall, which is really, for us, a very good indication that we have smooth muscle cell proliferation is really the culprit in intimal hyperplasia. This is what's driving the formation of this layer, which is going to occlude the vessel. So it looks like eTRF is able specifically to stop this, or to drastically reduce the smooth muscle cell proliferation. So that's it with time-restricted eating. Using preclinical model, we show that it's lowering progression of abdominal elastic aneurysm and intimal hyperplasia, and we're working on this to try and understand the mechanism. Now I would like to switch gear, talking about carbo loading. So why we're interested in carbo loading, it all comes from the work of Jay working on protein restriction. And I will explain how carbo loading, we think, can be a weird way of doing protein restriction. We're interested in carbo loading because, as Furkan was mentioning, dietary intervention has been shown to protect against surgical stress. It's like a preconditioning for your body to, when you undergo surgery, it can have really anti-inflammatory, antioxidant effects. And actually, we don't use dietary restriction in the surgical ward. Currently, what we do, what we have access to is this ERAS program. So ERAS stands for Enhanced Recovery After Surgery. It's a brand that includes 3 arms. There is intraoperative recommendation, Post-operative, from a nutrition point of view, they recommend that we should restart oral nutrition post-surgery as soon as possible. But the interesting bit for us is that there is this preoperative carbo loading which is recommended for patients undergoing some surgeries. It's been really used in visceral surgeries for a number of years now. And this program has shown that really it shows benefits against surgical recovery, especially length of stay of patients. The patients are discharged faster, usually in the departments that use this approach. So we started to think about how to reconcile this carbo loading, which means getting more calories, which we keep saying is bad, and the fact that we as scientists were convinced that calorie restriction should be beneficial and not carbo loading. The problem with the ERAS program is that there are very few people who really try to deconstruct these three arms and just test carbo loading alone. So we don't know if really this preoperative carbo loading really brings benefits or if it's the other arms. So there is stuff to do here in terms of clinical trial to really understand if carbo loading can bring benefits. But coming from this, we started to think about what this carbo loading is doing, and we started to think about this effect that has been reported of protein dilution. So when you eat a diet, you're going to have three major components: lipids, proteins, carbs. If you reduce proteins, it has been shown that the best way to get the benefits of protein restriction is to replace the protein by carbs and not lipids. So what we were wondering is that what is really happening when you do carbo loading is that you change the nutrient balance in the patient's diet. And so instead of really doing a carbo loading, so getting more carbs, what the body is really sensing is that in proportion, the protein are reduced. So we formulate this hypothesis that we would give 50% sucrose water to the mice. So again, preclinical study. Mice on a controlled diet with normal protein content, about 19%. And we did this for 1 week before doing a surgery. So here, the model of surgical stress was renal and liver ischemia reperfusion injury. So basically what we do is that we open the mouth and we clamp. So we restrict blood flow to the organ for 20 to 30 minutes, and then we reperfuse. And this is a very well-known model of surgical injury. And so we did this. So this is with the kidney, with 23 minutes ischemia reperfusion injury on young male mice. And we saw that mice that were on the high sucrose diet, they had reduced damage. I will not go through all the details. We could also see that this works as well in female, and it works also in old mice, which is important because our patient base, they're usually not very young. And what we went on to show is that what actually happens with this diet, and we really compared this diet preconditioning to a low protein diet, and basically what we see is that when you increase the glucid content, you do decrease the protein content in the diet, because the mice, if they have access to sucrose water, they're actually going to eat less because they're going to get their calories from the sugar, and they really like the sugar. They prefer it to the actual solid food. So this was a very neat trick to really have a low protein diet while giving actually a standard diet. And this is what we can see here. Just quickly, this is the food intake of the mice that were on different sucrose water supplements. They really decreased the food intake compared to the control mice because they really increased their water intake. And this leads to a decreased protein intake and increased overall calorie intake. So we still have this carbo loading, we're still giving more calories to the animal, in this case, but the proportion of protein in the diet is severely reduced to similar levels as what we get with a 6% protein diet. Now we have this latest study where we're trying again to use this model, this diet in another surgery, which is ligation of the femoral artery to really look at the vascular repair potential in the mice. And we see that with this high sucrose diet, so this time we lowered the sucrose content because we're trying to optimize this sucrose diet. And we see that with the 25% sucrose diet, we can improve the recovery, improve the revascularization in this model, and reduce ischemic damage to the muscle. Because when we do this model, we have ischemic damage here in the muscle below. And what we've shown is that there is really a specific effect on endothelial cell proliferation in the muscle, so formation of new capillaries which are going to replace the vessels that died during the ischemic injury. And we also observed that, this I won't go into the details because it takes me too far. So our current hypothesis with this carbo loading is that it actually mimics a protein restriction. And I didn't show all the data, but our working current hypothesis is that this triggers this typical response to protein restriction in the liver, which leads to FGF21 expression. This FGF21, we're still trying to figure out whether it acts directly in the periphery. FGF21 has also been reported to act on the adipose tissue to promote the secretion of adiponectin, and in the cardiovascular system, it could be that adiponectin is the culprit. And this is something we're working on very actively to try and understand how these two adipokines mediates the benefits of protein restriction, because obviously this is something we can give to patients. And so further work is ongoing. In a few minutes, I just want to brush on moving away from preclinical research and to actual clinical research. So based a little bit on the first part of the study, we also tried to do a randomized controlled trial called OptiSearch. The idea here was to do TRF pre-op to get the benefits against surgical stress. The patient population was PAD patients, front-end stage 2, undergoing open femoral endarterectomy, so it's an open reconstructive surgery. And we had two arms, the control arm and the TRF arm. The TRF consisted of 2 weeks eTRF, eating so only from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. with, as typical for TRF, there is no advice on nutrition, quality, quantity. It's really just the time window. So you can eat whatever you want, but just during that time window, and you should be fasting the rest of the time. And it was mostly a small safety study and see if it was feasible. So it was a small number of patients, and our primary outcome was death and MACE in males, so major advanced sleep event and major advanced cardiovascular event. We followed the patients for acutely, just post-op, day 1, day 30, and up to 1 year. And so as I said, our primary endpoint was safety. We also monitored the adherence of the patients to the diet by using the smartphone application developed by Sachin Panda. We also looked at, of course, vascular endpoints as vascular surgeons, so improved in limb perfusion, ankle to toe brachial index, and of course, as I said, major events. We also looked at metabolism, weight, BMI, blood pressure, lipid levels, lipid profiles, and immunity. The goal is to look at immunity by mostly looking at pro-inflammatory markers, circulating pro-inflammatory markers. What I can say so far is that we recruited only 12 participants It was very hard to recruit. Most patients, when presented with the intervention, declined to join the study. All the people who were included completed the study. They were all actually very eager to do the study, so there is a bias there. Median age was 75 years old, sorry. In terms of safety, no adverse events, no deaths reported 1 year. So the 2-week TRF is safe for these patients. Very good adherence to my circadian clock app, to the diet, but we will see that really those patients, they wanted to do the TRF. We didn't observe any change in the circulating lipid profile or glycated hemoglobin and things like this. The inflammation, we didn't get around to do it yet. And the thing that was encouraging, but it's still low quality evidence with the low numbers that we had, is that the ankle brachial index was a bit better at 1 year in the TRF patients, so maybe a little bit of benefit in vessel patency. So as I was saying, really the limitation of this study, so this is the data taken from my circadian clock app, where patients are asked to log in their window-eating period, so each dot is when they eat. And you can see the controls in red and in blue the TRE, so time-restricted eating. And you see that at the end of the 2-week TRF, everybody did TRF, because the main problem is that you cannot blind these studies, and the patients that were randomized to the control group, they were all actually pretty disappointed that they ended up in the control groups. They all wanted to do the TRF.
Can we conclude in a minute?
Yes.
So, thank you.
Thank you. And then they return to the eating habits. So, major limitation here. So the lessons from OptiSearch is it's safe, enrollment is difficult, and huge bias because we cannot do any blind studies. And for the perspective, we're still trying to work out how to best do this carbo-loading protein restriction, maybe trying to combine it with TRF. We're looking into adiponectin and FGF21 receptor agonists, as well as metformin, because we have evidence that the MPK pathway is probably involved. And from a clinical standpoint, we're trying. We don't have ERAS in the vascular surgery department in the Lausanne University Hospital. Other surgical departments are doing ERAS. So we're looking to implement ERAS and maybe also try to do a specific randomized control trial to test just carbohydrate loading versus water alone for surgical recovery. With this, I would like to thank all the people involved and you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. It was a great presentation. So I think we can get the questions in the break, given the time restriction. And then thank you so much. And we will continue with the second presenter, Margaret de Vries. So basically, Dr. Margaret de Vries is a professor at the Department of Surgery and has a long-standing interest in vascular remodeling, from neovascularization and atherosclerosis to post-interventional remodeling in vein grafts and arteriovenous fistula using clinically relevant microsurgical in vivo models. The involvement of inflammatory factors and dietary restriction on vascular remodeling, as well as non-invasive imaging strategies, including ultrasound and photoacoustics, are her latest interests. Dr. de Vries has published over 130 scientific papers and presented her work at the international conferences and invited meetings. She's an active reviewer for funding agencies and numerous journals, and she's a co-founder of the Dutch Network on Photoacoustics and Ultrasound.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm one of the few, I think, that have been to all the workshops, and it was a major disappointment that we couldn't meet up in 2020, so it's really great to be here today. And indeed, I'm going to talk about some dietary intervention studies, but also some of our latest photoacoustic work. So one of my interests is arteriovenous remodeling, for instance, in vein graft remodeling, which takes place when you perform a bypass surgery, either coronary or peripheral. And ideally, you want to use an arterial bypass because they have better outcomes, but most often a venous bypass is used. And one of the major tricky points of venous remodeling, of a venous graft, is that it really has to adapt to the changing hemodynamics, so from the venous system to the arterial system. So this venous graft has to arterialize to get adapted to these hemodynamic changes. And with that, it has to thicken the vessel wall and get used to this pressure. If we look at the process that this vessel wall has to go through, is that in the early phase it has a lot of endothelial damage, which can lead to thrombosis, although there are a lot of drugs that can reduce this risk. But in the middle and long term, you have remodeling that's driven by an inflammatory phase, and you get proliferation and migration of smooth muscle cells, and these smooth muscle cells, but also fibroblasts, start to produce a lot of extracellular matrix. And depending on the metabolic state of this patient, especially if this patient has high cholesterol levels, you can also get a form of accelerated atherosclerosis, as you can see depicted over here. So if we look at diet and atherosclerosis in mice, but also in humans, we know that if you perform these patients or mice are triggered with a high-fat, high-cholesterol diet, you can see really an increase in lumen size. So there's a direct relationship between the diet and the vessel wall size. But what depicts this? Because as you can see over here, unrelated to the diet, the lumen size stays the same, but it's more the vessel wall thickening that depicts the worsening of the situation. So we focus on the cells that are involved in this situation, and we have performed single-cell nuclear sequencing, and here you can see three of the major groups, so endothelial cells, immune cells, and smooth muscle cells, and fibroblasts that really depict the fate of the vessel wall. So we also confirmed this with flow cytometry, and here we really focused on the immune cell content, and we know that most of these grafts contain macrophages and dendritic cells, but also B cells and T cells. So how does protein restriction affect these cell types? So we've performed an experiment where we fed mice a high-fat, high-cholesterol diet, and these mice were atherosclerosis prone. We used LDL receptor knockout mice for this study, and in one group we replaced the protein content with carbohydrates for only 1 week before surgery. So the hypothesis was that due to the protein restriction, we increased the cytosine gamma lyase or CGL enzyme, and that increases the hydrogen sulfide in these cells, and it's known that hydrogen sulfide has an anti-inflammatory and vasodilatory prospects. So looking at these vein grafts after 4 weeks, we really could see that we had a reduction in intermedia hyperplasia, and if we look at the smooth muscle cell content, we see a reduction in smooth muscle cells upon this protein restriction. But also, we could see effects in endothelial cells, and especially we saw an increase in CGL activity and H2S activity. And this was really CGL dependent, which is also kind of known that in the festival, CGL is the most important hydrogen sulfide producer in contrast to, for instance, CBS. But we also saw effects on immune cells. In this case, we stained for neutrophils. So this is early on in the process. So this is a vein graft after 4 days. And we see a reduction of neutrophils both in the intima, but also in the adventitia and the outer layer, the PFAT. We also performed an experiment where we used a methionine restriction, so we also only restricted in the sulfur amino acids, methionine and cysteine. So we used a diet where this was replaced by other amino acids, and we performed multiple groups, and one group of 2 groups of mice that received the methionine restriction either had PFAT around the vein graft or not, but the part on the PFAT, Thijs Sluiter will present later today, so I will only stick to the part where we discuss the vein graft itself. But if we look at these mice, and we also performed this study with only 1 week of dietary restriction, methionine restriction in this case, is that these mice, although they ate more, they had an immediate decrease in their body weight, but after replacing the methionine restriction diet with the control diet, the body weight increased again. And after 4 weeks, we indeed, especially in the PFAT containing group, we saw a reduction in intima media areas. Now, also looking at the content, we could see that in this case we saw a slight increase in smooth muscle cells in this in the intima of these methionine restricted fat mice. So we know that the smooth muscle cells are quite plastic. They can be either contractile or synthetic, and synthetic smooth muscle cells are really characterized by a proliferative, migratory, but also high content of extracellular matrix proteins. So we looked at extracellular matrix in these mice, and we stained them for a general collagen marker, but we did not see any differences in the amount of collagen in these vein grafts. Next, we looked at proliferation in these mice, but also in smooth muscle cells in culture. And surprisingly, we did not see significant effects on proliferation. And then the next step was to study migration in these smooth muscle cells. Studying migration in vivo is quite hard, so we did it on cells, the smooth muscle cells in culture, and we saw an increase in the migratory capacity up on methionine restriction. So we also looked at immune cells, and in this case the macrophages, and most macrophages have a pro-inflammatory character, characterized by interleukins 1 and 6, for instance, but also TNF-alpha, MMPs, and reactive oxygen species. So for this, we used INOS as a marker for the M1 pro-inflammatory cells and a mannose receptor for the anti-inflammatory cells. So, and we saw when we quantified the pro-inflammatory macrophages that especially in the media and adventitia, we saw a reduction in these M1 macrophages. But to our surprise, the methionine restriction diet really increased the anti-inflammatory macrophages. So if you look at the ratio, we saw in all, both the intima and the media and the adventitia, an increase in switch towards these anti-inflammatory macrophages. So to conclude briefly, So both strategies, dietary restriction and methionine restriction, beneficially influence vein graft remodeling, and we saw that we have protective effects on the endothelial cell function, moderate effects on smooth muscle cells, but we really saw an effect, an anti-inflammatory effect, either on neutrophils or a switch from the reduction of pro-inflammatory macrophages towards the anti-inflammatory macrophages. So I hope I can convince you that really the cell content determines the fate of the strategy of the dietary restriction, the methionine restriction. But how can you use this also in the clinical practice with these clinical trials? So what if we could track vessel wall composition in a minimal invasive way? And with that, we come to our photoacoustic imaging. So photoacoustic imaging is an imaging strategy most times used in combination with ultrasound imaging, and using a high-frequency sound. This causes thermoelastic expansion of tissues, and that's something you can pick up as light with the ultrasound detector. And interestingly, there are a lot of components in the body that have very specific photoacoustic spectra. And one of the most known is hemoglobin. So the hemoglobin and oxyhemoglobin, they have this very distinct spectra, but also lipids and collagen. And now we are also looking at elastin, for instance. So they have spectra both in the near 1 region, so from 600 to 900 nanometers, and in the near 2 region. So here you can see an example where we use the ultrasound imaging of the vein grafts in combination with the imaging of the oxy and deoxyhemoglobin. So with this, we can really measure the oxygen content in the vessel wall itself, which can be used as a function of the endothelium. But we also performed a whole-scale spectra analysis, both in the near 1 region and the near 2 region, and compare this with ideal curves. And with that, we could really, in a non-invasive way, image the vessel wall and look at the adipose tissue in and around the wall, and also the hemoglobin. And in this case, I didn't show the collagen, but that's also something we can measure. But interestingly, you have various types of collagen, but when we looked both in vitro and ex vivo, in this case, tail of a mouse, we can see that these different types of collagen have different spectra, which is also the case for lipids. So, for instance, the brown adipose tissue has a different profile than white adipose tissue. But what about cellular types? That's difficult to image those, but we can label these with, for instance, indocyanine green, which has photoacoustic properties, and we can conjugate these to antibodies, and we can inject these, and then you get this spectrum, which is, and this is an image of the collateral of the carotid artery, and if you unmix this, you can really see these endothelial cells. So you can label all types of cells, and with that, you can really get an image of the content of a certain tissue, in this case, vascular tissues, but of course you can also use it for other specific types of tissues, and can monitor the local progression of diseases. So I hope I can convince you that also photoacoustic imaging shows a great promise for determination of tissue composition. And with that, I would like to end, and thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Margit. So we have time for a couple questions. So maybe I can start. So this is really interesting. I think it's the both for certain amino acid deficiency can mimic or give you the benefits of caloric restriction, but in a way that we think it's some sort of like a secondary benefits coming from even downstream effects. Yeah. So, like, is there any other amino acids we should think about taking out and try to mimic caloric restriction?
That's a very interesting question. I'm more part of the vascular biology itself and not so much the amino acids, but I know that a lot of people work on it. But not particularly different amino acids, more other forms of dietary content. I know that a lot of interest now is on more the plant-based diets and the beneficial effects of that. We know from this, the methionine restriction, the sulfuric containing amino acids, that's really hydrogen sulfide mediated. Not sure if other amino acids really have different properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And also please keep your questions at the end of the whole meeting. We have a special discussion that with the whole speakers we can discuss more in details. And the last talk of this session is from Dr. Felix Köhler from University Hospital of Cologne in Germany. So Dr. Köhler received his medical degree, being a physician degree from the medical faculty of the University of Cologne, and is trained in internal medicine and nephrology at the University Hospital of Cologne, Germany. So his research focuses on novel therapeutic approaches for acute kidney injury that examine the dietary therapies in rodent models and human clinical trials using multi-layered omics approach to identify druggable targets.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Where can I start it? It's on Turkish, so that one? Ah, okay, and then it's, first one. Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind introductions, and thanks for having us here in Kocaeli. So I'm a nephrologist, and I'm working at our university hospital in Cologne. And first of all, my disclosures, I want to keep them short. So I'm studying acute kidney injury. Acute kidney injury is a really common disease, what we have in internal medicine. And we have different diseases leading to acute kidney injury, such as sepsis, as acute decompensated heart failure, cardiac surgery, or, for example, nephrotoxic drugs. And AKI is a really common disease. So we define acute kidney injury due to the KDIGO criteria. And we know that they have an overall prevalence among all medical subjects in hospitals, roughly about 20%. And the KDIGO criteria has 3 stages. So stage 1 to stage 3. And as you can imagine, stage 3 is the most severe form of AKI, needing dialysis. And so we do have a high prevalence of AKI in hospital, and we have also high prevalence of dialysis-dependent AKI in our patient cohorts. And the other way around, AKI is also a very deadly disease. So mortality is ranging about 20% in our patient cohort. And the problem we're facing is that we don't have any, causal therapeutic approaches at hand. What we can perform is our supportive measures like dialysis. We can monitor fluid balance, use diuretics, for example, if needed. But we don't have, a causal therapeutic approach at hand. And now, having heard lots about different forms of dietary intervention and caloric restrictions, and James' work back in 2010, this got us thinking and using, like dietary preconditioning strategies to prevent AKI happens. So, first of all, I would like to briefly introduce to our most used model. We have different models of AKI. We mostly use a renal ischemia reperfusion injury model, where we remove the right kidney and clamp the left kidney vessels for 40 minutes. And now we use this model in terms of different dietary interventions. So we tested there all in parallel because we wanted to come up with kind of a systematic analysis. So what we have is obviously the negative controls, the non-PC animals, then sham animals are another control where we just performed right nephrectomy without clamping of the left kidney vessels, and those mice do not develop any AKI. From James' work, we know that caloric restriction does protect from AKI, but we do have the problems that we can't translate caloric restrictions so easily to our frail patient cohorts in the clinic. And so we use different more of tailored dietary approaching, including a fasting mimicking diet, two dietary interventions, either fully restricting methionine and cysteine or restricting them by 80%. We use a ketogenic diet and obviously a dietary restriction of branched-chain amino acids due to the fact that they are known to inhibit mTOR in this way. And what was really impressive is here in gray, this is just the survival curve of the non-PC animals. So roughly about 50% of the animals die due to our renal RI procedures we perform. And up here, our diets are really beneficial, namely obviously caloric restriction, but also the fasting mimicking diets, and both diets either fully restricting, fully depleting or restricting sulfur-containing amino acids by 80%. The ketogenic diet kind of had moderate benefits effects, whereas the BCA diet really failed in protecting. And coming from nephrology, we always want to quantify kidney function. And here, therefore, we use creatinine and urea. And here again in gray, this is the negative control, the non-PC animals. So we have a severe impaired kidney function in those animals in terms of creatinine and urea values, whereas with regard to our beneficial diets, we see a normal or near to normal kidney function. And having this impressive result, we went to the clinical trial center and set up a pilot clinical trial. And this is the so-called DICA trial, which is currently performed as a single center investigator-initiated trial that we perform together with our transplant surgeons, where we want to precondition the kidney donors in the setting of living kidney donation. And we have two aims we want to follow. First of all, this is a biobanking trial. So I can stress out, we obtain now human samples of the so-called pre-transplant kidney biopsy core, of renal vessels, and of the perirenal fat. And on the other hand, it's also, a pilot trial which we're looking into feasibility of these different dietary interventions. So we rather keep them short. We do the prolonged diet for 5 days, and a ketogenic diet, and a sulfur-containing amino acid deficient diet, or control diet for either 7 days. And for those 3 diets, we are managing to do, these are basically formula diets which the patients get, enabling us in the down the road in a double-blinded clinical trial with, having the best diet here, which we can safely manage to give our patients. And as I said before, it's also a biobanking trial because we need to know and to reveal the underlying mechanisms of those mediated renal stress resistance. And I want to focus now my talk on the one hand side on the transferation pathways, so HRS, like Margaret did, and on the other hand, I want to focus a little bit on gut microbiota remodeling. The kidney is a really complex organ. We have known to have roughly about between 60 or 70 already identified cell types in the kidney. And AKI plays really damages this so-called S3 segment of the proximal tubulus. Due to the fact that here we have a high energy demand. You know, we have to extract amino acids, sugars, etc. from the urine, get it back to the blood. And on the other hand, we have a low oxygen gradient. And those cells are the primarily affected cells by acute kidney injury. And we then use single nucleus RNA-seq to come to the point of what's happening in the cell types. And here you see just our UMAP, and we use marker genes to annotate all different cell types in the kidney, and we were able to annotate these so-called S3 segments of the proximal tubules. And the first thing we did then was just performing, you know, like a biological processes analysis in an unsupervised manner, now in, you know, on a cellular specific level. And what's plopping up, these are just the top 20 processes which are commonly, you know, like regulated by caloric restriction and by the diet restricted or fully depleted by methionine and cysteine. And what, you know, like is an overlapping change biological processes in these cell types are sulfur-containing, sulfur compound metabolic processes. And looking downwards was basically our methionine and cysteine catabolism, which has been differently regulated. And on a gene level, we saw that we had a strong upregulation of oxidative cysteine catabolism, mainly of CDO1, causing sulfide production, and on the other hand, we have the so-called H2S branches, mainly via CTH, and here this is a proteome also via MPST levels. Whereas we also saw that they have kind of a downregulation of pathways leading, you know, like away from this cysteine catabolism, like towards taurine, this so-called CSAS pathway was downregulated, as well as CBS was downregulated. And next, what we did is we just used targeted metabolomics and quantified, on the one hand side, sulfide, and on the other hand side, sulfocysteine, which is a direct readout for sulfide. And what we could see is that all of our beneficial diets commonly change sulfide production and causing really an increase in sulfide. And this is also the case when we look into patients again. So those patients underwent a low FAA diet, and also they have increased levels of sulfocysteine. And this now, and this is the current project we're working on, we are going into cysteine catabolism by using knockout mice on the one hand side with those target genes, and on the other hand we can use drugs. We have drugs there which mimic the effect of caloric restriction of SR100, and those drugs either increase CDO1, just like cholestyramine, or they increase MPST, like sulfonylurea, an ACE inhibitor, and CTH, which is increased by tadalafil. And this is really important for us because all of these drugs are EMA-approved, so having our kind of translational research approach in mind, we want to now test them again in mice and see whether they also have the same protective effects compared to our diets. For the second part of my talk, I want to give a short introduction about our recent insights into microbiomics, because we collected from all of these dietary fat animals stool samples after diet and after renal ischemia reperfusion injuries at various time points. And what we could see is that our beneficial dietary interventions commonly change the microbiome diversity. So we have here the alpha diversity using the Shannon index on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side in the middle, this is Bray-Curtis. Beta diversity, and what we could see is that we have, due to our beneficial dietary interventions, an ROI-dependent change in microbiome diversity. And looking more now on a film level, we see that they commonly change here the bacteroides to firmicutes ratio, both SR100 and also caloric restriction. And we know this change in bacteroides to firmicutes from longevity trials with caloric-restricted mice. And there, the first we look into this after 6 months of caloric restriction, we saw this change after just 2 weeks of our dietary interventions. And what's really impressive is that they perform this in an ROI-dependent manner. And looking down now on the species level, this was out here in green based on an enrichment in Lachnumsparaceae in our beneficial diets. And Lachnumsparaceae are known for their short fatty acid production. So they're producers of acetate, butyrate, and propionate, and in renal metabolism, the TCA is really important as a kind of to be resist against stress. And what we could see is that we have an increase in acetate, butyrate, and propionate, and the kidney, here we use bulk omics, transcriptomics, was changed by caloric restriction by the means that the enzymes allowing the entrance of these short fatty acids into the TCA were upregulated by caloric restriction. So we have kind of the combined thing happening. On the one hand side, the microbiome is changing. On the other hand side, we see even that these changes, this production is reaching the kidney. And this is for us now in nephrology, the microbiome is getting really interesting, and just yet another target which we can also, get to via diets, but also thinking about anti-infective therapies. There are drugs out there where we can mimic our effects. And with this, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm thanking for hearing to me.
Thank you so much. I think it was a great presentation. Any question from the audience? And maybe I can start again. So this is really, really interesting. I think also really changing field in the gut microbiome that all of us in every aspect of medicine, we are talking about it. And everybody wonders how we can change things. And caloric restriction is one, but if it's not possible, as you know, currently there are microbiome changing treatments, fecal transplants, and there's also an oral formulation. It's recently approved for C. diff, and they are using spores rather than the actual things. Do you think you really need that bacteria, or do you need the bacterial products to change the hydrogen sulfide, or can we use these capsules? I mean, it's almost like a pill, oral, to change for the injury.
This is a very good question. Honestly, I don't know. That's why we are currently performing an experiment where we use fecal microbiota transplantation of our dietary preconditioned stool samples in mice, but we also using tailored anti-infective treatments to change the microbiodiversity. Speaking about ampicillin, like metronidazole, like vancomycin, those are all EMA-approved, frequently used drugs, which we maybe have the opportunity to be reused. And there has been a really nice recent paper out in Kidney International where they have shown that ampicillin treatment can really help us stopping the AKI, so acute kidney injury, to chronic kidney disease transition. So for nephrology, the microbiome is getting a new target which we have to study and to invest our time in, but obviously there's much to follow which will come. Yes, please. So the main effect, I can just open the Teneri plots here. So the main effects were commonly by SR100 and by caloric restriction, meaning these were our most protective dietary interventions. Regarding our fast-mimicking diet, those animals again were for 3 days on the normal standard chow, and then we did not see all of these changes anymore because they've changed their chow. Regarding the BCA, we did not perform any shotgun metabolomics. So I don't know, but we just went and looked into the overlapping response of the beneficial dietary interventions. And here we see that obviously the most potent forms do or have the same microbial response. And this is quite cool for us. Yes, please.
I have a question regarding the rationale for testing ketogenic diets as a recommendation.
Yeah.
Is this simply related to the possibility to reduce protein content, or also in parallel modulate specific fatty acids in the diet?
No, it was mainly due to the fact that, you know, when we perform our caloric-restricted diets in mice, we just simply hand in, you know, like 3 grams of food, like 66% reduction in the early hours. And then the animals starve afterwards until the next day. And so obviously they will be ketogenic at a certain time point. And this was the rationale for us to perform a ketogenic diet. And ketogenic diets are getting from other, you know, like nephrology diseases like ADPKD much more familiar with us. And so in our models, they were not, you know, as protective as, you know, like FMD or the S100 diet, but at least they still had like a little effect here. When you look down here, it seems like they're separated into 2 different groups, our animals here, like each dot is 1 animal being operated. And I assume that we did not look much more into it, but I think we used an 80% ketogenic diet, so really high-fat diet, and was not as protective as like caloric restricted. Right.
Thank you so much. So we passed our time already. Thank you so much for all the speakers for the great talk and audience. So we are going to connect back in 15 minutes sharp. Thank you so much.
Now, for the second session, I want to introduce Chris Hine. Please, Chris. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction. If you all could please get seated, we'll start with the next session. So I'm Chris Hine. I'm an associate professor at Cleveland Clinic, and I'm proud to announce Dr. Michelle Harvey. Dr. Michelle Harvey is a research dietitian at the Prevent Breast Cancer Unit, Manchester University Hospital Foundation, and has been a state registered dietitian since 1991 and a research dietitian since 2001. Her research involves developing and pioneering intermittent low-calorie diets and intermittent fasting. And with that, take it away, Michelle.
Okay, great. It's great to be here. Worth waiting 4 years to come. This fantastic, beautiful place and fantastic facility you have here. Okay, so my disclosure: I'm a registered dietitian, researcher, and I have authored 3 self-help books to do intermittent diets. All the proceeds go to breast cancer research, not to me. So I'm going to be talking about what I call intermittent energy restriction, and particularly the types of diets where you might do 1 or 2 days of low-calorie intake a week. I'm not talking about time-restricted eating. I'm not talking about fasting mimicking diets. Other people are talking about those. So I'm talking about those diets where you have days in the week that you repeat week in, week out, that are lower calorie, not necessarily not eating at all. And I'm going to just go over some of the reasons why they might be helpful, share with you some data on their effects on weight loss and cardiometabolic health, and then really think about how we practically use these diets, if they are beneficial. Do people follow them? Are there any harms, particularly coming from a woman's perspective, which is where I do most of my work? And then to share with you in the second half of my talk some clinical trials we've done in different clinical settings with women. Okay, so why might an intermittent diet be better than just asking people to follow a standard, healthy, calorie-restricted diet each week? Well, and all the statements on here really are aspirational hopes. They're not necessarily all evidence-based statements. So one is, these diets might be easier for people to follow. We know that people find it difficult to follow a diet day in, day out. So if you only had to focus on it 1 or 2 days a week, that might be easier. And they may have these beneficial metabolic effects. The fact that you're able to have days of, normally when you diet, if you're asking someone to lose weight, they're restricting their calories by about 25% on a daily basis. But with these diets, you're asking them to, perhaps for 1 or 2 days a week, have a much greater calorie restriction of about 75%, but then eat normally the other days. And is there something about big energy deficits and spells of severe calorie restriction that might have beneficial effects on health? And are they healthy for normal weight people? We know a lot of healthy weight people are actually doing these diets. And the claims are that you perhaps lose more of the right types of fats with these diets than you would standard dieting, that they're really good for maintaining lean body mass. There are so many effects that are hypothesized about these things on the internet. A lot of these things are not, certainly in animal models they stack up. In human studies, a lot of them we haven't got great evidence that intermittent diets are better than any other form of calorie restriction for these things, except perhaps the metabolic flexibility angle. So there are lots of claims. So the first thing is, where I've done most of my work, and where actually most of the work with these diets has been done, are they effective for helping people lose weight who have overweight or obesity? And this is an overview of intermittent diets, which are the type I've been talking about. So you've got 1 or 2 days of low-calorie diet a week. This was an overview that was published a couple of years ago, and it's a systematic review. So you can see for short-term studies, and most of these were around they were less than 6 months, around 3 to 4 months, these diets are more effective than a standard energy-restricted diet for helping people lose weight. But over long term, they're no different, and that doesn't surprise me, having worked with these diets for years. Most people get fed up with whatever they're doing over long term. So short term, these diets are slightly more effective than a standard calorie-restricted diet. And most of the studies have been conducted in women. You'll see there that 70% of the people in this review were women. So what about dietary adherence? So how do women find these intermittent diets? This was some data from a small study of alternate day fasting by Krista Varaday's group, and basically you can see here that this is their adherence to their low calorie day. They were supposed to have 3 days of 25% calorie restriction a week. Basically, the premenopausal women were not as adherent as the postmenopausal women or the men to this calorie restriction. And you can see that the premenopausal women's weight loss was not as good. And this is something that we see in all. I work with women of all different ages, mainly with a view to reducing their risk of breast cancer. And this is some data from one of our studies where they didn't have to go on an intermittent diet, but they were given that option. It was a weight loss study where we were just testing different ways of supporting people with these diets. And we had 209 women aged between 18 and 75. And you can see that at the start, 88% of them wanted to follow an intermittent diet. By the time they got to 6 months, only 35% of them were still doing it. By the time they got to a year, only 20% were still doing it. But it was particularly worse in the younger women. And I think that's partly because of sort of social constructs that younger women have and all the competing things in their lives that perhaps some of the older women who don't have children at home didn't have to deal with. There may be some hormonal, cravings every month, some sort of biological issues. But generally we find young women, whatever the intervention, don't do as well. And you can see that the younger women are more likely to drop out. So I don't think that's a phenomenon of intermittent diets. I think it's a phenomenon of trying to control weight is a problem for younger women. That's something I'm very interested in. But what about harms? Again, you go on the internet, there's all these amazing claims about these diets, but boy, surely you shouldn't follow an intermittent diet. It's going to mess up your hormones. We know that calorie restriction and sort of over-exercise in healthy weight young women can, disturb their menstrual cycles. Usually with around sort of 500 to 800 calorie deficits, you're starting to get effects on luteal hormones and the cycle, and you can eventually become anovular. But are these intermittent diets where you've got 1 or 2 days a week of a 75% calorie restriction, does that have these effects? And to be honest, we don't have that much data. This is some data from a couple of our studies where we actually just look at menstrual cycle level. We haven't done anything clever like looking at their hormones over the month, but we can see that the intermittent dieters, the I-led that is intermittent dieters, and the continuous dieters are the C-led, they have slightly longer menstrual cycle lengths, which perhaps implies a longer follicular phase. We don't know if that's of any clinical significance, but I think there's more work that needs to be done in that area. But overall, I think there's no great evidence that it's disturbing their hormonal reproductive hormones. And the other big concern is, are these diets actually, creating disordered eating? I mean, you're asking people to have days where they have much less calories and then they eat normally. Is that going to create problems? And it depends where you look. So if you look at cross-sectional studies, as this Canadian thing here, if you look across cross-sectional studies, young people, who's doing intermittent diets? The people with some sort of disordered eating or eating disorders. So but the question is there, what direction is it? We don't know whether it's that people who have a tendency to have disordered eating and some psychological issues that lead to that are more attracted to these type of diets. If you actually look in prospective randomized controlled trials where people with overweight and obesity have been asked to follow these diets, actually they have they have improved eating, and they have less disordered eating, and they have reductions in binge eating, and less concerns about body shape, etc. So I think in the setting that they've generally been used for weight loss, they don't appear to evoke issues. And one thing that we've observed, so just to get it clear, these diets are not, if you go on the internet again, these diets are portrayed as periods of feast and famine. So you have your days of calorie restriction, then the other days you can eat unsolicited amounts of processed, whatever food you like. Well, that's what it says on the internet. The research that's ever underpinned any of these has almost exclusively always advised healthy diets on the unrestricted days. We've always done a Mediterranean diet. In America, it tends to be the American heart. So just to get that into context, but in our hands, when we ask people to do 2 days of calorie restriction and 5 days of a healthy Mediterranean diet, what we find is they naturally calorie restrict on the days when they're not asked to be. They eat about 20% less. So that's why the diet is effective short term, we think. Not only are they getting the weight loss because of the restricted days, but this carryover effect, which is really interesting. So what about its effect on muscle mass? You know, are these diets going to cause a loss of lean body mass, which of course is not what we're aspiring to do? We've done a very short, a small study, very detailed study, quite short term, 2 months of either an intermittent diet, which is 2 days of the low calorie, low carb diet that we have, versus a continuous energy match, continuous energy restricted diet over 2 months. And we followed women up. They had MR imaging of their hepatic and liver fat. We also measured body composition with impedance. And so this is unpublished data. It's something I need to write up. But basically, everything was coming out fairly similar. So they were losing similar amounts of weight, maybe slightly more hepatic fat, but that is certainly not statistically significant. And certainly in terms of losing muscle mass and fat, both diets were fairly equivalent. So it's not detrimental to losing muscle mass. Whenever anyone loses weight, they will lose some muscle mass, but it's certainly doesn't seem to be beneficial either. Okay, so people could do them, but not over long term, and there doesn't appear to be any major health risks. So what about in certain clinical settings? So I think this has already been mentioned. You know, there may be potential benefits for people having chemotherapy, and I know there's going to be more on this later. We were very intrigued. So women that go through treatment for breast cancer tend to gain weight when they go through chemo, which is a bit paradoxical. They tend to gain fat, and they tend to lose muscle mass, and they also have pretty horrible toxicities. So we were interested to test our diet, which is 2 days of a low calorie, low carb diet, which ends up being around about 850 calories. It's maintained protein. It's not high protein. It's not low protein either. It's about 80 grams of protein, low carb, 2 days before their chemo, and also in the intervening weeks of their chemo period, which was around 5 months, between 4.5 and 6 months. Or they were randomized to a continuous energy restricted diet. We have published this. And so what we showed was the intermittent diet was slightly better for controlling some of these gains in weight and body fat. But what we were really interested in was the effects on toxicity. And I think there's very few studies. In the animal model, again, it's amazingly effective. Most human studies, as far as I've seen, don't really show a signal of improved toxicity. And we haven't really shown it here. Overall, there was no difference in, this is severe toxicity, a grade 3 or 4 CTCAE. There was no overall benefit. But if you do like a secondary post hoc analysis, which we probably, you know, everybody's always very dubious about for obvious reasons. If you look in the last half of the chemotherapy cycles when they were getting taxanes, there did appear to be less in the intermittent group. Whether that's real, whether that's just a statistical blip. So then, again, not published. This is something I am definitely in the process of writing up. We were very interested to see whether these intermittent diets could not only help prevent some of the weight gain that happens in women, but also perhaps help control the disease. So this was a study in women with metastatic breast cancer. It's not curable. They go, in this example, they were women going through chemotherapy. So they'll start chemotherapy and they'll continue with that chemotherapy treatment until they progress. They have scans every 3 months. We were really interested to see whether the intermittent diet could actually help control the disease process, not just the toxicity, but the disease process, and influence that time to progression. And so you can see it was a phase 2 screening trial. It was designed to have 134 women in it, either randomized to the intermittent diet that I've just described, the 2 days of low carb, low calorie, plus resistance exercise, because I didn't want them to lose lean body mass, and our control was just resistance exercise. So we had, recruitment was scuppered by partly gatekeeping in the centres. Nobody wanted to put metastatic patients on a low calorie diet. and then COVID completely killed it. So we ended up with 68 patients, but when patients were asked, there was a good uptake. And the patients had to have a BMI of at least 25 to enter the study, so the average BMI was around 30. We had a range of METs in the study. They were pretty good at following the diet during their chemo, so the adherence to the low-calorie diet was around, they did 75% of the days that they were asked to do. Again, they were asked to do 2 days a week of this diet. Once they finished chemo, but they were still on the study, it became a lot less. And they were pretty good at doing their resistance exercise, although this is self-reported, so you kind of take that with a bit of a pinch of salt. So the headline is, the intermittent group did lose a little bit of weight, as you can see here, around 1.8 kilos. But the interesting result, again, it's a small study, it was a one-sided powered test. The median survival in the intermittent dieters until they progressed was 42 weeks versus 28. So it's certainly not doing them any harm. Whether this is, I mean, it could be just an effect of the calorie restriction. We're not saying it's specifically about intermittent calorie restriction, but I think it's of interest. And then just finally, shifting tack, I've also been asked to help with some work in diabetes. And this is some work we're currently doing in women with gestational diabetes. So this is 3rd trimester, women with overweight or obesity will suddenly be told, oh, you've become diabetic while you're pregnant, which is a bit of a shock for these women. And they're generally told to try and follow a sort of healthier, lower carb diet. And we were interested to see whether this intermittent diet, in this case we've tweaked it a little bit just to make sure it's adequate for these pregnant ladies. It's about 1,000 calories, 100 grams of carbs, 2 days a week, 2 separate days, and then 5 days of healthy eating. Was better than the best National Health Service care in the UK, which is basically asking them to eat healthily every day of the week. And it was very much a feasibility thing. And in a nutshell, I don't think it's very feasible. We're just finishing the study up now, but these women had to be obese to come in the study. This was their booking BMI at the start of their pregnancy. We had a range of ethnicities, which is typical of gestational or diabetes. So we had a reasonable uptake to the study. 1/3 of women agreed to come in it, but the dropout was terrible. I've never seen anything like it in a diet study. The adherence to the diet, we have just shown you 75% in women going through chemotherapy for breast cancer. It was only 33% here. So it just was not resonating with these women. There are all sorts of reasons. We're doing some qualitative work to try and unpick that. And finally, something I've been interested in right from the get-go when we started looking at these intermittent diets, could a very moderate 1 day a week of these diets actually try and do primary weight gain prevention, which is really, I think, where we're at. You know, we've got bariatric surgery, we've got GLP agonists, but really, if we can just have something to try and stop people gaining weight, particularly through adult life, could that be helpful? And so I'm in the process of getting my ethics, but we're again looking at the feasibility of a 6-1 diet to try and prevent primary weight gain and see whether it's acceptable, but also whether it harms. Is it causing eating disorders in the healthy weight young population? Is it causing changes in sleep, menstrual disturbance, etc.? So intermittent diets, they're another tool in the toolbox. They're not an answer for everything. They may have some benefits in certainly in breast cancer therapy. I'm not sure they're a go in gestational diabetes, perhaps for some behavioural reasons, and be interested to see how they pan out. So big thanks to all my fantastic colleagues and the participants who agreed to do these crazy diets at very stressful times. So thank you. Happy to take any questions.
That was great, Michelle. So we actually have time for a quick question, and I'll start it off. So intermittent fasting dietary restriction can often elicit a phase 2 antioxidant detoxification response that's driven by NRF2. So I'm wondering, in your patients with the breast cancer, and you saw a slight amount of toxicity or decrease in toxicity, do they have increased clearance of the chemotherapeutic drugs under the fasting? Does it stay in their body less?
Yeah, really good point. We don't know. So, and could that be a detrimental thing, do you think? Or you
it could be beneficial.
Yeah, it could be beneficial. Yeah, we actually don't know. And I think I've always thought that the question around using calorie restriction around the time of chemotherapy is it could stop, you know, the therapeutic effect of the chemotherapy if you're reducing the proliferation of the cancer cells, which I think people believe it doesn't. But yeah, we don't know. It's a really interesting question. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Keith.
You have a lot of experience in enrolling patients in clinical trials. We all fear malnutrition. You seem, if I heard correctly, use a body mass index threshold for enrolling patients, so you're excluding thin patients. In the Lucerne trial, they avoided people that have diabetes that require insulin. We use an albumin in our preoperative patients. What's the right way to determine if we're going to harm someone by preoperatively or, you know, perinatally, etc., restricting dietary intake?
That's a great question, and we don't do it right. So what you really want to do is I think, don't select people who've got sarcopenic obesity. You don't want people with sarcopenia who've got a lot of muscle wasting, I don't think. And so really you need to be measuring some form of body composition, don't you, in patients, I think. You know, and we know that it depends on what you're going to do to them and what they've been through and what they're going to be going through next. But yeah, a cancer patient who I guess has lost a lot of weight, up to that point, you might be suspicious. But I think probably we should be looking more at body we need some easily measured body composition measures. I mean, we've used impedance. They're not that great in people going through various treatments, as I'm sure a lot of us are aware, because of the shifts in intra and extracellular fluid. But I think we should probably be looking more at BMI is not terribly useful. Yeah. But there is a potential for harm, I think, with any of these diets. I think we have to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll call to the stage next Charlotte Mann. Charlotte is a PhD student, PhD candidate, I should say, in the Department of Health Sciences and Technology, ETH Zurich in Switzerland, having been under the supervision of Drs. Catherine de Bach, Sarah Mitchell, Michael MacArthur, and the late James Mitchell. She completed her Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from University of Cologne, and then her Master of Science in Biochemistry at the University of Cologne again, in the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Her research focuses on sulfur amino acid restriction and its downstream metabolic effects on muscle substrate utilization.
Yes, thank you, Chris, for the kind introduction, and I'm very proud to be representing Jay's Swiss part of his journey before his passing. And I'm going to take a step back from all these patient data, and we really try to kind of understand the basic science that's happening on a baseline when we treat animals with this sulfur amino acid restriction, focusing on endurance exercise capacity. And my old lab, so Jay's old lab, was really interested in dietary interventions and aging, mainly focusing on this sulfur amino acid restriction, which has been around since the early 90s, and it's been described to have a pro-longevity, increase in health and lifespan effects in different model organisms. This paper is focusing on mice, and you can really nicely appreciate that animals that were put on this sulfur amino acid restriction, or they call it methionine restriction, they live significantly longer. And this diet also has a really interesting metabolic effect. That is that these animals that are put on this sulfur amino acid restricted diet maintain a lower body weight throughout the duration of the study, with this interesting controversial actual increase in energy intake. So we really wanted to understand how this loss of body weight and increase in energy intake moves forward on a behavioral phenotype. So just to sum up the dietary intervention that I've been working is, it leaves the overall macronutrient composition unchanged, which is very promising for translational purposes in the clinic. So we have an unchanged ratio of fats to protein to carbohydrates, and we really only restrict the energy intake from the two sulfur-containing amino acids. So energy from methionine is restricted to 0.1 to 0.17%, and cysteine is completely eliminated from this diet. And a previous paper from our lab in 2018 showed that this dietary intervention actually also leads to an increase in vascularization And taking all this information together, we kind of wondered whether or not this overlap with exercise, which is a very prominent intervention to also prevent aging, actually leads to this basically increase in endurance exercise in sedentary mice just by eating a sulfur amino acid restricted diet. To investigate this, we kind of went away from the aging field and just looked in young, healthy, male black 6 mice if 7 days of the sulfur amino acid restricted diet are enough to, first of all, induce the metabolic changes that this dietary restriction includes. So we monitored the body weight and food intake over the duration of the 7 days, and indeed we found that 7 days of sulfur amino acid restricted diet are enough to significantly lower body weight to about 10%, and the mice eat significantly more over a 24-hour period. So after 7 days, we said, okay, our diet works, let the animals run. So the animals underwent a one-time exhaustion treadmill test, which is the forced maximal exercise capacity test. And indeed, we saw that 7 days of sulfur amino acid restricted diet are sufficient to significantly increase the distance that these animals run. So the control group runs around 500 meters. The dietary intervention group, after only 7 days on this diet, sedentary mice, run about twice the distance, so 1K, which is fun to monitor as a scientist. To see whether or not 7 days is also enough to systemically alter the metabolism of the mice, we used metabolic cages where you measure gas exchange, energy expenditure. They also have access to voluntary running wheels, so we measure overall their behavioral and systemic metabolism. And on day 7, we already saw this it's very widely published that sulfur amino acid restriction leads to an increase in energy expenditure after a long-term period on the diet. But already 7 days were enough to significantly increase both in the active as well as in the passive phase in these mice, their energy expenditure. And what we focused on thereafter was actually that after 7 days, and this has not been published, or in the long term this has not been seen actually, that these animals have a decrease in respiratory exchange ratio. And the respiratory exchange ratio is a mathematical measure to infer based on the carbon dioxide produced and the oxygen consumed, which source animals use for their energy production. So the closer this ratio gets to 1, the more the energy production is dependent on carbohydrates. The closer it is to 0.75, the more the animals rely on lipolysis for their energy production. So we hypothesized that this 7 days sulfur amino acid restriction kind of leads to an increase in reliance on lipolysis for energy production, which is also seen in endurance training. So you train your muscles to rely longer on lipids for energy production before you hit your carbohydrate and lactic acidosis threshold. But because in these indirect calorimetric measurements, you can't really see what the animal is using at an exercise time point, with the help actually of Florent, I went to Lausanne, where they have these treadmills that I can run my mice in and use real-time RER measurements, so real-time basically gas in capsule treadmills, and measure the RER during the exercise performance. And when we look at basically the graph that we're going to look at now is these RER trajectories over the time of the exercise. And what you expect in a kind of moderate endurance exercise training is that throughout the duration, about 75% of the duration of the exercise, the animals mainly rely on lipids for energy production. And then you have this anaerobic threshold where you have a steep increase in slope, indicative of the switch to carbohydrates, which is then followed by this break off, which is when the animal is exhausted and burned out. So I did the same exercise test with my animals, and if we just look at the trajectory of ROR over time and seconds, this mainly shows us the sulfur amino acid restriction animals run longer, but it's really hard to really compare what is happening at different time points or different phases of the exercise. So to do this, we normalized each exercise run to its respective duration. thereby getting to a time of from 0 to 1. And this allows us to really nicely see that we have this prolonged lipid utilization phase in the sulfur amino acid restricted diet, which is mainly described by this lowered RER at the max exercise time. So we think that 7 days of sulfur amino acid restriction diet are enough to basically shift the substrate utilization during exercise to a more lipogenic focus. To see whether or not these behavioral changes are also conferred to on a transcriptomic level, we performed bulk RNA sequencing data on 2 different muscle types. So we have different metabolic depots within our muscle types. We have glycolytic muscles such as the EDL or white muscle types that really mainly rely on glucose. And we have oxidative muscle types such as the soleus that really in a normal state really only rely on oxidative phosphorylation. So we performed bulk RNA sequencing after the diet in these 2 muscle types and compared them to this paper that was published late last year, which is really handy, and they basically described the molecular control of endurance training and on a transcriptomic base in mouse skeletal muscle. And when we compare, focusing, for example, now on mitochondrial matrix genes, our 2 different muscle types, so oxidative and glycolytic, after the diet with the effects that they saw after training, we really nicely saw that the sulfur amino acid restricted diet mimics endurance exercise training on a transcriptomic level, mostly in the glycolytic muscle depot. And we confirmed this on Western blots using just focusing on oxidative phosphorylation complexes. And I'm highlighting here the succinate-dehydrogenase B, which is the linker between TCA cycle and oxidative phosphorylation. But in general, you can appreciate that the most complexes are upregulated after the diet in the glycolytic muscle depot and not in the oxidative depot. This tissue specificity due to the diet is also specific to fatty acid catabolism. So if we look at a gene set that is only focusing on genes that are known to be associated with sulfur amino acid restriction, so we have cystocyanine, gamma CTH here on top, and other known genes that are associated with to be respondent to sulfur amino acid restrictions, such as ATF5, etc., we don't see this muscle specificity. So we really think that the sulfur amino acid restriction diet is sufficient to lead to an oxidative shift in the glycolytic muscle depot. To see what's happening on a systemic level on lipolyc intermediates, I had a chance to visit Mike and Sarah in Princeton, and we performed these circulatory flux measurements. So turnover rates pretty much describe whether or not you have an increase in production or consumption of a certain metabolite. And you can do this by using catheterized mice, and we put them on the sulfur amino acid or control semi-purified diet for 7 days, and then infuse stably labeled linolate until it reaches steady state, and then measure the circulatory flux. And 7 days was enough to significantly elevate whole body turnover rate of stably labeled linolate. And when we wanted to, this basically just tells you that the whole metabolism, the whole animal kind of increases the turnover rate of this metabolite. So we wanted to see whether or not this is due to increase of uptake or utilization in our muscles. So we performed beta oxidation ex vivo with labeled palmitate, and we could see that after 7 days of the diet, the EDL, so the glycolytic muscle depot, significantly increased their beta oxidation of palmitate into deuterium water. But since basically the flux, if you want to look at the flux and want to tell a story based on this, you also have to look at the overall concentration. So the lab in Princeton really likes to use this metaphor of a freeway, where you can say, you need to look at how many cars are on the road to really know whether or not you have just less cars that drive faster, more cars that are slower, or the same amount of cars going on and on and on. And so to see whether or not our increase in overall turnover rate was just due to an increase of carbs, so an increase of concentration or pool size, we performed different measurements, metabolomics, looking at the free fatty acids, as well as lipidomics, but also intramyocellular lipid droplet staining. So I'm going to show you this. Overall, the results were all the same, and that is that we don't have a different storage or concentration of lipid species within our muscle depots. So we think that it's really, so we were wondering if we don't have an increase in concentration or mass action based on increase in concentration and thus flux, what else could be driving this increase in turnover rate? And one road we took is, do we have an increase in transport of lipid species into the muscle? So to investigate this, we created a mouse model that is crossing the CD36 flux animals with the PDGF beta Cre, which is a Cre driver specific for endothelial cells. And CD36 is a fatty acid transporter such as GLUT4, which gets translocated after stimuli to increase fatty acid transport into the, in this term, into the endothelium and thereby into the tissue, the respective tissue. We confirmed our knockout efficiency looking for in different tissues, so in muscle or in brown adipose tissue, we saw a nice knockdown of endothelial cell CD36 double positive populations. And when we looked at the effect of the diet, we don't really see an effect of our knockout looking at body weight loss. So we see a same amount of about 10% body weight loss independent of CD36 being present or not. Then I went on and performed our one-time exhaustion at treadmill exercise test, and we saw a slight attenuation of our running phenotype. Overall, I have to say these animals, all of them ran very poorly. I think the tamoxifen induction of this Cre really affects the running behavior of these animals. But we do think that we see a slight attenuation after the knockout of CD36, but it doesn't explain the overall running phenotype. So circling back to the beginning of the talk, and I briefly touched upon this paper that we published in 2018 showing an increase in angiogenesis. So if you go back to the freeway metaphor, basically, if we don't have more entering onto the freeway, do we just have more freeways? So basically, do we just have increase in vasculature in the muscle that's driving increase of accessibility of lipids that go into the muscle, driving our running phenotype? To test this, again, I put young mice on the sulfur amino acid restricted diet, and I co-treated them with a pan-VEGF receptor inhibitor, axitinib, to see whether or not inhibiting VEGF signaling, which is the main driver of angiogenesis in the muscle, leads to a prevention of running phenotype. We don't see an effect of this treatment on our body weight of the diet, so the diet itself works fine, even if we inhibit VEGF signaling. But when we look at running, actually we see complete attenuation and diet and treatment interaction effects after inhibiting of after inhibiting of VEGF signaling. Though, when we then wanted to confirm this by looking at increase in angiogenesis, so increase in endothelial cells, we actually don't see an increase in endothelial cells after 7 days, which is, we would have been very surprised if 7 days, so in a physiological sense, 7 days would have been a very short stimulus to already increase neovascularization in the muscle. So we kind of looked in the literature and wondered what other non-canonical pathways are there that are associated with VEGF signaling. And that is actually quite interesting because some papers published in 2010 say that VEGF-R signaling leads to an increase in fatty acid uptake into the endothelial cells. So to test this hypothesis and kind of already coming to the end of my data, what we did is we again used catheterized mice, put them on the diet, and then we infused them with the drug for 24 hours to reach steady state, and at a concentration where it's not harmful, but where the IC50 of the two VEGF-R receptors are being hit. And then again, we measured the turnover rate of the fatty acid linolate. And we think that inhibiting VEGF receptor signaling is mainly preventing our running phenotype by inhibiting this increase of circulatory flux of linolate. But I'm still working on basically finding the hard evidence to support this hypothesis. With this, I do want to come to an end, and this is a very busy slide. I'm just going to briefly summarize it. So after 7 days of sulfur amino acid restricted diet, we see an increase in these oxidative phosphorylation genes, as well as CD36 and LPL, which I haven't shown yet. Didn't show you the data today, but also an increase in VEGF-A, B, and the respective receptors. And I'm currently, in the last few months of my PhD, trying to not being on Zoom, trying to understand how these pathways interact, and yeah. I can just go to the last slide. Where's the mouse? So I want to see how these different pathways interact to basically, in the end, lead to this push of substrate utilization switch during exercise, which allows prolonged running in male sedentary mice after 7 days of sulfur amino acid restricted diet. And with this, sorry for this brief interruption, I really want to have a few people to thank, mainly Jay for taking me in Boston and then moving me to Zurich. After his passing, really Mike and Sarah, who can't be here today, they have more important things to do now in their life. But without their tremendous effort, this project wouldn't have been able to be close to finish after 4 years. And yeah, I'm happy to take any questions.
That was a great talk, Charlotte. And I know Jay would be very proud and happy with all the progress and all your accomplishments. So I have a quick question. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. What about lactate? Have you measured lactate levels in these mice when they're at the kind of maximal exercise?
So we actually did that, and we had different outcomes. So when we first did it, the lactate was lowered at exercise, but so we didn't have a really nice setup. So we did tail vein, just like the glucose meter for lactate. So it's super variable, it's super dependent on the person who is handling the animals. I did get the chance when I was in Princeton to also measure lactate flux, and it seems to be decreased. So the lactate utilization apparently goes down. But yeah, we would have to repeat all of these experiments to be confident to state that.
Great. Yes.
Very nice talk. Did you look in the EDL? The EDL is the mixed composition is not purely glycolytic, standing very good. So did you look the mass of fiber?
So yeah, actually that's a good point. After the bulk RNA-seq, fiber type switching was one of the main hits that we got. And for example, myosin heavy chain 7 goes up in the EDL after the diet. But when we look whether or not this is conferred to on a fiber type switching level, I don't see a switch yet. But I think this could also really be due to the timing, because 7 days is really short to have really like fluorescently based imaging picking up these changes, I would say. So I think it could be, I'm not excluding that it's happening, but I think if we would wait a longer time, then we probably could see it.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Up next, we have Dr. Nezilin Alkis. She's on Zoom. Okay. So while we're getting her Zoom set up, I'll introduce her. Dr. Alkis is a professor doctor specializing in anesthesiology and intensive care, and chairs the Department of Anesthesiology and Reanimation at Ankara University Medical Faculty. She graduated with her medical degree and trained in residency program at the Ankara University Medical School. She has served as the General Secretary and President of the Turkish Anesthesia and Reanimation Society. Her research focuses on the ARES protocol with preoperative carbohydrate loading. And when you're ready, take it away, Dr. Alkis.
Hocam sesimiz geliyor mu Neslihan hocam? Bizim ses açık mı? Açık hocam. Hocam biz başlık sistemimizi sesinizi açıp Evet hocam, evet hocam. Lütfen. Lütfen. Evet hocam, görünüyorsunuz. Hocam geliyor mu sesimiz? Hocam, sizin sesiniz... Bir saniye hocam. Seni bağlı mı?
Recording in progress.
Evet hocam.
Hocam bir ses sorunu var galiba.
Nasıl?
Şimdi oldu galiba. Kapıyorum telefonu.
İyi.
Geliyor mu hocam sesimiz? Geliyor mu hocam sesiniz?
Geliyor.
Hocam merhabalar.
Geliyor benim sesim.
Şu an geliyor hocam. Kamera görüntüsü aktarıldı mı?
İyi mi şimdi?
Hocam iyiyiz şu anda, ses geliyor. Toplantı salonundayız. Sayın Rektör hocam buradalar.
O zaman başlıyorum.
İzniniz olursa.
Çok teşekkürler. Başlıyorum Atacığım.
Biraz tamam. Volümü biraz arttıralım mı?
Hocam hello lütfen. Everybody and dear chair, dear colleagues. I want to begin with thanks to Professor Zafer Can Türk and all the organizing committee. And this is a very big honor for me, and I'm very happy to be a speaker in this such a special meeting. And I'm speaking from Ankara, unfortunately, but I'm also very happy to be here with you. Okay. My lecture is about preoperative optimization for the surgical patients. Where I am from Ankara University and Medical School. I'm in the middle of the Ankara with two campuses I'm working in. These campuses have almost 2,000 beds. And annually we perform 30,000 annually surgeries, including major surgeries. These are transplantation surgeries, cardiovascular, and also oncologic surgeries. And what I'm talking about this morning, I will mention about some surgical patient population and what is surgical stress. And it's a trademark ERAS, Enhanced Recovery After Surgery Protocol. I will mention about it. And the point is, what is the ERAS protocols related with carbohydrate metabolism and carbohydrate loading. When you come to surgical patient population, we should understand that this population is also public health issue for our healthcare strategy. Because there is a tremendous volume of worldwide in all settings, both rich and poor countries. And general population is changing very fastly nowadays. Life expectancy is increasing. Elderly patients are growing and growing. Obesity and diabetes are the main concerns currently in the general population. And what about surgical patients? They are very different from the last decade. And in the near future, we know that a big portion of these patients are obese patients. Age also, frailty are all surgical risk factors for these patients. And what is the consequences? Wound healing capacity, cardiovascular compromises, immune system compromises, and we need urgently high quality and safe surgical care measures for this public health level. Okay, let's talk about some numbers. When we come to surgery numbers globally, almost 300 million major surgeries are performed. And the point is, mortality is very important for the surgical patients. As you see in the table, almost up to 4% will be dying. And the third line is the major surgery for the death reasons in the world. These are for, as we looked from our perioperative care, we can reduce mortality, we can prevent morbidity. And it is beginning from the surgical stress. What is surgical stress? Surgical stress is the acute response to body. It begins from the incision of the surgery, from the sterile injury, and simultaneously induction of anesthesia with synchronizing anesthesia performing, and it's increasing the sympathetic response. What is the endpoint? Inflammation increases, coagulation compromises, immune system compromises, and also susceptibility to infection. And the endpoint is reduces the oxygenation to all the tissues. That's the main point. And the secondary injury, by reducing the tissue oxygenation, all the organs can fail. Brain, heart, lung, kidney, they are all in danger when it is the subject of surgical stress. This stress is not a new topic for perioperative care. In 1913, Dr. Kocaeli defined the shockless operation. It means that can we perform some surgeries without shock, without surgical stress? Yes, in that time, in the beginning of 20th century, Dr. Cannon said that it's with the aid of adrenal secretion. It is with the aid of acute response, which is hypothalamus, pituitary, and adrenal cortex responses. And it was the beginning of the stress surges, but also in the 20th century, in the history, we are all seeking for the high surgical risks. It's on the muscle, it's on the protein and postoperative functions. It's on the mainly metabolic preparation before surgery to improve outcomes. A striking point is we are still trying to these metabolic preparations before surgery to improve outcomes. And we know that metabolic preparation is feasible and effective nowadays. And what are these perioperative complications? As we said before, hemodynamic compromises and hyperinflammation, metabolic imbalances, and hyperglycemia. And the point is, it's a surgical stress response is a widespread changes in organ function. It's mediated by trauma-induced endocrine metabolic and some hormonal changes. And it's also cytokines in this cycle, active components, interleukin-1, interleukin-6, and TNF-alpha, stimulates the HPA axis, and the catabolic phase begins. It is beginning with the cortisol, catecholamines releasing. And the endpoint is insulin resistance. And the key point for the stress response is the insulin resistance. We all know about insulin resistance, what is it? But the consequences, the endpoint is loss from muscle, loss of muscle mass. And it is the point that reducing muscle function, because they can take glucose into the cells of muscles. And these changes are, yes, temporary, but it's for a long time, at least 4 weeks, even after an uncomplicated colorectal surgery. And as a result, we can say that insulin resistance and hyperglycemia are very closely associated with the perioperative, it means postoperative complication. Yes, as a summary, we can look to what are the endpoints, what are the clinical points. Pain, if the patient is with pain, it's a complication. Gastrointestinal paralysis, cerebral function, dysfunction, nausea, fatigue, and all of them are the components of prolonged recovery. And let's come to ERAS. It is the acronym of Enhanced Recovery After Surgery. We are trying to make the recovery, surgical recovery, enhanced, quicker, and qualified. And what is postoperative recovery? It means that we need gut function return as fast as possible. We need mobilization as soon as possible. We need painless postoperative time, recovery time. These are all very much related with insulin resistance, and these three aims should be covered for enhanced recovery. Yes, when it comes to ERAS, and in this figure, I can summarize that it's evidence-based, it's multimodal. It's about surgery, it's about metabolism, it's about dietary functions, it's about physiotherapy, it's about anesthesia. And it's evidence-based, multimodal, and multidisciplinary initiative to improve the perioperative care. In preoperative period, we have such an item that preoperative carbohydrate loading and preoperative fasting strategies. What they do as a result, they make the metabolic stress reduction. And the key factor in this postoperative recovery is to minimize the stress of surgery. Okay. Of course, it is the same terminology with insulin sensitivity. In that figure, we can see that in the traditional care, the metabolic stress and insulin resistance can reach with a long for days and weeks recovery because of preoperative overnight fasting, because of no nutrition, because of low caloric fluids during surgery, preoperatively, postoperatively. But in ERAS care, if we can manage it with a good dinner, a very good sleep before the night of surgery, and carbohydrate treatment before the surgery, and thoracic epidural management for the pain management, and after the surgery, immediate feeding, immediate mobilization, it will take a very short time for the insulin sensitivity to have for the postoperative patient. And ERAS protocol is a chain of events during the patient's surgery. Surgery begins from home to the home, but it's time in the clinic, it's in the pro period, it's in the intraoperative, it's in the ward, it's in the home. The recovery is a total teamwork. Who are they? surgeons, anesthetists, intensive care specialists, dietitian, physical therapists, and medical doctors also when necessary. Earth Society protocols are for some special surgeries. In the beginning, it was with colonic resection. As you see, the recommendation, the element is from midnight to preoperative 2 hours before anesthesia. We don't want meal per hour. We're just reducing fasting time. And we give carbohydrates, clear fluids to our patients. And in the post-operative period, we should control glucose immediately as possible. And there's, Earth Society has not only for colonic surgery, as you see in the time, and it's currently a lot of different surgeries, major surgeries. There are guidelines, recommendations, evidence-based recommendations from Earth Society currently, and we are following as Earth Performance these guidelines during our surgeries. And let us come to carbohydrate metabolism. What is the relation between the surgery and carbohydrate metabolism? As all we know, insulin is the main anabolic hormone and essential for all the metabolism. But in the fasting time, metabolism can go through an catabolic phase. But in the fatting time, it will go through with the anabolic phase. We don't want gluconeogenesis, we don't want lipolysis, we don't want proteinolysis, we don't want hyperglycemia. And if you put your patient in the fasting, a long time fasting status, they will all come through what we don't want. When we come to, again, metabolism, also some pro-inflammatory interleukins, IL-6 and 1 cause also insulin resistance. And, but when we feed the patient with up to 2 hours period to surgery, we predominate to restoring glycogen, increasing muscle uptake of glucose, and elevating insulin. And the main point is we are halting protein catabolism. How do we do it? In preoperative fasting, as all know as surgeons, it's a big rule in worldwide, but it is not the true rule, because we should try to make, as anesthesiologists, to make an empty stomach for the induction of anesthesia. But we all know nowadays that 2 hours before anesthesia feeding with clear fluids do not increase the gastric volume. And on the contrary, intake of clear fluid with the carbohydrates, it stimulates to empty the gastric volume and also reduce the gastric volumes, and also less insulin resistance. And what we do is we give 4,800 milliliters of carbohydrates, depend on maltodextrin, 12% maltodextrin drinks on the day of the surgery, before the night of the surgery, and 2 hours before, it's given in the 2 or 400 milliliters of carbohydrates we are giving. What we do is, the purpose is, as we declared before, and some anesthesiology and intensive care societies declared the fasting times and carbohydrate loading, or oral carbohydrate loading. Nowadays, only the European Society, SAIC, is recommending strongly oral carbohydrates. But Cochrane reviews that there is no risk for any case of aspiration. Yes, for every surgery, in ERAS recommendations, as colorectal, gastrointestinal, pancreatic surgery, liver surgery, bariatric surgery, there are recommendations. And what are the fluids? It's usually the same amount of maltodextrin in the products. And as a very quick review, I will show you some meta-analysis and literature review that support our oral carbohydrate loading. And we know that in this review, but by all the linguists from the ERAS Society's presidency, overnight fasting is very, very special for surgery response, surgical response, stress response, and we need to give the patient oral carbohydrate before surgeries. And in the other review, we can see that postoperative mortality and can be in postoperative length of stay and bowel functions and patient-related outcomes can be easily handled by these administrations, oral carbohydrate administration. And in another review, hospital stays can be decreased by this administration. And what about different surgeries? One-day surgery, as a conclusion, it seems that it is not so much supported to give for one-day surgery. We should need to have more randomized control trials for this. But for cardiac surgery, we know that inotropic drugs, ICU length of stay, articulamptic durations, and insulin therapy postoperatively can decrease with this administration, with this protocol. And when we look to a new meta-analysis, and it's a Bayesian network meta-analysis, yes, it's important. There is effective result for oral preoperative carbohydrates, but we need some more studies for the supporting evidences. And in bariatric surgery, ERAS recommends strongly for carbohydrate loading. Yes, there is no aspiration risk for this surgery. As a conclusion, traditional surgical care is really associated with marked metabolic reactions. The point is insulin resistance and the protein losses. But modern multimodal care principles, as from employment of ERAS, we can avoid the side effects. Administration of oral carbohydrate drinks when given up to 2 hours before surgery have been demonstrated safe and effective. And it influences on a wide range of perioperative clinical outcomes. As a result, metabolism and nutrition are backed in the surgical arena today. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for your listening.
So we only have time for one question, if anyone has a question.
One question, yes, please.
Is carbo loading still valid if the patient is diabetic?
Actually, I can't hear easily. Can you help me about the question?
Yeah, I'll repeat it. The question was, if I get it right, is carbo loading prior to surgery still effective if the patient is diabetic?
Oh, sorry. Anybody can...
Please, again.
If I was asking if the carbo loading still valid. Carbo loading. Loading.
Carbon loading?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is still valid if the patient is diabetic?
The question is about the carbon loading.
Yes, carbohydrate loading, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Is it still valid? Is it still accurate if the patient is diabetic?
Is it still accurate for the patients?
Patients with diabetes.
Patients with diabetes, yeah.
No, we are talking about without diabetic patients because we need more randomized clinical trials for diabetic patients and insulin resistance patients yet. Because some literature says that it's safe to give them. Some of them are not very sure about for the diabetic patients. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A round of applause.
Thank you for your presentation. And
Yep. So up next, we'll have, I welcome to the stage Dr. Emel Ergul. Dr. Ergul is Professor of Medical Biology and Genetics at Kocaeli University, Faculty of Medicine. Dr. Ergul graduated from Kocaeli University Department of Academic Data Systems and earned a PhD studying manganese superoxide dismutase gene polymorphisms for breast cancer. So when you're ready, take it away.
Yes, I can. I will open my video first. Evet, öncelikle Zafer Hocama bu fırsatı bana verdiği için teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Ve hepinize hoş geldiniz diyorum. Şimdi Zafer Hoca ilk beni aradığında bu konuşmayla ilgili hocam dedim hani bir fikirlerim var, bir sürü datam var ama hepsi teoretik ve hiçbirisinde hani bilimsel bir şeyim yok. Hoca da sağ olsun şey dedi, sosyal bir sunum yap o zaman bize. Umarım size ilham olur sunumum. Yani direkt bir bununla ilgili direkt bir çalışmam yok. Ama böyle bir genel bakış açısı vermek istiyorum. So, welcome. I first would like to welcome all of you to our country, to our city, to our faculty. Today, what I'm talking about is actually not the topic, it's my dream. And I would like to inspire you in some topics related to lifestyle factors. So my way to this topic started when I was at first class, as a first class biology student. I was fascinated from the cancer pathways. And then I went to the academy to search this topic, and I work a lot on this topic, and I follow the very basic medicine searching rules to understand the diseases. But because I'm not a physician, I don't have access to the patients, I can only make the basic part. And my career was all on how to understand the cell at molecular level, to understand the gene, the genome, and all these things. But later in my career, I asked this question for myself. What was the external factors who provoked the cell to follow the cancerous mechanisms? And first what I started was nutrition and food, and then nutrigenetics, I did a lot of search in that area. I have 2 publications regarding these topics, but it was not enough for me. So I say I should, it's something else that can explain how the human, how the cell is following this pathway. And at the very same time, I learned the battle strategy and a course of leadership, as a course of strategic leadership. And this battle strategy led me to create a sustainable health formula and classify the lifestyle factors into 5 main issues that I want to present to you today. The videos I used are all from social media. I couldn't find some scientific page for it, so I took the pictures from the visuals from social media. And what was my formula? I started with posture, so correct posture. As you see on the picture, the correct posture I couldn't see when I'm out and seeing people. And from here, I wonder if these other deviations are related to diseases, because I could not see really the right posture. So, when you don't have right posture, your lung is not functioning properly. And what happens in the
Red
cell?
blood cells travel throughout the body, allowing hemoglobin to deliver oxygen to the cells that need it. Within the cell, oxygen is utilized in cellular respiration, which is carried out by proteins of the electron transport chain in mitochondria. The flow of electrons along the electron transport chain releases energy. This helps drive hydrogen ions across the inner membrane of the mitochondria. Hydrogen ions then flow down their concentration gradient through ATP synthase, driving ATP production.
So, this is what we call normoxia, and what is happening when the cell has normal oxygen levels. But if we could not get enough oxygen, so this started to going to
red blood cells travel throughout the body, allowing hemoglobin to deliver oxygen to the cells that need it.
The very
Within the cell,
step of
oxygen is utilized
inflammation.
in cellular
So I'm not
respiration,
going to talk about this because all of you know very well the other part. And the second part was exercise. I make a lot of public conferences, and I was teaching about this topic, and I was explaining if you do not exercise, your liquids, meaning blood and lymph system cannot work properly. And your cell doesn't have enough oxygen, enough food again. So, about this topic, there are really very much papers, so that means it's time to move. we should, it's not optional according to me. We have to arrange somehow to move. And the other part of physical activity is neuroplasticity. So if you are not moving, we cannot learn properly also. Neuroplasticity means when you learn, your neurons make new connections between them. And the other part for exercises is the molecule secreted in muscles. As you see, there are very huge amount of data about this. So if you lose your muscles, you lose everything. And the third step of my formula is good eating habits. I don't want to say healthy habits because we still don't know what food is healthy for everyone. So one food is healthy for me, but it's not healthy for you. So healthy food, to say healthy eating, healthy food is not very good for me. And I make good eating habits, and just I put very physiological part of the food, meaning mastication, which is the very, very important step of digestion. If you don't have good mastication, you cannot digest the food later in the digestive tract. Eating according to circadian rhythm, and that means when you eat. That is very, very important. At what time you have your food. Prefer natural food. So it's according to what is this. Also, you should choose your food according season. And food grows in local destinations. So the very big problem is now that we can have food from everywhere of the world, and we don't know who is local, who is seasonal. So we have to make some work about this topic also. Fasting is the other issue of the lifestyle factors, and fasting is also it should be made fasting programs should be made from the medical professionals, according to me. And the other part is nutrogenetics. What we eat is really according to our genes. So everybody has his own diet, and they should have courage to find what food is good for them. And about this topic, I have a lot of protocols created for me, and I work with other groups on them, and if somebody is interesting, I can share with you. The fourth is breathing exercises. So as you see, it's again related to your spine and to your posture, and again to oxygen, of course. The right posture, and you have the in parallel, you see the diaphragm and here, but when you do not have, when you have improper breathing mechanism, so again deviation. And I didn't find some words about this. But what happen again when we don't have enough oxygen. Fatigue and even stress on your heart, elevating cortisol, weight gain, mood swings, and trouble sleeping. Shutdown of the executive functions of the brain, and you can forget about great decision making or real focus. And the 5th step is sleeping. And what I heard in public, and all my students are not sleeping at the time they should sleep. They sleep after 2 or 3 o'clock. That means your melatonin levels, your melatonin synthesis is stopped at that time, and you are going to bed. So what happens when you go to bed at that time? Your food for the brain is sleep. And when you don't sleep properly, you cannot control your thoughts, and your neurons cannot work properly, of course. So that was my 5 steps. I make here very only hints about it. There are a lot of literature, a lot of scientific publication in that areas, but they are all at basic medicine level or biological level. So still we do not have this in the medical education programs, and we should put them to the medical students program. And the other thing that is dependent on sleeping is our circadian rhythm. So the good sleep is between 10 and 3 o'clock actually. You have to sleep very deeply at that time to be sure your melatonin synthesis is at proper levels. And all this you see here, according to these hours, for example, here is hour for physical exercises. It's good at 5 o'clock. So it's good to go to gym at 5 o'clock to get the all benefits from sport. But what sport you should do is again genetic. You should find from which sport you can benefit. Your body, your muscles, your genetics, all these are related to you. Okay. And the other issue of sleeping is your hormones. So it's not actually emotion, it's hormones that are make you feel anxiety or feel depression or feel low. So to have good levels, to feel low, we have to arrange our hormones. And I search for Nobel Prizes. I was wondering if there is something to my topics. And I was very surprised to see that actually all topics were related to my formula. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry 2015, the team take the prize for mechanistic studies of DNA repair. And I read the papers of Aziz Sancar. He is opening with this, he is opening the era of chronochemotherapy. So that means you can do chemotherapy according to your DNA repair. DNA repair is too much during the day, so the day is not good for the chemotherapy. But this is only, again, on only basic science level, so it should be arranged later according to this knowledge. And Nobel Prize 2016 for Yoshinori Ohmitsumi for his discoveries of mechanism for autophagy, and this is what he's talking about it today. It's fasting mechanisms in the how cells work during the fasting. The other is in 2017, the team had the Nobel Prize for their discoveries of molecular mechanisms controlling the circadian rhythm. So for circadian, I mentioned circadian rhythm. And in 2018, the Nobel Prize team had it for their discovery of cancer therapy by inhibition of negative immune regulation. And this is also the way to open for new immune therapies in cancer. And in 2019, the team was awarded by Nobel Prize for their discoveries of how cells sense and adapt to oxygen availability. So as you see, all are on basic medical level, basic science. We have enough data at least to start from somewhere. And the other issue I would like, because I'm biologist, I would like to say that we are very part of the nature. We are human beings, but at the same time, we are Homo sapiens. So we are designed according to nature, and we have to obey the rules of the nature. And here is Homo sapiens, so we have some traits that are with all these animals, but the variation is between species. So as human being or Homo sapiens, our genetics is very unique. So everybody has their DNA is, everybody's DNA is very unique, and all the topics I mentioned are very personal. So and they all topics should be personalized.
Dr. Ergel, one more minute.
What?
One more minute. No, one more minute left.
Okay, yeah, I'm finishing. So there is a lot of data, and it is the era of translational science, so we have to make a collaboration with very different disciplines, not only biomedical sciences. We should make we should make teams with also the other, with sociology, with psychology, and other disciplines that are not in medicine. So this was my data mining actually, and I use very much sources. All scientific textbooks, all scientific databases related to biological and medical research, and social science databases, traditional medicine books from different cultures, articles, videos, social media, books and articles about nutrition and fasting, articles, videos, social media, all kinds of literature, novels, philosophical books, and historical and so on. And as you see, I even use battle strategy to create this formula. So it's very interdisciplinary to work on human being. So, and I would like to thank, first of all, to my nuclear family, my extended family, all my close friends, and all the people with whom our paths crossed in my life for all their support and help. All my teachers and mentors and colleagues who paved and enlightened my path in my professional life. The dedicated scientists who I do not know personally, who contributed to this speech with their scientific studies. The technical team of Kocaeli University who helped me place the visuals at my slideshow for their gracious contribution. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ergul. So we are running a little bit behind now with lunch. So if you have any questions for Dr. Ergul, I think we can ask her during lunch. You can right?
Yeah,
they can
yes.
ask you during lunch. Perfect.
It's better for me.
So I'll ask Furkan and stuff in terms of us being behind. What time would you like us back to kind of get a little bit more on schedule? Like 13.
I think we should aim for 1:10.
1:10?
Yeah, 30 minutes break.
Okay.
1:30.
1:30. Okay. Okay, 1:30 be back, please. Thank you.
afternoon. We will reconvene now. Good afternoon. We will reconvene at this point. It is my distinct honor to welcome to the stage our host, Dr. Kanturk. He is rector of this great university and a professor of medicine in the Department of General Surgery. His research is focused on interactions of hormone signaling on surgical outcomes with an emphasis on oncology and endocrinology. So welcome, Dr. Kanturk.
Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, good afternoon. This study is an ongoing study. This is the preliminary results of our study. I will give you some details about the microbiota and then our results, gut microbiota and the breast tissue. As you know, breast cancer is most common cancer worldwide, and 1 into 8 to 10 women will develop breast cancer in her lifetime. Incidence of breast cancer is increasing year by year, but development of diagnostic method and the therapeutic method, that rate even increase, but mainly decrease whenever compared in relatively. The most common cancer is breast cancer for ladies in Turkey. Almost 25,000 new cases detected in 2020. Breast cancer death rate very depending of development levels of the countries, including quality of health services, regularity of health screenings, and the time for early diagnosis and treatment opportunities. Breast cancer related deaths are still high, I told you, but we have many options to treat breast cancer cases. If we detect the breast cancer earlier stage, it is easy to treat, having the cure, as you know. Early diagnosis is so very important for prognosis of breast cancer. This morning I explained that the Hippocrates is the son of this land. Before Christ, he told all disease begins in the gut. It is very interesting, almost more than 3,000 years ago. A microbiota is the collection of microorganisms in a specified location or sample, and it inhabits all barrier surfaces of our organism, including respiratory, urogenitals, digestive, or skin. There are many functional issues related to microbiota. Microbiota is accepted as an organ, including these microbiota's functions include some food digestion, dietary calorific bioavailability, detoxification, energy metabolism, nutrient absorption, metabolism of bile and hormones, xenobiotic and drug metabolism, and bioavailability. I told you at the same time microorganism can be accepted as an organ because it takes too much place in our body, and I told you there are many functions related to microbiota. Gut microbiota are critical for maintaining the host health as they regulate a multitude of systemic functions as well as the human system, and thus confer a protective role against the pathogens and carcinogens. In the figure, red arrows depict the regulatory impact of the different factors on the host microbiota. Green arrows denote the effect of the gut microbiota on various functions within the host that help to maintain health of the subject.
Microorganisms that symbiotically live with humans are increasingly recognized as important game players. The largest collection of these microorganisms is found in the gastrointestinal tract. Microbiome is collective genome of microorganisms. A symbiotic relationship between the host and the microbiota is called the normobiosis. The gut microbiota differs due to a variety of intrinsic and extrinsic factors, including age, race, diet habits, something more, as you see in the slide. Any disruption in the normal microbiome content that is presented as dysbiosis can be rescued in ways that are not harmful to the host and promote the different diseases. There are balance in the body. There are many quantitative changes, many qualitative and metagenomic changes related to the microbiota, and it is related with the cancerogenic development. Human breast contains a diverse and unique set of bacterial components that are different from other body sites depending on the age of person, sample location, pregnancy story, race, something like that. And origin of the breast tissue microbiome is abundantly, additionally formed from the gastrointestinal tract via nipple areolar openings, nipple-mouth junction through breastfeeding, and or sexual contact. Recent studies suggest that microbiota of women with breast cancer is different from the healthy woman, and that cancer may grow with different responses to development of some diseases and treatments. There are suggestions that microbiota of breast cancer patients is different than that of healthy persons, and the cancer developments also show differences. Several bacterial genes which are capable of producing estrogen metabolizing enzymes. Accordingly, the gut microbiota has the ability to modulate estrogen serum levels. The collection of enteric bacterial genes that metabolize estrogen is called the estrobilome. Disturbance in the microbiota to estrobilome ratio may increase the risk of breast cancer. The intestinal microbiota is also affected by development of the adiposity and obesity. As you know, overweight and obese women have more risk of breast cancer than healthy weight women. There are many risk factors for development of breast cancer. As we know, some is controlled by ourselves, some is not uncontrolled. In recent years, studies have showed that the microbiota may be one of these factors. However, the relationship has not been clearly established. The degradation of P53 is one of the important effects. The first pathogenic bacterium involved in the development of cancer is Helicobacter pylori, as you know, which is classified as a class 1 carcinogen by World Health Organization. This bacterium produces the virulence factor, CAGA, which induces the degradation of the P53 suppressor gene and in gastric epithelial cells and promote the increase of gastric cancer. Although DNA damage alone is not sufficient to cause the cancer, the most harmful type of DNA damage caused by the genotoxins, reactive oxygen species, and ionizing radiation are double-strand breaks. Pathogenic bacteria may indirectly promote carcinogenesis through the generation of oxidative stress. Toxin produces some bacteria, including Bacteroides fragilis, Helicobacter pylori, can activate the human spermine oxidase enzyme, which produces the hydrogen peroxide and other reactive oxygen species then cause the DNA damage. Estrobilome and androbilome relationship between the microbiota and hormone-dependent cancers such as breast and prostate cancer is studying. The estrobilome is collection of microbial genes responsible for the mechanism involved in estrogen metabolism and therefore circulating levels. Disruption in the microbiota to estrogen ratio may lead to elevated levels of circulating estrogen and their metabolites, increasing the risk of breast cancer. Aim of this study to reveal the connection between the breast cancer and microbiota in Turkish breast cancer patient. By revealing the relationship between the existing breast cancer and gut microbiota, examining the effect of this relationship for development of breast cancer and other factors affecting this relationship. As a result of this study, if these relations are clearly proved, there will be new studies to show how to prevent breast cancer or to develop early diagnosis and treatment processes. The study approved by ethical committee of our university planned prospective and randomized study for patients operated in our Department of General Surgery for breast cancer. These are inclusion criteria, the age 18 to 65, newly diagnosed early stage breast cancer, and the patients had not received any antibiotic or systemic steroid treatment for last 3 months, and no other known history of malignancy and pregnancy and breastfeeding history, and a number of the cases decided with G-Power program, and 22 patients were recruited for study. After all patients diagnosed breast cancer, they are hospitalized and operated. They were given detailed information about disease and the study, and informed consent were obtained. Height and weight measurements detected, and the 20 cc venous blood was taken from all patients to study serum markers, separated into serum and plasma and Buffy-code, and processed. Stool samples were collected from all patients who informed how to give the sterile stool sample. The breast tumor tissue were preoperatively separated as pathology specimen for frozen examination, and in a sterile environment, the necessary conditions were taken into consideration, and 1 cubic centimeters breast tumor and normal tissue taken and stored 80 degrees centigrade before analysis. Pure link microbiome DNA purification kit was used. The tumor size detected and tumor characteristic collected. These are demographic data of our cases. There is no statistically significant relationship was detected, and bacterial genus, family, and species were analyzed separately from normal breast tissue and tumor tissue and the stool. 22 patients were coded normal, tumor, and the stool samples, and named NTM. 267 genus, 164 families, and 476 species were isolated from these samples of the patients, and their numbers have been determined. Diversity of families isolated from patients' stools, and genus diversity of the patient's stool also coded. Of these isolated bacteria, especially 22 genus, 22 families, and 26 species were found to be present in statistically significantly different numbers in tumor breast tissue and normal breast tissue. This is the comparison. There is a significant difference when compared the stools, but whenever we compare the normal and tumor tissue, we detected, especially in breast tumor tissue, Ruminococcus, Eubacterium, Actinobacter, Stenorhomonas, and Bacillus genera were found in the significantly increased. In the literature, followings are detected addition to these: Lactobacillus, Staphylococcus, Bacteroides, Protobacteria, and Propionibacterium genera. These are, as you see, especially Ruminococcus and Actinobacter, different than normal tissue at the tumor tissue. As you see, genus, the red one is positive bacterium for tumor tissue, and the greens are the normal tissue. On the other hand, whenever we analyze the bacteria families, it was determined that especially Bacteroides massiliensis, Bacteroides uniformis, Staphylococcus hominis, Stenotrophomonas, Rhizophilia, and Staphylococcus varnei families were almost completely absent in normal tissue, but they are abundant in tumoral tissue, but were statistically significant. And other bacterium families were found to be statistically significant, more abundant in normal breast tissue, as you see in these table. Family and family names, red and the green one, yellow ones seems very different. And whenever we are compare the species, there is also, whenever we compare the species in 3 samples, there were statistical significant differences, but most often detected species is Burkholderesia, Clostridium, and Bacteroides species. These are statistically significantly increased in tumor breast tissue. In normal breast tissue, you can see the other bacteria species were detected. This is also show which bacterium as a species seems important. Most of them seen much more in normal tissue. This table shows the tumor tissue and normal tissue levels. Sorry. The 22 samples taken in our study show significant differences in the number of some of the features detected, especially between tumor and normal breast tissue. However, comparison of the stool samples between the healthy patients and control groups could not be made clearly. No significant differences were detected between the patients' demographic data. The relatively limited number of our patients may have been effective in these. This study we conducted to reveal the relationship between the breast cancer and microbiota provides important information in diagnosis, follow-up, treatment, and prognosis of breast cancer. It is clear that better understanding of microbiota will provide us with more important information about what can be done to prevent breast cancer before it occurs. Even though our study was conducted on a limited number of patients, significant differences were detected. This has shown that the similar studies to be conducted in larger patient groups will provide us with much more detailed information on this subject. We will, in the future, the study I told you, ongoing study, in near future, we will report the data with different molecular type breast cancers, microbiota, gut microbiota, and tumoral microbiota differences. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, and congratulations, because to develop such a robust data set in a human condition that's obviously very relevant takes a lot of work, a lot of time and effort, very cutting-edge techniques as well as thoughts. We have time for one question, but I'm going to sneak in one, in that certainly chemotherapeutic agents probably dramatically affect your microbiome. And looking at this going forward, you might have an opportunity to see which chemotherapeutic adjuncts to the surgery, also how they interplay with the microbiome. Any comment?
If you look to literature, you can find this kind of studies that the chemotherapy changes the barrier of gastrointestinal mucosa, you know.
Yeah.
So it causes differences in microbiota, and it also affects the result of the chemotherapy selection. We can do similar studies in the future. Maybe we can collect the samples and we can study it.
Yes, you know, as we learned this morning, that what you eat actually impacts your response to chemo, your microbiome, etc. So, any quick question from the audience? Yes.
Yes, you are oncologist.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation and for this study. So I was curious to know if there is some evidence that some of the bacteria that you found to be enriched in breast cancer tissues when compared to normal tissues also affect tumor response to treatment, because, for instance, in patients undergoing preoperative chemotherapy or chemoimmunotherapy, there could be the chance to use concomitant antibiotic treatments to eradicate Ruminococcus, Acinetobacter, Stenotrophomonas, and so on. I was curious to know if there is also some therapeutic potential for targeting those bacteria in combination with anti-cancer treatments. Thank you.
I think so. We don't need to use the antibiotics for these microbes, but I believe that I told you there is a relation between the selection of oncologic treatment and the success of oncologic treatment. So we will look forward to show the effects of it in our coming studies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, I introduce to the podium one of my partners at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Dr. Eric Hsu, who's an active clinical surgeon. He's also an educator as the Associate Program Director of our Minimally Invasive GI and Bariatric Surgery Fellowship. Dr. Hsu has been educated completely within the Harvard system and only did a short stint studying immunology over at Oxford University. And he's going to talk to us about diet and microbial interactions in metabolic bariatric surgery.
Thank you so much, Keith, for the nice introduction, and thank you, Professor Santork, for the warm welcome here and the invitation to speak. These are my disclosures, which aren't relevant. This one I'm going to talk about today, I think bariatric surgery is a little different from the rest of this conference. I'll give a quick overview of that just to set the stage. I'll talk a little bit about the diet and microbiome and how they interplay, particularly with the metabolic effects of surgery, and highlight some of the work my lab has done and some of the ongoing work, if we have time. But I will try to keep on schedule here. So bariatric surgery, these are the two main types. These are all surgeries that either rearrange the intestine in the stomach with the gastric bypass here on the left, or with the sleeve gastrectomy, which is the most common surgery done now internationally. You simply remove this portion of the stomach. So very simple to conceive operations, really designed by surgeons originally thinking, we will make the stomach smaller, or we will divert food so it skips part of the stomach, and therefore you will lose weight because you eat less and absorb less nutrients, perhaps. These work very well. This is from a randomized control study in Scandinavia of sleeve versus gastric bypass, looking at change of body mass index over the course of 5 years. And on average, after a sleeve gastrectomy, you lose about 25% of your starting weight, or 10 to 12 BMI points. Bypass, you lose a bit more. And over the long term, this is maintained in the average patient, though you can see there's a lot of variability over time. Really importantly, this is not only a good treatment for obesity and for weight loss, but this is the best treatment there is for type 2 diabetes. And this was shown most well in the landmark Stampede trial from the Cleveland Clinic. This is a randomized controlled trial of intensive medical therapy or sleeve gastrectomy or gastric bypass for those with type 2 diabetes. These included a range of BMIs, so including non-overweight patients. And you can see on the left, in both surgical groups, the hemoglobin A1C dropped dramatically. And even more importantly, on the right, this shows the number of medicines you're on to control your blood sugars. Those drop as well. And so the bariatric surgery can actually make your diabetes go away temporarily or even for good. So how does this work? So as I sort of alluded to, this was sort of designed with the idea that weight is simply calories in, calories out. You should just diet and exercise, and that's how you lose weight and maintain it. And so your gut really is just the cylinder. Food goes through it, it absorbs nutrients, and what doesn't get absorbed goes out, right? So if you make the surface of the area of the gut smaller, you can eat less, so maybe you're restricted because of just the physical size. And you eat less, you have less calories, and because there's less surface area going by, maybe you absorb less calories and more of it just gets dumped out in waste. So this concept of restriction and malabsorption. And these dietary changes in the weight loss are behind the effects of bariatric surgery. This is actually largely not true, and I'm going to try to show you some data that this idea of restriction and malabsorption is sort of outdated, and the surgery works through actually much more complicated mechanisms. Really one of the first indications that it isn't all about diet and weight loss was in this case study from Walter Pori's almost 30 years ago now. This is of a diabetic patient who came in and on the day of surgery had a blood sugar of almost 400, was on over 100 units of insulin. And then you can see sort of the trace of their insulin and glucose requirements over a couple days. And almost immediately after surgery, this patient went home with normal blood sugars and off of all diabetic medications. And so it showed that the bypass, before you even lose weight, within a day or two makes diabetes go away. And this is not just one patient. This is a study we did at the Brigham of all diabetics who underwent either gastric bypass or the sleeve, showing the number and types of medications they were on before surgery at baseline, and then highlighted in the box on the day of discharge, which is on average 2 days after surgery in this cohort. And you can see within 2 days of surgery, 26% of people no longer need medicines for their diabetes after a bypass, and a third after a sleeve. So there's something about the surgery that's happening right away, and this has got to be biology, right? So my lab studies the sleeve primarily. We use a mouse model. This is high-fat DIO mice, really common model, study insulin resistance. You can do a sleeve on the mice just like you can do in people. In the sham surgery, we do a laparotomy and ligate the vessels, but don't divide the stomach. And these mice, just like humans, show improvements in glucose tolerance. And they also show elevation in a hormone called GLP-1 in their blood, glucagon-like peptide 1. Probably most people know it now as semaglutide or Ozempic, the medicines that are being used to treat diabetes and for weight loss, really a hallmark of all the bariatric operations. And relevant to diet, in the mice, you can control what people are eating, right? Some people, after they have the surgery, they eat less, eat healthier for a variety of reasons. In the mice, we actually feed them a high-fat diet before and after surgery, and the diet is exactly the same, yet they still have these glucose changes. This was work published a while ago by Dave Harris when he was a fellow in my lab, and when he developed a model where we did the surgery in lean, normal mice, and when you do on those mice, they actually don't lose weight. They have no changes in body composition by MRI spectroscopy, yet despite that, they show these same really impressive changes in glucose tolerance, sort of reiterating the effect that the surgery is doing something separate from weight loss and separate from diet changes. And when you put these in metabolic cages, other folks have shown this earlier, you can show a change in respiratory exchange ratio in these mice with an increase in the RER, so a tendency to burn carbohydrates right away after surgery. And there's an increase in glucose uptake, particularly in the fat depots in these mice. And again, this is independent of weight. So there's biology going on with just taking out that piece of stomach that leads to changes in metabolism globally in the mice. Dave is now on his own, has his own lab in the University of Wisconsin. He was kind enough to share some of this data, and he's been doing some more work, more analogous to what we've been talking about in this workshop, and I thought it might be interesting to share it. So he's doing the same sleeve model, this is in Western diet-fed mice, and then he randomized them to continue the Western diet or diets with different amounts of protein in them, and then did metabolic testing on them. And interestingly, in the protein-restricted group, they actually lost more weight. This is counter to what we do clinically. Clinically, we tell people to eat only protein. So he did the opposite and actually worked better. And they actually have improvements in fasting glucose as well. And so this sort of comes to the idea, and everyone knows this now, that the gut is really much more than just sort of a pipe that transmits food and absorbs nutrients, right? It's got an immune system, it's got nerves, it's got endocrine system that secrete hormones like GLP-1. And actually what's in the lumen is not just food and waste, it's actually nutrients, there's bile acids or microbes, and it's very complex physiology and complex organs going on here. And I'm going to show you some data that the interactions happening in the gut can affect what happens, particularly in the liver. So switching gears a little bit to the microbiome. Changes in the microbiome have been long associated with obesity. And bariatric surgery also has particular changes linked to various operations with overlapping changes that are conserved among the different operations. But whether these changes in the microbiome, like in a lot of things, are really association or causation in terms of obesity or surgery is really not very clear. So I'm going to tell you a bit of a story about surgery, the microbiome, and bile acids in particular. So just to remind everyone, bile acids are molecules made by the host and by the liver. They're not actually just bile acids. There's actually a big community of molecules with all these different alphabetical soup names listed here. And importantly, the bile acids are conjugated and chemically modified by bacteria within your gut to form secondary bile acids in particular. So there's already crosstalk between the gut microbes and your bile acids, and we'll get back to that. So this is collaborative work with Sloan Devlin, who's a professor at the Harvard Medical School, who's an organic chemist. And together we looked at bile acids in the gut after a sleeve gastrectomy, either in mice and also in fecal samples from patients who had undergone sleeve gastrectomy. At the time we did this, no one had really characterized individual bile acids in the gut. They had really focused on the blood. And she did this through detailed chemical methods. We surprisingly found one peak that was elevated post-sleeve, and she was able to identify that as a molecule called cholic acid 7-sulfate. And this is really the only bile acid increased in the sleeve, both in mice and humans. And worked together, we were able to demonstrate that CA7S, this bile acid, is an agonist for TGR5, which is a bile acid receptor in the gut expressed on L cells that leads to secretion of the GLP-1 molecule and improves glucose tolerance. And so you can treat mice with this molecule orally, and it will induce GLP-1 and then drop your serum glucose. So one way that sleeve can drop your blood glucose. What does this relate to the microbiome? So we treated these animals with antibiotics, and if you treat these animals with shotgun antibiotics and deplete their microbiome, you also deplete CA7S levels. So CA7S requires the microbiome. And then work I won't touch on here, but sort of a summary figure here, we went on to show the pathway by which the body makes CA7S. It's generated in the liver by a sulfation enzyme called SOL2A, and it gets secreted into the gut. And importantly, this whole process gets triggered by another bile acid, a secondary bile acid that's made by the gut microbiome called lipocholic acid, or LCA, that I'm going to talk about. And so if you do a microbiome transfer, you can reinduce this whole pathway and generate CA7S in a germ-free mouse. So I will touch quickly on some unpublished data around LCA. So LCA is this other molecule that's produced by bacteria in the gut. We had observed in our studies that said that CA7S was the only molecule increased, while LCA is the only bile acid molecule decreased after sleeve in the colon and in humans as well. And so we were curious, LCA is known to be a carcinogen, and we wondered, is it possible that the lowered LCA levels are also improving glucose control, meaning that LCA is bad for you, and sleeve helps you by dropping those LCA levels. So Yunjia, who's a postdoc in my lab, fed normal mice LCA, and you can see that this worsens glucose tolerance and increases their adiposity and worsens their respiratory exchange ratio. As I mentioned before, LCA is known to be produced by specific bacteria in the gut that express a specific enzyme complex called the bioperon. And in mice, the expression of the bioperon is dramatically dropped after surgery. In humans, the expressions also drop, as are the bacteria that make LCA. And so then we were interested in trying to figure out what is it about the surgery that leads to this reduction in LCA. So Snehal, who's a postdoc in Sloan Devlin, my collaborator's lab, took small intestinal contents, with the thinking being that small intestine's upstream of the colon, which is where the bacteria that make LCA is made, and put these on cultures from the cecum. And we found that if you take small intestinal contents from a sleeve and put it on bacteria, you can inhibit LCA production and the BICD expression. And sleeve itself increases TDCA, highlighted here. Sorry, going back, so we profiled bile acids in the small intestine. These are all the different bile acids in the small intestine. We found one molecule has increased, TDCA. So we then hypothesized that TDCA was the molecule that was driving down the production of LCA. And we showed that in vitro. And then in vivo, if you give TDCA, you can drop LCA production, reduce BICD expression, and improve glucose tolerance. And this is dependent on the microbiome because TDCA loses its effects if you then treat the mice with antibiotics. So TDCA is a good bile acid that's increased by the sleeve to drop bad bile acid production by the microbes. And going back to patients, TDCA is only in the small intestine primarily. This is hard stuff to get, so we can't get pre and post surgery small intestine. But what we could get was small intestinal samples from patients undergoing gastric bypass that were either diabetic or non-diabetic. And then we measured TDCA levels in those small intestinal samples. And we found that TDCA levels inversely correlated with diabetes control. So the higher the TDCA, higher non-diabetic patients had higher TDCA levels, and diabetic patients had lower TDCA levels, sort of confirming our hypothesis that TDCA is this good molecule that's increased by the sleeve. So I know we're short of time. I'll sort of breeze through this effect these last couple of slides. So I've shown some data around microbiome changes in bariatric surgery, and it's been known for some time, this is work from Lee Kaplan's group in Boston as well, that if you transfer the microbiome from a gastric bypass mouse, you can transfer some weight loss. And we've replicated that in my lab as well with the sleeve, but it's not really clear if you really need the microbiome. Is it necessary for the effects of bariatric surgery? So the way we tried to address this was by performing sleeve gastrectomy in completely sterile conditions in germ-free mice. So doing a sleeve in an animal that doesn't have a microbiome. So if you think the microbiome changes are necessary for the improvements in bariatric surgery, you should lose it in the absence of a microbiome. And I'll zip through this. This is technically quite challenging. You have to put everything in these isolators that remain sterile. This took this fellow here, Andre Moscalou, who's a surgical resident, about 3 years to do after multiple tries. But he was able to do this. You take germ-free mice, raise them completely sterilely, put everything you need to do the surgery and survive them and test them for 2 months afterwards in the isolator. We test them to confirm sterility. We took stool samples before and after and throughout the surgery to confirm that the stool is completely sterile. This took a few tries, but we were able to do this eventually. And we also confirmed that by 16S sequencing. And bottom line is this is the weight data, so the weight changes in the conventional mice on the right and the germ-free mice on the left under different diet conditions. The bottom line is the microbiome maybe contributes a tiny amount to the weight loss of a sleeve, but not much. Even in germ-free conditions without a microbiome, you still lose weight. The microbiome's a little bit more necessary for the improvement in type 2 diabetes. So under normal diet conditions, it's completely dispensable. The glucose improvement's completely the same under normal diets. But in the presence of a high-fat diet, you do need a microbiome to get the complete effects of the surgery. So this goes back to my summary slide again. Hopefully, had to breeze that pretty quickly, but hopefully it convinced you that surgery isn't just about restriction malabsorption. It's actually changing molecules within the gut, particularly bile acids and microbes. And these communicate to the host itself to modulate secretion of hormones like GLP-1 that then affect diabetes and the weight. Thank you again for having me, and these are all the folks that did all the hard work here.
Thank you, Dr. Xu. In the interest of time, I think we should approach Dr. Xu at the break for any questions. It's my distinct pleasure now to introduce Dr. Chris Hine. He's an associate staff and associate professor in the Department of Cardiovascular and Metabolic Sciences at the Cleveland Clinic. After earning his PhD in Rochester, he actually was Jay Mitchell's postdoctoral fellow, and that's where I first met Chris, who was a superstar and helped out training some of the postdoctoral fellows that worked in my lab. I liked him so much, our department put together a multi-million-dollar package to keep Chris in Boston at the Brigham. But he went back towards his hometown area in the Midwest, and the Cleveland Clinic's been blessed to have him since. Chris is going to talk to us about inhibition of the mammalian transsulfication enzyme and microbial metabolites. Chris.
Thanks a lot, Keith. That was very, very kind of you. So I'll start this talk with a question. I'd like you to raise your hand. How many in this room would like to live a long life? I raised. All right, awesome. So largely due to improvements in public health initiatives, such as vaccines, antibiotics, and sanitary engineering, your chance of living a longer life is improving. So in the year 1990, only 6% of the world population was over the age of 65. If we can go by decade, by 2020, 10% of the world's population was over the age of 65. And predicted in the future, by the year 2050, over 16% of the world's population is over the age of 65. So we're on the right track. But living longer doesn't necessarily mean living healthier. Because with old age comes aging-related morbidities, such as brain and cognitive decline, cardiovascular disease, problems with immunity and increases in inflammation, and last but definitely not least, increases in cancer, oncological diseases. So how do we deal with these aging-related morbidities? So current medical strategies are, we have a drug for cancer, we have a drug for heart disease, we have a drug for diabetes. And if we keep following this pattern and we improve those individual drugs, we'll have this scenario right here, scenario number 2, in the sense that we might actually extend lifespan, but not necessarily extend health span. So this is actually not a great scenario. We're living longer, but not necessarily healthier. Another approach is an approach called geroscience, where these innovative geroscience approaches can be applied to when humans start aging, around the age of mid-30s, we start to age. And in doing so, we don't necessarily improve lifespan all that much, although you do a little bit, but the main goal is to improve health span, in the sense that the amount of time we live without disease or without these aging-related disorders. So the questions we ask in the geroscience field are, what are these experimental geroscience approaches? What are their mechanisms of action? And likewise, can they be leveraged for the prevention and treatment of these aging-related morbidities? So it's been talked about quite a bit today. So one of the most well-studied geroscience intervention is dietary restriction. Dietary restriction is an umbrella term encompassing caloric restriction, so daily reduction in overall calories, not really playing with the ratios of protein, carbohydrate, or fat, intermittent fasting or time-restricted feeding, and then likewise getting more mechanistic, such as protein or essential amino acid restriction, and has been also brought up today, sulfur amino acid restriction, such as methionine restriction, has been shown to be sufficient in itself to extend health span and also lifespan. Another geroscience approach, this is mainly more experimental, especially in mouse models and worm and fly models, are looking at endocrine manipulation. And in mouse models, we can think about hypopituitary dwarfism. This is where you have a reduction in growth hormone and thyroid hormone signaling, also growth hormone receptor knockout mice, the world record holder for mice over 5 years of age, created by John Kopchick. And then in the end, most of these models have a decrease in IGF-1 signaling. So it's kind of an anti-cancer environment. And definitely last but not least, but probably the easiest to utilize for humans are pharmacological interventions for extension of lifespan. And so some of the drugs here, rapamycin, metformin, and acaribose, with rapamycin being, hitting the target of rapamycin, mTOR, and metformin, acaribose, usually being used for anti-diabetic treatments. It should be noted here, we'll get to this later in the talk, that a lot of these drugs are actually bacterial metabolites. And so the interaction between, bacteria and what they produce in our own health is inherent for both our lifespan and our health span. And so again, we ask the questions, Are there common molecular pathways impacted by all three of these types of geroscience approaches? And can we focus on that pathway and leverage it for aging-associated morbidities? And so from the work of Jay Mitchell's laboratory, Vadim Gladishev's lab has also studied this as well. The central pathway for a lot of these geroscience approaches is on the transsulfuration pathway. And a particular enzyme in the transsulfuration pathway, cystathionine gamma lyase, abbreviated here as CGL. So the transsulfuration pathway, you take the essential amino acid methionine, so there's that sulfur on the methionine. Through multi-step reaction, it gets converted to homocysteine. Homocysteine is acted upon by an enzyme called cystathionine synthase, which is the PLP-dependent enzyme. PLP is the bioactive form of vitamin B6 to form cystathionine. Cystathionine then gets acted upon by CGL, again a PLP-dependent enzyme, to form non-essential amino acid cysteine, and you have there the sulfur on there. However, it should be noted that CGL is actually quite promiscuous in terms of the reactions it brings in and the products it makes. In the sense, you can see here that cystathionine, or CGL, can actually catabolize cysteine and homocysteine to produce a number of products. And one of the byproducts of these reactions is hydrogen sulfide gas. Hydrogen sulfide gas, at least in biology, acts in three main ways. One, it acts as an antioxidant. So protecting against oxidative stress, of course, would be a direct way to kind of slow the aging process or slow the damages of aging. Next, it can modify proteins through a process called persulfidation. And persulfidation, or also called sulfhydration, is a post-transition modification that occurs on cysteine residues where you can form these long polysulfide tails. And it's thought that this long polysulfide tails can protect a protein from irreversible oxidative stress in that cysteine, or like other post-translational modifications, it can modify the protein structure and ultimately its function. And last but not least, hydrogen sulfide can modify mitochondrial bioenergetics. So if levels are low enough and not toxic, it feeds electrons into electron transport chain to make ATP through a complex called sulfite-quinone oxyreductase, abbreviated here as SQR-LDL. However, if levels are too high, it can actually inhibit mitochondrial respiration by inhibiting complex 4, much like cyanide. So I don't want anyone going home and sniffing hydrogen sulfide, okay? It's better if your own body produces it. It could be deadly if you get too much. So to be safe, just don't take it from the external sources. So unfortunately, conversely, in terms of these geroscience approaches enhancing CGL and H2S production capacity, as we age, we published this here about a year and a half ago at the chair of my department, Stan Hazen, measuring sulfide levels in human patients. We measured 3,102 human patients. There's a significant decline in both men and women in the circulating sulfide levels. So it might be important for us, in terms of living longer and healthier, to counter this age-related decline and boost our own production of this gas. And so historically, individuals would seek out these sulfide pools and swim in these sulfide pools. It really wasn't effective. It wasn't a fountain of youth. So in my own laboratory, especially with Jay's laboratory, we found, what are some effective interventions? So dietary restriction through activating GCN2 and ATF4 can stimulate the transcription of CGL. Likewise, thyroid hormone, when bound to the thyroid hormone receptor, are repressors of CGL. So undergoing a hypothyroid or subclinical hypothyroid state can boost CGL expression. This increase in CGL leads to an increase in H2S production. And what we found and published also in preliminary data, I'm not really going to go into it too much, is that this is necessary and sufficient to promote extended and low tumor burden longevity in mice. And likewise, we've also published 2 papers in the last couple of years that this endogenous production of H2S, by stimulating it, actually acts as a suppressor against really devastating brain cancer, glioblastoma, in mice and in human cell culture models. However, I'm going to go on a new angle here that I really haven't talked about, and really only touched about it briefly in my laboratory, but I think it's quite interesting. Are there diet and microbiome-related enzyme level regulation of CGL that can be leveraged? Such as there diet-related enzyme level regulation of hydrogen sulfide production, or is there diet enzyme level regulation of H2S oxidation and removal? And so first we'll start on the first one in terms of, can CGL be regulated on the enzymatic level through gut-related metabolites? And so here we have the crystal structure of CGL. Here's a tetrameric form that's not bound to vitamin B6. You can see it's kind of a little open conformation. And when it's bound to vitamin B6, it has a conformational change. So there is flexibility to this enzyme that we think that could be leveraged for its regulation. Known inhibitors of CGL, So one of them is a chemical called propargoglycine, abbreviated here as PAG. This is a specific suicide inhibitor CGL via covalent binding to the vitamin B6 site in the enzyme. Likewise, there's a chemical called AOAA, which is a universal inhibitor of all B6 utilizing enzymes. So there's probably at least thousands of them. So that'll also include CGL. We'll focus a little bit more on the PAG because it is specific to CGL. And so when we were studying the glioblastoma, we were looking at a variety of glioblastoma cells in culture. So this KR158, GL261, and CT2A, these are glioma cell lines. We grew the cells either without PAG or with PAG. And we then overlaid the plates with a piece of paper that has lead acetate baked into it. And so if hydrogen sulfide interacts with lead acetate, it forms lead sulfide, which are these nice kind of brown or black precipitates. So the darker the circles means more hydrogen sulfide is produced. So you can see that PAG was quite effective at diminishing the production of that gas. So how did it affect the cell growth? And what we saw was by inhibiting endogenous production of that gas, it made those glioma cells grow much more quickly in culture. In all three of those cell lines, they grew quicker. So we published this a couple of years ago. However, the question is, where does PAG come from? I think it's often neglected in the field. And it was actually first identified in the 1940s as a metabolite coming from a Streptomyces soil bacterium. In the sense, these Streptomyces produces propargoglycine, and they would inhibit the growth of other bacteria and fungi in the surrounding area by inhibiting their sulfur-containing amino acid metabolism. So it's almost like an antibiotic these Streptomyces were producing. So we asked, are there novel regulation of CGL via the diet and microbiome-related metabolites similar in size and structure as PAG? And could the impact of these gut-related metabolites on CGL provide their causal impact on health and disease and cardiovascular disease and cancer? And so to start, we took 2-month-old female C57 black 6 mice. We put them under 2 weeks of a very strong antibiotic cocktail, neomycin, ampicillin, metronidazole, and vancomycin, to kind of really wipe out their microbiome in their entire body. After that 2 weeks, we then harvested the tissues and performed hydrogen sulfide production assays and protein persulfidation assays. And you can see here in the kidney and the liver, the animals under the antibiotic treatment had increased production of that hydrogen sulfide gas. So kind of wiping out that microbiome boosts the endogenous production capacity of that gas in those tissues. Likewise, looking at the signaling, the persulfidation signaling, we did through a biothiol assay coupled with mass spectrometry, we see a really nice enrichment for protein persulfidation in the kidney if the mice were on antibiotics. Likewise, also enrichment for persulfidation in proteins in the liver if the mice were under antibiotics. So what could potentially be the microbial metabolites produced by the gut that could be inhibiting H2S production? And so again, I come from the department of Stan Hazen, who's previously published before that diets high in protein, especially diets high in red meat and dairy, cheese, and eggs. There's a lot of choline and carnitine in these diets. That when we eat these, they travel into our system in terms of the choline. The choline then, or the carnitine, gets broken down by the gut flora, so the microbiota in our guts, to form trimethylamine, abbreviated here as TMA. Trimethylamine is quite volatile, circulates throughout the body, and then the liver gets converted by hepatic FMOs to trimethylamine and oxide, FMO, or TMAO. And then TMAO has been shown to be at least correlative in humans and causes in mice to cause for atherosclerosis and hypertension, while on the opposite, hydrogen sulfide is a vasodilatory mechanism. So we really looked at, can these metabolites based off of this pathway be impacting CGL activity? And so we took liver homogenates from wild-type mice, mixed it with PBS, 1 millimolar PLP, so the vitamin B6, and plus or minus 1 millimolar of the metabolite, either the TMA, TMAO, and betaine. And what we saw was a moderate but significant reduction in liver H2S production capacity if they were incubated with these gut-related metabolites. Importantly, if we incubated 1 millimolar of the precursors, the choline and carnitine, there was no repression, indicating it's much more specific to the actual microbial metabolites as opposed to the precursors that we bring in the diet. And just to see if, of course, 1 millimolar is quite high. Is it just kind of gunking up the system? We took livers from CGL knockout mice, again, incubated them with the metabolites, and we did not see repression, indicating that these metabolites at 1 millimolar aren't impacting CBS or 3-MST, other H2S-producing enzymes, or interacting with vitamin B6. And so then we looked at purified human CGL in vitro systems, and again, incubated with much lower concentrations of TMA, TMO, and betaine. And again, what we see in some of these cases, even at 5 micromolar, we can get a significant reduction in enzymatic production capacity from TMA and TMA and betaine. And again, using more biophysical techniques to look at, are they actually interacting with CGL itself or vitamin B6? So in terms of looking at UV vis spec with PLP, you get a peak here around 390. If you incubate PLP with AOAA, the universal inhibitor of anything that uses B6, we get a shift in the spectrum to around 330. And if with PAG, which interacts with the enzyme itself and not the B6, we don't have a shift. And so we saw when we incubated TMA, TMO, and betaine with vitamin B6, we do not get a shift. Again, suggesting that these molecules are interacting with the protein itself, not the cofactor. And so then we followed it up with more biophysical techniques such as thermophoresis, where we incubated CGL with known suicide inhibitor PAG, and we get a shift of 15 units. Again, if we incubate CGL with TMA, we get a shift of 9.2, and we incubate CGL with TMAO, we get a shift of 4.2. So they're on the very similar range as we get with that known suicide inhibitor, indicating a direct kind of chemical protein interaction. We then also used plasma resonance tests to get very similar results, showing that these are interacting with CGL. And importantly, if we pre-incubated CGL with PAG, this dampened the interaction with the TMA and TMAO with the CGL, indicating they're potentially binding in that same pocket as the PAG, which is a known pocket. So in summary, we were talking about the production angle. What about the oxidation and removal? So how mitochondria interact with bacteria. Mitochondria were once bacteria, so they're cousins, basically. So they will signal to each other. And so in terms of the oxidation and removal of H2S that occurs in the mitochondria, mainly through a complex called sulfide-quinone oxyreductase SQRDL, which produces this glutathione persulfide, is then acted upon by ETHE1 to form sulfates, sulfites, and thiosulfates. And what we can see in the realm of glioblastoma is that there's an increase in SQRDL expression in the glioma compared to the non-cancerous tissue. Same for ETHE1 and the other two enzymes that are involved in the detoxification and removal of H2S from the cell. So under glioblastoma, we see there's usually a decreased production capacity of H2S gas, but now we're also seeing an increased capacity to remove it. So glioma do not want H2S around. Also looking at the graded glioma, looking at SQRDL expression, ETHE1 expression, we see as we get much more to the lethal forms of glioblastoma, expression of these H2S removing enzymes is increased. Survival, those with higher levels of SQR and higher levels of ETHE1 are shown here in the red. These are glioblastoma patients, have a lower chance of survival than patients with lesser expression of those sulfide removing enzymes in the tumor. So are there inhibitors of SQRDL, and can they be used for GBM therapy? And is there a link to bacterial metabolites that regulate mammalian SQRDL? And so luckily, there is. There's only been one paper published on them. They are synthetic, but they are proposed to inhibit SQRDL. And so here we have a variety of cell lines with over, these ones here being glioma cells. We did Western blot of SQRDL, ETHE1, of course, the loading control. And what we went for is the glioma line that had the highest expression of this SQR and ETHE1. That's the KR158. And so if we incubated the KR158 with a vehicle control, PAG, so we have a reduction in H2S production. And if we put in those supposed SQR inhibitors, we don't really get a response all that well on these mouse glioma cell lines from the SC904, but the other one, this HTSO7545, you get a really nice boost in H2S production, indicating you're getting an inhibition of SQR. And so looking at the cell growth, it mimics this. In the sense that the inhibitor that did nothing, those cells grow just fine. But if we look at the growth at various doses of the HTSO745, we see we can reduce glioma growth in culture. Now what about human glioma cells? What's really interesting is you remember that this FC94024 did nothing in the mouse? Extremely lethal in the human glioma lines. You see here that any dose to be used wipes them out. While the drug that was effective in the mouse cells is still effective in the human ones, this HT705. You can see the growth patterns here, especially for this FC9204, extremely lethal in the human glioma cell line. So again, moving forward, we're going to need some help from the microbiome community, really identifying bacterial metabolites that inhibit SQRDL similar to our synthetic models right here. And so in conclusion, so this again, it's a work in progress. We're proposing that dietary restriction in of itself can elevate CGL expression on a transcriptional level, but also dietary restriction will lower our circulating levels of TMA, betaine, and TMAO, which then serve, as inhibitors. So if we can remove these, we remove that suppression. And by boosting up H2S and boosting up persulfidation, we're seeing maximized lifespan in mouse models, maximized health span in mouse models, and also tumor suppression in glioblastoma. And so, again, if we can do some microbiome transplants of H2S producing bacteria, that might be beneficial. Likewise, if you can identify bacteria that will produce these metabolites that can inhibit SQR, then that will relieve that suppression and increase H2S. So again, and also in honor of Jay and also in honor of Keith, my interaction with them, how do you bring this to the clinic? And so in terms of treating people with glioblastoma, it's extremely devastating. I have friends, I've had family. You get diagnosed, and within about 12 to 16 months, it's fatal. Usually people, you don't survive glioblastoma. So you have the option of dietary restriction. But usually in the clinic, especially patients with glioblastoma, physicians aren't going to prescribe a dietary restriction. So if we move to another model of modulating endocrine activity, especially looking at hypopituitary dwarfism. And so right now we have a clinical trial that started last April. It's in collaboration with David Pierboom, who is a glioblastoma expert, MD at the Cleveland Clinic. And so for recurrent glioblastoma, we have patients undergoing methimazole treatment to lower thyroid hormone levels. So then that will remove that suppression of H2S. The H2S acts as the tumor suppressor against the glioblastoma in combination with standard of care temozolomide. And so again, very briefly, this is our update we have right here. So it's working. In the sense that the glioblastoma patients undergoing the methimazole, we see here, so this basically, here's your sex match, age match controls. And as they progress in the treatment, we see between a 1.5 and a 3-fold increase in the circulating salt H2S production capacity. And this is all reaching statistical significance. So hopefully this also, improves the survival of the patients and also their quality of life. But at the very least, from these very preliminary data, by taking the methimazole, it is enhancing the production of the gas. And so with that, I'd like to acknowledge current members of my laboratory that worked on this project, past members that worked on the project, collaborators on the brain tumor side of things, all the funding, and last but not least, acknowledgments to James Mitchell, the Mitchell and Ozaki labs again for, really instilling in me, a passion for science and really looking how do you make the connection between bench to bedside and how do you go from bedside back to bench. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I'd like to sort of take the honor and privilege of the floor for a few minutes and get our organizing committee and the local organizing committee to come to the stage. Zafer, Furkan, and Turgay, and Atta. Can you just come up? So we hosted this meeting in Boston a couple of years ago, and Lorraine is here with me, and they can attest to the amount of work it takes to do an event like this, and it's been fantastic. Atta, I don't see right now. He may be in the operating room taking some pictures. Yeah. But anyway, I just have some gifts from the group in Boston. We passed on the torch to you. You guys handled it very capably. For you. And then we'll give this to Atta. Thank you. And then this is for you, Professor, and of course your lovely wife. Thank you. I know it was a team effort, but again, much gratitude from the whole team in Boston and beyond. Thank you.
We appreciate for coming here. Really enjoyed with being with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we'll have a 10-minute break. So we're getting into the next session in 10 minutes.
So I left the bios up on the stage.
Yes. Thank you very much. fifth session. This session is about cancer regulation and immunomodulation by diet. Here we have four distinguished speakers. One and last one is Gökhan Hotamışlıgil. He will connect us with virtually. First, I will introduce Sebastian Brandhorst from Southern California, United States. Dr. Brandhorst is a research associate professor of gerontology at the University of South California, Leonardo Davis School of Gerontology. Dr. Brandhorst earned his PhDs from the University of South California and University of Duisburg-Essen. Dr. Brandhorst's training is based on vast background in cell biology, molecular biology, medicine and biochemistry, all of which are highly relevant for my focus on biogerontology research to identify the mechanism underlying health and lifespan regulation and their translation into the clinical application. He has performed research related to aging, lifespan, and age-associated disorders, particularly cancer. Subsequently, he focused on the role and application of short-term starvation, low-calorie and low-protein diets, so-called fast-mimicking diets, on health and lifespan in preclinical and clinical settings. Please, Dr. Brandhorst.
Thank you so much. Good night. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for the invite. It's really just a pleasure and it's been a great workshop so far. I'm really excited to be here and share some of our results. And I think, I know this is a session focused on cancer, but I know Claudio is going to do a boatload of cancer, so I'm going to instead give you an overview over sort of the work that we have been doing in the lab at USC with regards to fasting and subsequent a fasting mimicking diet that we developed in the lab, and sort of cover a lot of the basis with regards to overall health and lifespan, but also for some of the treatment and prevention of some of these aging-associated morbidities. So with that, I want to point out I am technically a gerontologist. My interest is in understanding how organisms age, but also sort of really relay the message that aging really is the catalyst of chronic diseases. So understanding how the system fails and the aging phenotype, how that really relates to these typical aging-related diseases is of really interest to me. And with that, also the idea that if we learn how to optimize the speed and the quality of aging itself, this could really be a powerful intervention to increase health span. So the idea for me is not necessarily to live longer, Chris asked earlier, but I think the idea for me is more to really increase the quality of life, and that really relates to the idea that we want to minimize the time that we live, that we spend with like poor or just average health, right? And so this idea here on the slide is really that I want to highlight that decisions that we make early on in life can put us sort of on a trajectory that rapidly decreases our health, and with that we see an onset of sort of stress, fatigue, a number of sort of high cholesterol, and then really comorbidities that make us live with a number of diseases for an extended period of time. Whereas we have the option and really the choice that depending on what we do across our health or lifespan, we can actually be fairly active, fit, with great cognition and overall health really easily up into the 60s and 80s. So the idea really is here, can we identify approaches that maybe put us back from this poor health towards a more healthier, longer life. And while I acknowledge that there's a number of approaches you can investigate to get you to this reversal, our focus on the lab is really focused on diet and nutrition. And the idea, obviously, to use dietary approaches to improve health and lifespan is nothing new. Caloric restriction has been around for almost a century. You already heard that some of these studies being discussed. So caloric restriction on top. We had time restricted eating that was mentioned earlier, approaches that Michelle commented on, intermittent periodic fasting. And when I started working at USC, we used a lot of water-only fasting approaches where we essentially gave mice only access to water for about 72 to 96 hours. Mice would lose about 20% of their body weight during that time. And we had very promising results with regards to cancer treatment. But the problem with that was that these severe sort of fasting approaches were greatly limited by translating that to the clinic. You would have a hard time telling a cancer patient that they're going to fast 120 hours, right? Most oncologists would not really support that. So we got a grant from the National Cancer Institute to develop a diet that has fasting-like properties while providing some sort of nourishment. And here the idea really is to reduce the carbohydrates and reduce protein. Instead, we're bucking that up a little bit with fats, but we're still a calorie-restricted diet. So this is really what I wanted to focus on the rest of this talk. Why dietary approaches? So one example is here, and we heard about this earlier already. So these evolutionary preserved nutrient-sensing pathways are really a unique target to delay the onset of aging-related diseases and aging itself. So when you look across these species here, yeast, worms, flies, and mammals, and essentially color-coded, you can see that these pathways, these intracellular pathways that respond to nutrients are preserved. So, for example, you target of phagosomomycin, PI3 kinase, and so on. And the important thing is that you can shut these pathways off, and you can do this by restricting the abundance of nutrients. And what that does is turning cells off. So when nutrients are abundant, cells will continue to grow and happy. If you take their food away, they essentially stop growing, and they're now entering a cellular mode in which cellular resistance is increased. You can test it fairly easily by giving cells high doses of chemotherapy. Once you fast these cells by withholding their macronutrients, these cells actually can endure higher doses of chemotherapy without dying. So we had a grant that we submitted about a year ago, and one of the comments that came back from one of the reviewers was essentially, do you really think that your diet can just cure everything? And I thought that was weird because I believe diets can do a lot of things. And you can see this sort of summarized here, that at the center of all these essential functions really is the idea that what we eat and when we eat matters. We can really turn on and deactivate these pathways, and all of them ultimately are linked to some sort of cellular function, whether it's resilience, tissue repair, organismal function, and metabolic homeostasis. And we also know that once these systems fail, that leads to the onset of many of these diseases. So yes, diets are essentially so powerful because all of these pathways are targeted. And I think that makes them more interesting than a simple drug, where it's, you could say you want to, for example, use a drug to target AMPK. Right? So you would essentially act only here, whereas the diet really offers you a unique opportunity to look at a number of functions. So the fasting-mimicking diet that we developed, just to give you guys a brief overview, is plant-based. It's focused on natural ingredients. We developed it in the lab, and we have done a number of clinical studies on this now. We have shown that this diet is effective in trials looking at aging and multiple chronic diseases. It's a periodic reduced caloric intake. So the idea here is we, in mice, for example, we give this diet for 4 days, and then we allow the animals to completely, without any further intervention, regain all their body weight. They can eat whatever they want for the next 10 days, and that way we repeat these cycles. The same idea in humans is it's a 5-day intervention. So the first day is about 1,100 calories. The subsequent days are somewhere around 650 to 800 calories. It's a sort of a meal plan. The patients would get a pre-labeled box for each day. They're supposed to consume only what's in these boxes. That's usually including some sort of soup, nut bars, olives are in there, teas, and they're really not encouraged to consume anything else. So it's convenient, but it's restrictive. So people get a little tired of eating these. It's low protein and low medium complex carbohydrates and high in fat. The first time we published data on this is this cell metabolism paper here. And then this is essentially focusing on yeast in mice with a small human cohort. And then in this published in Science Translational Medicine, this larger study focused on a clinical trial. And I'll show you some of these results. So essentially what this fasted thinking diet does, it introduces a number of markers that we routinely look at with regards to particular focus on sort of like an anti-cancer response, that's including the reduction in fasting glucose. So when you compare these 72 hours of water-only fasting in mice compared to 4 days on the fasted thinking diet, you see similar effects with regards to fasting glucose, namely 40 to 45% reduction. With that, we see about 10-fold increase in ketone bodies, a reduction in the sort of like pro-growth stimulating hormone insulin like growth factor 1, and we see an increase in the IGF binding protein, which essentially inhibits the bioavailability of IGF. So the effects are comparable, and then all we did is we gave this to mice, starting in middle-aged female mice, when they were about 16 and a half months, and put them on this diet every other week, essentially. And so what we saw across the board was markers indicating a multi-system regeneration. You can see, for example, in the slide here that in these old mice, at this point they were 20 months old, liver weight, when you put them on the fasted thinking diet, shrinks. The liver dramatically reduces in size by about 35% or so. But when you refeed these mice, that's the gray bar next to it, sorry, right here, within a few days, the liver completely regains all its weight. And we looked at that in detail, and it's really an induction of sort of like stem cells within the liver that once you initiate refeeding, start to re-expand these tissues. You can see similar effects here with regards to the white blood cells. So you can see obviously age-dependent decrease in white blood cells. These are animals that were maintained on the FMD. But immediately after the refeeding, you see these levels of white blood cells in 20-month-old mice are comparable to what we would see in about 6-month-old animals. We see an overall reduction in tumors within these mice. The idea here is that they do not develop different tumors, they just have less of them. And we see, I guess, less spreading of these tumors, so less organs are affected. You can also see that this diet reduces adiposity. So in red here is a cross-section across the visceral adipose tissue. The control mice here on the left, you see substantial fat deposits compared to the fasted thinking diet fed animals, less with obesity. And then when you look at survival, there's an interesting point here where we have about an 11% increase in median lifespan, but towards the end, these older animals actually don't do as well. And it's a discussion Michelle and I just had. I think that is really indicating that we're still at a point where we don't really understand the age-dependent nutritional requirements that come into play. So this diet is pretty severe, and these animals, once they were really old, had a hard time regaining weight from this diet. So there was really no benefit in being here. Until then, they did pretty good. There was also indication of an increase in the immune and cognitive rejuvenation. So I'll show some of the examples of that. But with that being said, this is sort of overall health span evaluation. We did a number of studies that looked at can these dietary approaches prevent the onset of aging-related diseases, or can we use it as a treatment modality? The first one that I want to point out, which is the most sort of common approach for us, is using this diet as a system with regards to cancer management. And what you can see here is essentially these top two graphs is a mouse breast cancer model, 41, and the bottom here is a melanoma. The difference between the top and the middle panel is a different drug. So this is cyclophosphamide. This here is doxorubicin. So these are two drugs commonly used in clinic for breast cancer. And essentially what you see here in black is the regular progression of these tumor cells. They're implanted subcutaneous into the flank, so you can simply measure growth. You can see that once you give them this cyclophosphamide here, it does what it's supposed to be doing, namely reduce tumor progression. But similarly, just 3 cycles here with this fasting-mimicking diet was as effective in reducing tumor growth as chemotherapeutic agent, and most importantly, combining the fasting-mimicking diet with the drug significantly reduced tumor growth. And this works for the other models, and Claudia will comment a lot more on this in the next presentation, so I'll leave it at that. I'm going to show you an example here of a mouse model for type 1 diabetes. What we do here is we essentially induce hyperglycemia by giving them this drug, STZ. What you can see here at the bottom is a staining of the pancreas, and in red you will see the insulin-producing beta cells. With STZ, these insulin production is essentially eliminated, leading to a increase in blood glucose levels over time. And at this point here, all these animals actually have died from type 1 diabetes. What you can see is also in light gray here that just by putting these animals on the fasting-mimicking diet for 4 or 5 cycles, reestablishes sort of normal blood glucose levels, and that is because we induce sort of the reintroduction of beta cells within the pancreas, leading to insulin production, and therefore the animal survives. Another model that we use is a high-fat diet-induced obesity model for cardiovascular disease, and I'm just showing the lifespan here, but what you can see immediately is that giving mice a high-fat diet induces these little butterball mice. They're really big. They're probably somewhere in the 60 to 70 gram range compared to mice in the mid-20s. So these are control mice. These are mice just fed with a high-fat diet. And then here you can see these mice were maintained on a high-fat diet, but given access to the fasting-mimicking diet every 2 weeks. And so this pretty much normalized their body weight and almost helped them almost recover from this high-fat diet-induced sort of early death, right? This light blue curve here, they're coming back closer to the control. With that, we saw also a reduction in these cardiovascular disease phenotypes that is induced with a high-fat diet. Lastly, example where we use the FMD with regards to Alzheimer's disease shown here. So these are essentially fat mice. These are a mouse model for Alzheimer's disease that we use. And when you look here within the cerviculum, quantified here at the bottom, you can see the A-beta load. You can see in red here the animals that were maintained on a fasting-mimicking diet had a significant reduction of A-beta within the cerviculum and the cortex. So in mice, we know that this diet is increasing health and lifespan, and it reduces the risk for the development of age-related diseases. The problem really for us was how do we successfully translate it, and how do we measure if it is actually feasible. So the problem with using chronological age, so meaning your date of birth to sort of evaluate if you can improvement in physical function is that you can't really change when you were born. So you're never going to change the chronological age, and that we're all aging pretty heterogeneous. So for example, all these people you say they're born in 1984. Reality is they're probably more biologically different. So here the idea is somebody could be living a very healthy life, but biologically probably closer to a 37-year-old, or it could be living unhealthy life. You might be chronologically 40, but your body is resembling more of a 43-year-old, right? So the importance of that is that your biological age is a much better predictor of the onset of diseases for you. So we use an approach to measure biological age in a cohort that I showed you before, the short summary on, and use this to sort of evaluate whether or not that our dietary approach can improve their biological age. So here again, we try to reduce this disease and potentially increase lifespan by applying a dietary approach to put us back on a healthy age trajectory. So this trial was developed or designed as follows. It's essentially a
a crossover trial, so meaning the arm that was in the fasted mimicking diet at the beginning was then maintained on sort of their regular diet, whereas people that were on the control diet were allowed to go into the fasted mimicking diet arm. So they crossed over, so everybody did the FMD. In this case here, again, it's a 5-day intervention followed by 25 to 26 days of regular food intake. We did that for 3 consecutive months, and we had a baseline evaluation. We had an evaluation immediately after the first fasting mimicking diet cycle, and then a sort of refeeding evaluation where after the 3rd cycle, these patients were already back on their normal food for about 5 to 7 days, and we did the same measurements for the control arm. Okay? Important to note that at baseline, there were no significant differences between the 2 arms. You can see here with regards to male and female, they're somewhat evenly distributed. Average age is about 42 and a half years. They're fairly comparable with regards to education. And then the BMI, also fairly evenly distributed. We had people sort of in the normal range, overweight, and then we have a obese range. So just to really make the point that we think that this fasted mimicking diet has fasted-like effects in humans. I'm just highlighting the same parameters that I showed you earlier for mice, namely fasting glucose, ketone bodies, IGF-1 and IGF-1. So we see the same trend. In humans, it's a little less dramatic than in mice. Mice have a really high metabolism. If you fast a human for 3 days, they will not lose 20% of your body weight. So results that we see here is, namely after 3 cycles now, a significant reduction in BMI, and that is not based on a loss in lean body mass, but it's coming from a loss of fat mass. Also, need to mention glucose levels here at this point are not significantly different, but again, at this point of this measurement, they have already been consuming normal food, so you wouldn't expect them to have lower glucose levels. The sort of more interesting data came from a post-hoc analysis, and in this case here, we just stratified our patient group based on whether they are at risk for certain markers. With regards to BMI, you can see the average loss in BMI was highest in those people that were essentially obese. You can see that people that were in a pre-diabetic range, namely blood glucose levels being higher than 99 milligrams per deciliter. In this case here, these subjects, after these 3 cycles on FFB, returned their blood glucose levels back to normal levels, essentially. And then you see some other effects, systolic and diastolic blood pressure, IGF-1, etc., all affected. So indicating that this dietary approach seems to be most beneficial in those people that sort of need an intervention. So then, briefly with regards to biological age, so in this case, we used markers that were developed by a colleague of mine, Morgan Levine, and in this case, we're using sort of a multi-system approach where we take serum markers. We don't use epigenetic markers in this case. We just use these markers here: albumin, alkaline phosphatase, creatinine, C-reactive protein, HbA1c, systolic blood pressure, and total cholesterol. And so all of these get fed into a model, and that model essentially then calculates whether or not a person is, or what the age of this person is biologically, right? So you put it all together and then compare it to a larger cohort, the system will be like, yeah, these markers make it resemble a 37-year-old, like you're 40, so in that case you would be biologically younger. You could also go in and say, I'm 40, but all my markers make me look like 54. In that case, you would be considered an accelerated age. So with the FMD and with Morgan's modeling, what you can see here, first of all, this is the control group. So all these dotted lines are essentially the baseline change, median decrease, and sort of a modal decrease. So you can see that in the control group, there really is no change. At most, they have a small shift to the right, indicating that they have aged. Whereas on the FMD group here, you look at the change in biological age. So The 0 here would indicate no change, but we see a shift to the left, so indicating that after 3 rounds with the spastic phenotype, there's a reduction in biological age based on the markers and the serum markers that we measured. So you can, if you're optimistic, you could say something like over 3 years, more like me, maybe say a year and a half. And then I want to make it clear the next slide is hypothetical modeling. It's just running numbers on a simulation, but to take it with a grain of salt. But the idea here is, if you were to tell a 50-year-old to do 3 cycles of the spastic mimicry diet for the next 20 years, what would happen? So again, it's a simulation. Just based on the outcomes, when you look at their life expectancy at age 70, you see this dramatic increase of the FOG. So people would live longer. You can see this also here with regards to life expectancy. The red in all the graphs here is the spastic mimicry diet compared to the people that would not do an FMD intervention for 20 years. So you see an increase in life expectancy, a significant reduction in all-cause mortality, heart disease, cancer, cardiovascular disease, the extra percentage is not here. So again, this is modeling, so be cautious about it. If you want to look more into this, we just published this in Nature Communications maybe a month ago. So that's all I have. Here my conclusion. So obviously, diets, including other lifestyle factors, are a powerful tool to prevent or at least delay the onset of any chronic age-related disease. These cycles, the FMD cycles, are effective in reducing risk factors for diabetes, cancer, and cardiovascular disease in clinical studies. And given that the risk for most major chronic diseases rise exponentially with biological age, slowing of the aging process could lead to prolonged disease-free life expectancy by delaying the onset of age-related chronic disease. And I want to point out that data that I showed you with regards to biological age was not just based on one study, but we replicated it with the second study. So this seems to be, at least across those 2 studies, similar. And that's all I had. Again, I want to thank you for your attention to this whole later, and
thank you very much. As you see in these caricatures, you see how do you, what is your guess, how we can change the your results from benchmark to bad, I think so. It is not easy to change the daily life of the population.
Well, I think first of all, diet is a habit, right? It's something that we have created carefully over time, or more or less carefully. But I think there's also a lot of social influences on what we eat and how we eat. And I think that is something that can be cautiously modulated. Again, Michelle and I just talked about it. I was like, these fasting and fasting-limiting diet interventions are, generally speaking, pretty severe. To tell you to not eat for 5 days, you will probably do it if you are extremely desperate. So if you have already disease indication, you might be more inclined to try it. But I think that there's other dietary interventions that and exercise that are actually easier to adhere to for a longer period.
Thank you. Do you have any question, please, Michelle?
There's quite a lot of people that seem to get worse with the diet, the biological age. So do we know anything about those people, and is it age-related or?
So the short answer is we do not know. We looked into that with Morgan. So there is within this total cohort that we looked at. I have to point out that the overall average of these people that was in the study, they were already biologically younger than what they chronologically should be, and I think that is sort of like an enrollment effect that healthier people tend to be more inclined to do these sort of things. So what exactly drives this increase in biological age in a small subset of these people, we were not able to identify. We looked at contributions of BMI, CRP, all individually to see if there is any factor that drives them. The answer is not. We also shown, we see that these effects here are not driven by BMI. So it's like if you correct for that, you still see these effects. So the answer is we don't know. And I think that is a very interesting question that I want to tease out. But we're running into issues of essentially cohort size at that point. By the time you look at the handful of people that gets older, then we don't have the power to sort of dig through that. So we would need larger studies.
Okay, Claire.
I can.
Congrats, great talk. I have one question regarding your model of aging in animals subjected to high-fat diet. So do you necessarily need to initiate the fast mimicking diet very early to reverse the vast majority of the negative effects of high-fat diet, or there is some chances for people, for mice, and potentially also for people who are obese at middle age to reverse the process and to prolong their expected lifespan?
So for the model that I showed the animals with, the idea for that is it was pretty unhealthy mouse diet. The idea was more to initiate sort of cardiovascular disease. You would have a hard time doing that in mice otherwise. So yes, that was severe. So in this case, the testing when we sort of disrupt these negative phenotypes with the diet wasn't really the aim. The data that I showed you on that larger panel, those were middle-aged mice. We have done it a couple of times with cancer studies in older mice. Still works, but it's a little less effective. So I think there's for sure an age effect, but I think that you see that across the board in humans too, that doing something is better than doing nothing. So I think there is a lot of opportunity in doing something even if it's
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to second speaker, Claudio Vernieri. Thank you very much. Claudio, Dr. Vernieri is the group leader of PIRC, Institute of Molecular Oncology in Italy, and works as a medical oncologist in the breast unit of that institute, Nazionale dei Tumori. He directs the metabolic reprogramming in solid tumors program, and his research specializes on clinical and translational research activities on cancer metabolism and the design and conduction of clinical trials aimed at assessing the safety, feasibility, and anti-cancer activity to specific metabolic interventions such as calorie-restricted diets and metformin. And he graduated with honors in medicine and surgery at the University of Federico II of Naples, and then obtained his PhD in molecular medicine in Andrea Filiberto Laboratory. Dr. Vernieri his title, Nutritional and Pharmacologic Metabolic Interventions to Program Cancer Metabolism. Please, Dr. Vernieri.
So, thank you very much for the nice presentation, for the invitation, and thanks to you and for organizing this meeting in memory of an excellent scientist and a great man, who was J. Mitchell. So, as anticipated today, I will tell you something about what we are doing in our hospital to translate some of the metabolic approaches that have emerged as potentially effective against cancer, including calorie restriction and metformin in cancer patients. So as you probably know, metabolic reprogramming has been recently included in the list of the hallmarks of cancers. So it is one of the most fundamental properties that allow tumor cells to grow, to proliferate, invade, metastasize, and escape the immune system. And basically, there are three types of interventions that three classes of metabolic treatments that can be reprogram cancer metabolism. Among this one, we are mostly focused on dietary or nutritional interventions, which are based on the assumption that by changing the type and amount of foods and nutrients that we introduce through our daily life, we can change the concentration of crucial metabolites in the blood and in tumor microenvironment. And in particular, in the last years, we have been focusing a lot on calorie-restricted approaches, including cyclic fasting or fast-mimicking diet, which, and the use of these approaches in oncology is based on this quite simple model that comes from a huge amount of preclinical literature published the last 30 years. We are now working on this model that was originally proposed by Walter Longo, and we will come hopefully soon with, let's say, an enhanced model. But basically, you can see here, it is very well explained how the vast majority of normal cells react to nutrient starvation, in particular to glucose and growth factor restriction, by slowing down their growth and proliferation pathways. And this allows them to enter a sort of protected mode, which allows them to be protected when they are challenged with cytotoxic compounds. On the other hand, the vast majority of tumor cells, which are driven by oncogenic pathways that stimulate the unrestrained growth and proliferation, these tumor cells are unable to stop their growth and proliferation even in condition of glucose, growth factor, and nutrient restriction. And so they go on growing, proliferating, trying to synthesize new molecules, and when they are challenged with cytotoxic compounds, they are unable to repair damaged structures such as DNA, but also proteins, lipids, because they do not have sufficient energy, and also anabolic molecules. So that said, this is the outline of the presentation. Let's very briefly start with the preclinical evidence supporting the use of fasting or fast-mimicking diet in cancer therapy. This has been in part anticipated by Sebastian. In particular, in this paper that was published in 2012, the group of Walter Longo at USC demonstrated that combining different types of cytotoxic compounds with water-only fasting results in synergistic anti-tumor effects in different tumor models, and also regardless of the specific cytotoxic agent that was used. Not only this, but in specific models, the authors also demonstrated in a very clear way the protective effects of fasting on normal tissues. In this experiment, you can see that this is the volume of tumors from animals treated with control conditions, fasting alone, which is in this case is not effective against the tumor. Then there is here a line which you cannot appreciate, because it is the line of animals treated with a high-dose chemotherapy, particularly high-dose doxorubicin, and all of these animals were dead just a few days after treatment initiation, because the treatment was too toxic. And in the red line, you can appreciate how mice who were treated with high-dose chemotherapy in combination with cyclic water-only fasting were all alive at the end of the experiment, and the tumor growth was almost fully controlled. So this picture summarizes basically through experimental data the model that I showed you before. So, but as anticipated by Sebastian, the use of water-only fasting in the clinic is unfeasible for the vast majority of cancer patients, and this is the reason why in the last decade several authors, starting from Walter Longo's group, proposed different approaches collectively referred to as fast-mimicking diet. This definition comes from a recent international consensus that was led by Andreas Mikkelsen in Berlin, and also Walter and me participated to this. And you can see that fast-mimicking diet is any diet that is specifically composed to induce the metabolic effect of fasting while allowing for a potentially higher caloric intake, including solid foods. It usually refers to a plant-based, calorie-restricted diet with a maximum of approximately 1,000 kilocalories per day that lasts between 3 and 7 days. And in this paper published in 2016, the authors demonstrated that cyclic fasting mimicking diet is as effective as cyclic water-only fasting, here indicated with STS or starvation, in terms of slowing down in vivo tumor growth and also in synergizing with cytotoxic treatments. And in recent years, different laboratories, including our group, contributed to demonstrate which are the metabolic determinants of cyclic fasting mimicking diet anti-cancer effects. For instance, in this work that we published in 2021, Giulia Salvadori demonstrated that glucose restriction in murine triple-negative breast cancer models is responsible for the reduction of the cancer stem cell compartment, and glucose restriction is the only metabolic mediator of the anti-tumor effects of fasting mimicking diet, because it is sufficient to add back glucose to fasting animals to fully reverse the anti-tumor effects of the FMD. In the same paper, Giulia also demonstrated that the vast majority of more differentiated tumor cells is not affected by glucose restriction and fasting. Not only this, but these cells activate escape pathways such as the PI3 kinase AKT-mTOR pathway or CDK4 or CDK6 kinase to basically escape the anti-tumor effects of fasting mimicking diet. Indeed, combining cyclic FMD with a pharmacological blockade of each of these axes resulted in a remarkable prolongation of animal survival, and in particular in this experiment with the cure of the vast majority of these animals. Totally different story applies to hormone receptor-positive breast cancer, which is the most common breast cancer subtype. In this paper published 2020, we demonstrated that endocrine therapy synergizes with cyclic fasting or fasting mimicking diet in several mouse models of hormone receptor-positive breast cancer, but in this tumor type, glucose does not play any mechanistic role, because all the anti-tumor effects of calorie restriction are mediated through the reduction of blood insulin, insulin-like growth factor 1, and leptin. And indeed, it was sufficient to add back each of these growth factors or a combination of them to in vitro culture tumor cells or to fasting mice to reverse the anti-tumor effects of fasting. And in particular, in this experiment in which we combined endocrine therapy plus CDK4/6 inhibitor plus fasting mimicking diet, we achieved the long-term control of tumor growth, and all the animals were treated with this triplet were alive at the end of the experiment. And in this specific tumor type, the mechanistic role of growth factors is due to the fact that the PI3 kinase AKT-mTOR pathway, which is activated by plasma membrane receptors that are activated by these extracellular growth factors, is a crucial mediator of primary or acquired endocrine resistance of these tumors. And so through calorie-restricted approaches, we are basically reducing in a non-pharmacological way the activation of this pathway. What about the immune system? So in syngeneic mouse models, it has been very nicely and clearly demonstrated that the immune system plays a role, that cyclic fasting mimicking diet in combination with chemotherapy promotes tumor infiltration by activated CD8-positive T cells, whereas the removal of these cells from the blood of animals almost completely reverses the anti-tumor effects of fasting mimicking diet in combination with chemotherapy. And this data have been confirmed in different tumor models, from breast cancer to melanoma to lung cancer models. You can see here in this a very nice paper published in 2020, the authors demonstrated that cyclic fasting synergizes with immunotherapy in murine lung cancer models that are intrinsically resistant to immunotherapy. And in this case, the anti-tumor effects and the immunomodulatory effects of fasting are mediated through the inhibition of the IGF-1 receptor pathway at the tumor level, so in cancer cells. And indeed, in this case, it was sufficient to administer recombinant IGF-1 to fasting animals to basically reverse the anti-cancer effects of fasting plus immune checkpoint inhibitors. So to conclude this first part, cyclic fasting and FMD have been shown to synergize with different standard of care anti-cancer treatments, including chemotherapy, immunotherapy, targeted therapies, and also other low toxicity drugs. This picture is taken from an article that is now, a review article that is now under revision. Don't look at details, but please believe me that in the vast majority of tumor types that have been used in preclinical studies published so far, fasting, with just a few exceptions, fasting and FMD showed potent anti-cancer effects in combination with systemic treatments. And then the molecular mechanisms that are responsible for calorie restriction-induced anti-cancer effects are highly heterogeneous, and they range between tumor cell autonomous anti-cancer effects, such as glucose growth factor restriction, or an enhanced production of radical oxygen species by cancer cells, to immune-mediated anti-cancer effects that are mostly mediated through an enhanced infiltration of the tumor by activated and memory CD8 positive T cells and by concomitant reduction of immune suppressive myeloid-derived suppressor cells. What about the clinical evidence? So in the next few slides, I will show you the results of clinical trials that we have been conducting in the last years. And for the conduction of these trials in 2016, we designed at the National Cancer Institute of Milan a sort of homemade fasting mimicking diet regimen, which, as you can see here, is a very low-calorie, carbohydrate and protein-restricted 5-day FMD regimen that we combined with standard anti-cancer treatments repeated every 3 or 4 weeks and followed by refeeding. And this FMD scheme was investigated in a first human phase 1b clinical trial that enrolled 101 patients. The primary objective of this study was to investigate the safety of this approach, in particular the incidence of grade 3 or grade 4 adverse events that were attributed to fasting mimicking diets, but we also analyzed a series of secondary biological and clinical endpoints. Of course, we excluded patients who were underweight or at high risk to become malnourished. And between January 2017 and January 2020, we enrolled 101 patients. The vast majority of them had breast cancer or other solid malignancies, but there were also patients with some leukemias or lymphomas. And this is the analysis related to the primary endpoint of the study. As you can see here, with an incidence of severe adverse events related to the FMD of 12.9%, this was a positive study because this percentage was lower than the pre-specified threshold of 20% that we fixed as sort of safety threshold based on which we would have decided whether to move on with additional clinical trials to investigate this approach. And this is the impact of cyclic FMD on patient body mass index. As you can see here, during each of 8 subsequent fasting mimicking diet cycles, of course, patients lost weight. On average, they lost between 3 and 5 kilos. But after the third fasting mimicking diet cycles, those patients who were able to continue the treatment did not undergo progressive loss of their weight and consequently of their BMI. And in terms of metabolic responses, we observed a very consistent and reproducible yet reversible decrease of blood glucose, insulin, IGF-1 levels, and this was paralleled by an increase of urinary and peripheral blood ketone bodies. So these metabolic results recapitulate the metabolic effects that have been consistently found to mediate the anti-tumor effects of fasting or fasting mimicking diet in preclinical models. And this metabolic response was very consistent across different tumor types in patients treated with chemotherapy or other concomitant treatments, and also regardless of tumor stage, advanced or localized tumors. But probably the most interesting biological signal that emerged from this study was the systemic and intratumor immunomodulatory effects. As you can see from these box plots that show the frequency of specific peripheral blood immune cell subsets that were quantified by flow cytometry analysis, we found that each FMD cycle was associated with significant downregulation of several populations of immune suppressive myeloid cells, both monocytic and granulocytic ones, and this was paralleled by an increase in the frequency of activated CD8 positive T cells and cytolytic NK cells. And in a few patients with a highly aggressive and deadly metastatic diseases, such as these 2 patients with advanced triple-negative breast cancer, we found that combining cyclic fasting mimicking diet with standard first-line chemotherapy resulted in complete and long-lasting tumor remissions. And more recently, we also published the results of this sub-analysis of the study, which we found that advanced TNBC patients receiving FMD plus chemotherapy had significantly longer overall survival when compared to a similar cohort of patients receiving first-line chemotherapy alone. But there were also patients with other tumor types who achieved complete and long-lasting tumor remission. This is the case of patients with extensive stage small cell lung carcinoma, which is a highly aggressive tumor, and these patients achieved complete and long-lasting tumor remission by combining a second-line immunotherapy with cyclic fasting mimicking diet. And 6 years after the initiation of the treatment, the patient is still alive and without any evidence of disease. Similar story applies to some patients with advanced pancreatic adenocarcinoma and KRAS mutated colorectal carcinoma. And we collected these exceptional responders in a paper that we published in 2022. So this was, the previous slide showed that the immunomodulatory effect at the systemic level, but we also found at the tumor level, in a subset of 22 patients with early-stage breast cancer undergoing just one cycle of fast-mimicking diet without any concomitant anti-tumor treatment, we demonstrated that the FMD, 5-day FMD, boosts tumor infiltration by CD8-positive T cells, and by performing transcriptomic analysis and immune deconvolution analysis of transcriptomic data, in general, we found an enhanced tumor inflammation after fast-mimicking diet with several population of central and effector memory CD4 and CD8-positive T cells that were estimated to be enriched at the end of calorie restriction. And so we proposed this model of FMD-induced immunomodulation, according to which the reduction of myeloid-derived suppressor cell is more likely to depend on a reduction of blood glucose levels, whereas the reduction of growth factors and the modulation of some amino acids is probably responsible for the observed infiltration of and activation of CD8-positive T cells at the tumor level. What about metabolic interventions? There are a lot of metabolic drugs that are being investigated in cancer therapy. After the publication of this study by our colleagues at the European Institute of Oncology in Milan, our colleagues basically showed that combining glucose restriction with metformin, which is an antidiabetic compound that inhibits complex 1 in mitochondria, this combination results in a highly synergistic in vitro and in vivo anti-tumor effect in different tumor models. And so we went back to our original hypothesis that combining in nutritional and pharmacological metabolic interventions may give rise to highly synergistic anti-cancer effects in cancer therapy. And based on this assumption and based on this preclinical data, we designed a phase 2 trial, which was the breakfast study, in which we randomized patients with early-stage triple-negative breast cancer to receive preoperative chemotherapy plus fast-mimicking diet or chemotherapy plus FMD plus metformin. So this paper is now under revision. I will show you unpublished results. So we enrolled this was a very small feasibility phase 2 trial in which we enrolled 30 patients randomized to FMD or FMD plus metformin plus chemotherapy. The compliance to the FMD in this case was really excellent, much better than in the previous study, with the vast majority of patients being able to complete the maximum number of allowed fast-mimicking diet cycles, which was 8. In terms of BMI modifications, we basically observed very similar results to the ones that we previously published in a much more heterogeneous course of patients. But this sub-analysis is especially interesting because we found that patients were overweight or obese at baseline after 6 months of preoperative chemotherapy plus fast-mimicking diet lost much more weight when compared to patients who were the normal weight at baseline. And we also analyzed computed tomography scans collected at the baseline and at surgery, so after the treatment, to look at changes in different parameters that reflect total fat and muscle composition. And we basically found that all these parameters reflecting total subcutaneous and also visceral fat were reduced, but also the skeletal mass index was reduced after 6 months, but after 1 year of follow-up, the skeletal muscle index was almost completely recovered. So very good news on this side. And in terms of anti-tumor activity with 56.6% of pathologic complete responses, which was the primary study endpoint, this study, which is of course not conclusive because of the lack of a control arm, but when compared to historical data, this percentage compares very well. And so in terms of clinical responses and also long-term event-free survival, this study is a very promising one. Then we performed a biological analysis on tumor samples collected at the baseline and after 1 treatment cycle. And these analyses were performed looking for precocious biomarkers, especially metabolic biomarkers of tumor response to the treatment. And we found a significant and very precocious downregulation of several metabolic pathways related to glycolysis, pyruvate metabolism and TC cycle, and these signals were only observed in a subset of patients achieving pathologic complete response at the end of the treatment. We also found that the glucose transporters GLUT1 and several TC cycle enzymes were independently associated with an increased percentage, with an increased chance to achieve pathologic complete response after adjustment for other clinical parameters. And finally, by performing single-cell RNA sequencing analysis in baseline and after one treatment cycle tumor samples, this analysis was able to basically detect, as shown in this UMAP, not only cancer cells, but tumor-infiltrating immune cells and other population in the tumor microenvironment. What we found from this analysis in the subset of patients was that the most glycolytic cells, including cancer cells, myeloid cells, pericytes, and myoepithelial cells, underwent the strongest reduction of glycolytic metabolism during fasting mimicking diet only in patients undergoing pathologic complete response. So here we have the confirmation that actually cancer cells, among other glycolytic ones, are sensible to the fasting mimicking diet in terms of reduction of their glycolytic metabolism, specifically in the tumors that will be responding to the treatment. So I conclude this second part by saying that cyclic FMD is safe and feasible in cancer patients, provided that patients are managed in an appropriate way and by an expert team of oncologists and nutritionists, and that studies conducted so far, even with such a severely calorie-restricted approach, also showed the promising signals in terms of anti-tumor response and in some cases of a long-term patient survival. What about the future perspective? So after seeing the results of the breakfast trial, which basically showed that the FMD is associated with good responses, but metformin did not result in highly synergistic anti-tumor effects when combined to fasting mimicking diet, we have recently initiated a large randomized multi-center phase 2 trial, which is a breakfast 2, in which patients with early-stage TNBC are being randomized to preoperative standard chemoimmunotherapy versus standard chemoimmunotherapy in combination with fasting mimicking diet. So we are proceeding in this for this study without metformin, but with the same 5-day FMD regimen that we have investigated so far. And this is the list of centers that will be participating in this trial. So to follow the patients in a centralized manner, we developed this web app, which has a very nice interface, and which will allow us to collect information about the patient diet, about quality of life, adverse events, and there is also a chat that we may have with the patient. There is also the possibility for the patient to activate an immediate phone call with the oncologist in case of severe adverse events. So we are trying to do the best to minimize adverse events and to make this approach broadly broadly expandable also in other institutions, in other centers. This is another small phase 2 clinical trial that we are conducting in patients with extensive stage small cell lung cancer. So based on a single patient who responded very well and was basically cured through this approach, we are now assigning patients not progressing after 4 cycles of induction chemoimmunotherapy to receive maintenance immune checkpoint inhibitor immunotherapy with atezolizumab in combination with 5-day fast mimicking diet. This will be a small monocentric clinical trial in a population of patients characterized by a highly aggressive and deadly disease with an expected survival of less than 6 months after finishing the induction. And finally, based on results of preclinical studies that I showed you before, indicating that endocrine therapy plus CDK4/6 inhibitor has highly synergistic anti-cancer effects with fasting mimicking diet in preclinical models of hormone receptor-positive HER2-negative breast cancer, we are now going to initiate a second multicentric clinical trial in a totally different population of patients with hormone receptor-positive breast cancer and metastatic disease. And the primary endpoint of this trial will be 12-month progression-free survival. And this is a list of clinical trials that we have been initiating on that will initiate soon by continuing to explore our FMD, our 5-day FMD approach in different clinical contexts. So we will see whether these clinical trials or other trials that are being conducted in other European countries or in the US through different FMD approaches will provide sufficient evidence. All of these trials are phase 2 clinical trials. Hopefully, some of these approaches will provide sufficient evidence of enhanced anti-tumor activity or enhanced or improved the long-term clinical outcomes, and we will see if in the future there will be space for phase 3 clinical trials. So I would like to acknowledge a lot of people. First of all, the patients and their families who are taking part in these studies, or our preclinical and clinical groups, our internal and external collaborators, both scientists and clinicians who are helping us to design, conduct, and implement clinical trials with this approach in different clinical contexts, both in the early stage and in the metastatic disease. And of course, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I will take you one question, if it is possible.
So you can, I'll just connect the next.
Okay. Do you have any question? Okay, thank you. Now, yes, Gökhan, we will connect Gökhan Hotamiştegil via Zoom, and I would like to introduce Gökhan. He is the James Stevenson Simmons Professor of Genetic Metabolism in Department of Molecular Metabolism at Harvard T.A. Chan School of Public Health. Dr. Hotamiştegil graduated from Ankara Anadolu High School and Ankara Faculty of Medicine in 1986 with the title of medical doctor. After his residency, he completed his doctorate at the Harvard University Medical School in 1994 and established his own laboratory as an assistant professor in the Department of Nutrition and Biological Science at the Harvard Chan School of Public Health. In 2003, he received the title of professor and became the founding head of the Department of Genetic and Complex Disease. Hotamiştegil Lab at the Sabri Ülker Center at the Harvard School of Public Health studies innate adaptive pathways involved the metabolic health and disease such as obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. For the past 25 years, his lab has made important contribution to the burgeoning field of the immunometabolism and metaflammation, studying the interactions between the metabolic and immune response as critical drivers of numerous chronic disorders. Gökhan? Dr. Hotamiştegil, do you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Oh. If you let me, I will address him in Turkish. Merhabalar. Sizi burada da ağırlamak istiyorduk ama böyle de olsa bizim için sizinle temas etmek bir onur. Öğrencilerimiz için de öyle, bizler için de öyle. Sizinle gurur duyuyoruz. Ben sizden konuşmanızı yapmanızı istiyoruz. Biraz zamanın gerisinde kaldık. Çok memnun olacağız sizi dinlemekten. Now I am introducing Dr. Hotamiştegil. As you know, he is from Harvard School of Public Health. We are proud of him, and I hope he will explain regulated subcellular architecture in fasting. Please, Dr. Hotamiştegil.
Çok teşekkürler. Merhaba hepinize Boston'dan. Ben de tabii kişisel olarak katılmayı çok arzu ediyordum ama maalesef program izin vermedi. Şimdiden hepinize başarılı bir konferans diliyorum ve bundan sonrasına İngilizce olarak devam edeceğim. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Yeah, I wish I could be in person with you all there, but this time it wasn't possible. Especially, this is a very, very special gathering for me. So I want to thank Kocaeli University for hosting this, and President Zafer Cantürk to make the university campus available for this really wonderful occasion to remember our dear friend and colleague James Mitchell with science. Of course, these are difficult times for science in the world. Scientists are extremely stressed and anxious. I mean, campuses are facing tremendous challenges and difficulties. You know, truth and output of science is challenged as much as the quality of science it is produced. So it is really wonderful to bring scientists together and remember a fantastic scientist by talking about science. I know the time is late, so I will try to give you some tidbits of a story, and thanks again President Cantürk for the invitation and hosting this event for us. So, yeah, I'll talk a little bit about fasting because this was one area Jay was really obsessed and made wonderful contributions. And that was, of course, I'm sure you heard already, that one of the perhaps best established paradigms in medicine is the benefits of long-term caloric restriction. In some ways, maybe, I mean, long-term fasting. I mean, although this has been known for a century, Jay was really, in my view, the first one to do two things. One is to really move this field from an observational intrigue to a tangible, testable, and molecularly explainable concept. And then the second, actually, he took actions to translate it in more practical, applicable, convenient manners. So, in remembering Jay, I talk a little bit about our recent work related to fasting. And I want to start by thanking our group. Of course, everything I say is the product of this wonderful group of young scientists that I had the pleasure of working together. And of course, some of them are with you today. I should thank them for organizing this meeting, Furkan, Burak, and Chris Hines. Thank you. So just to start the conversation, at least in our group, the view of health and disease comes from the interface between our biological infrastructure, the assets that we have at the biology level, and their adaptation to environmental input. So this input could be in many forms. It could be social stresses and inputs, ecological toxins and forces, and microbial and dietary input. So so when you, let's say, for the topic of the day, if the question is nutrition and diet, when a stress enters the system, then the body needs to launch an adaptive response, and so that this stress is mitigated and then handled productively. And if this is successful, then you maintain homeostasis and health. But if the stress supersedes the adaptive capacity, or adaptive capacity is compromised in some ways, then a mismatch occurs, and the homeostasis cannot be established, therefore you experience disease. So most of the things I'm going to talk about are in this axis, and our lab actually works in this two axes. One is the environmental input from diet, and the second is the environmental input, which is, it could be, of course, intrinsic or extrinsic in both cases, that controls metabolism on one hand, immune response on the other hand, to put together the greatest of all adaptive systems, called immunometabolism. And most of really our work in the past 30 years is really understanding immunometabolism. I mean, map up some of the pathways and then see if we can generate something useful for practical purposes. And we have two domains in our group. One really relates to the substrates and mostly lipids, which I am not going to talk about today. Maybe Furkan mentioned some work about our recent work on a new hormone involved in this aspect. But today I'm going to talk about structural homeostasis, a new concept in metabolic adaptation, and mostly focusing initially a little bit on the endoplasmic reticulum, but by using endoplasmic reticulum as the master of all subcellular organization, I will talk about overall structural programming of the cell in facing metabolic challenges. So this is just to give you a little background very quickly of 20 years of work, is that there is a peculiar observation in higher organisms when they face metabolic challenges, that it actually disrupts the function of organelles. And the chief among this is the endoplasmic reticulum. And in addition to its classic biology in folding, quality control, secretion, targeting of proteins, ER has specialized metabolic functions. And so we have recognized this in the early 2000s and really couldn't quite understand why a really powerful and strong organelle like endoplasmic reticulum fails. For example, when you're exposed to continuous caloric-rich diets or in the course of obesity. So this really, we don't really need to go through this cycle, but we've identified many molecules and signaling systems that disrupt the function of ER over the years. And most recently, we recognize there is also an architectural problem in the way ER is organizing its metabolic responses. And why, for example, to consider subcellular architecture as a determinant of function? Of course, I mean, from an architectural point of view, a form is really a requirement for function. I mean, if you want to cross the Bosphorus, you need to have a structure, a form, which is called the bridge. And so as long as there's a bridge, the function could be accomplished to cross from one side to the other. But in biology, there is a great deal of diversity in the subcellular structure. Unlike the higher organization, higher structures like organs or the whole organism, subcellular structure exhibits a far rich and pleiotropic diversity. And so I'll give you three reasons why subcellular structure may be important, just to establish the postulate. So one is, it's very different between cells. So if you look at multiple cells, so exocrine pancreas is full of ER because it needs to secrete liters of proteins, digestive enzymes every day. Liver is extremely pleiotropic, rich, diverse structure because it does many things at the both synthetic and disposal level, and energy and substrate supply for the whole organism. Whereas if you look at, for example, adipose tissue, in the middle you see brown adipose tissue, on the right you see white adipose tissue, very different. I mean, brown adipose tissue is very homogeneous with mitochondria, but very little endoplasmic reticulum or other things. Whereas in the white adipose tissue, you hardly have any subcellular organization. It's all squeezed to the edge. So if there is so much diversity, this might be a function of what these cells are supposed to do. Second, during the course of disease, these structures change. And this we have recognized in Anna and Benedicte's work in 2014. This is published, so I'm not going to talk about, but in obesity, you see form is really exhibiting differences. And for example, more interactions between ER and mitochondria. And third, and more relevant to today's talk, normal physiology also regulates this subcellular structure. I'm all talking about liver cells right now, but in a normal, healthy animal, there is great level of difference between fed and fasted state of the hepatocytes. And I will come back to this towards the end of my talk, and just to show you first some of the analytical platforms. So, I mean, the question is, can we really interrogate the form-function relationship at the subcellular level in metabolism? And of course, we wanted to be able to do this in the native environment, not in cultured cells, but in the actual organ context where the cells reside. So for this, I need to acknowledge Ana Paula Arruda and Güneş Parlakgül. They're wonderful, wonderful, exceptional scientists with whom I worked for many years. Now they have their own independent group at UC Berkeley. And so with them, we decided to tackle this question, and then had a wonderful collaboration with Shan Shu and Harold Hess, who really developed fantastic optical systems to be able to look into tissue and in extreme detail. So with this, we explored liver tissue using focused ion beam scanning electron microscopy, a technique that can handle high volumes and extreme resolution at single nanometers level resolution of tissue architecture. And this is the first and the biggest example of application of that technology. So here, I'll just show you a quick few videos. You take a section, pictures, and then burn the surface of that preparation with a very precise laser, and then continue to take pictures, tens of thousands of such pictures with single nanometer distance, and then you annotate this whole data to establish the three-dimensional structure of the inside of the cells. So this example here is published, so I'm passing this quickly, shows you a normal liver cells. Greens are ER, purples are mitochondria. ER is extremely, as you see, well organized in parallel sheets. It's a crowded space, but extremely well organized. However, if you do a comparative analysis, for example, between a lean, normal liver tissue and an obese liver tissue, you see the subcellular structure is almost unrecognizable in the course of obesity. So this entire organization of parallel sheets are lost, and the liver, of course, exhibits many other structural changes at the subcellular level. And so this project actually also brought us together with the media artist Refik Anadol, and then with whom we actually reanalyzed this 40 terabytes of imaging data, and a small scale is converted into this sort of visualization. I'm just sharing it to you so you have a sense of the organization of the membranes in a normal liver tissue. And in this imaging system, you can actually go inside of these structures and then visualize how the membranes relate to each other and how they are organized under different circumstances. And if we take this, for example, I mean, same approach and look at the obese liver, you will see that it's very different. It is full of lipid droplets, these yellow dots that you see, and the organization is completely disrupted. So the sheets are lost, yet they're replaced with this ER tubules. And of course, in this system, we can also go inside these tubules and then examine the surface properties, organizational properties, etc. So this first observation that the structure is so dramatically changed between lean and obese liver, of course, the question this begs is, does this have any relevance for function? And again, I will really skip this, if you forgive me, quickly, just to say that we can actually test this by trying to fix these structures. So can we, to establish causality, can we return the obese liver a little bit towards the lean liver organization, and what would be the consequence of this metabolically? So to do this, we used a membrane shaping protein, a synthetic construct that is taking advantage of the properties of this membrane-shaping protein called CLIM63. And here you see two EM pictures from obese, extremely obese animals' liver tissue. On the left is the no intervention, on the right this synthetic intervention. You can see that the parallel sheets are appearing in this setting. And then these parallel sheets are actually very healthy because you can also detect ribosomes. They're studied with ribosomes, which is something only you see in the organ context. So if you do the same experiment in cultured cells, you will not see this healthy and relevant organization. So what happens if you fix the structures in this manner? Although the obesity remains at the same extent, extreme obesity, the liver starts functioning in a very healthy manner. So it reduces its glucose production. You see on the left, the animals tolerate a glucose challenge far better than the controls, and the liver actually starts disposing of its lipids, accumulated lipids. So just by a simple intervention to improve the structural, subcellular, architectural organization, you can change the metabolic program of a hepatocyte. And then if you do this in vivo, you can actually achieve improvement of liver function, metabolically speaking, in the context of extreme obesity. So this tells us that structural organization is a key in determining how a cell will decide what to do metabolically. So this is a new concept of achieving metabolic homeostasis through structural organization. So from this, I want to come to the last part of what I want to present with you. So of course we start with pathology, but I, like many of my colleagues in the field, strongly believe that most pathologies emerge from a process that is part of our normal physiology. So in the course of disease, whether it is stress or microbial input, our inherent physiological pathways are either diverted, hijacked, or exploited to serve or promote the disease state. So what is the healthy counterpart of what I mentioned to you, the structural, structure-driven metabolic program? So here I would go into fasting and first share with you, two sets of puzzling observations, one of which, of course, also has been a really topic of extreme debate, criticism in the field. So one is a study done by Sunan. Sunan was an extraordinary, really, mind, which we worked for many years. He then also moved on to build his own group, independent own group. But Sunan did a really, I think, foundational work to examine ER in different conditions and look into all of its constituents, all of the lipids, all of the proteins, membrane structures, but also isolated ribosomes that are associated with the ER, and looked at their translational profile. So when we did this experiment, and Sunan was really so bright that many of us understood what he was doing many years later, and sometimes actually still trying to do that. But this one he also couldn't understand, because what we found was if we look at the translational profile, so which proteins ER uses to translate in the obese state at the fed and fasted condition versus the lean state, again, fat and fasted. But what we found was obese liver at the fed state had the greatest resemblance to the lean liver, which was fasting. So this is very, very bizarre, and the correlation here is extremely high. The statistical significance of this is p 10 to the minus 12, and almost a linear relationship, but this, of course, is not lean fasting. So obese tissue seems to be trying to mimic in its adaptive response the lean fasting state, but unable to do so. And then, I mean, I told you obesity leads to enrichment of ER mitochondria interactions, or MAMs. And it turns out fasting also does the same thing. So why? So this was actually the basis of debate and criticism. So how come, you know, something that is part of fasting, which we generally consider as healthy, is also a feature of obesity, which we generally consider as unhealthy. So I will explain this in my remaining time. So of course, for this, we also decided to resort to the same technology, looking now into a different paradigm. So we decided to do a deep mapping of subcellular architecture in fed and fasted state. I mean, this time we also put some focus on mitochondria and distribution along the zones of hepatocyte. And actually, just this morning, like a few minutes ago, I received a note that this paper is now accepted, finally, after years of effort. So I want to congratulate Güneş and Anna once again. So just to give you an idea, I mean, what kind of analysis is this? So, I mean, usually people look at, you know, 5, 10, 20 mitochondria and reach some conclusions, which are, of course, more often than not, are incorrect. And so here, Anna and Güneş examine 108,000 mitochondria. So all of the mitochondria that we can actually fit into this data set. Again, it involves, I mean, 22 terabytes of imaging data generated from lean and obese animals at the fed and fasted states. The same paradigm, this time we're looking at structure. So, I mean, the first thing here to recognize is a great reorganization, really. So again, here on the left you see the fed state, on the right you see the fasted state, and we see a massive reorganization of the subcellular structures. And one thing I want to highlight, and I'll show another example of this, is what happens to mitochondria when an organism experiences fasting. So on the left you see this rather homogeneous shape and morphology of mitochondria at the fed state. But if you look at on the right, mitochondria comes in great structural diversity, dramatic changes in its structural organization. So here, for example, I can show you another example. So this image on the top left shows all of the mitochondria in the area that we can examine at the fed state, and underneath that at the fasted state. So from this picture you can gather that this is a very, very, very different morphological organization. And then in the lean animal, in a controlled normal animal, if you look at fed and fasted collection of mitochondrial shapes, you see a great diversity. So first thing we recognize is fasting has an enormous impact on mitochondrial morphology. And then the second is really the interaction of mitochondria and ER, subcellular membranes interactions. So here, for example, a case from obesity, a single mitochondria in the red, and a gray parts show endoplasmic reticulum. And you can see the relationship of this is very intimate. So ER is too close, almost sticking to the mitochondria. It's patchy, disorganized, and the mitochondrial shape is uniform. If you look at the same, for example, we take one example from fasting, the mitochondria shape is greatly altered. It's much larger, elongated, and the ER just wraps, envelopes the mitochondria. It's like a glove and hand, and a very interesting, a specific type of continuous, very well organized, distant, carefully arranged relationship between ER and mitochondria. And then the second thing we recognize that this interaction between ER and mitochondria is dependent on the zonation of the hepatocytes. So hepatocytes in the liver are organized generally in a gradient from portal region to the pericentral region. Of course, these cells, since portal area is rich in nutrients, and then there's a gradient, they show differences, and there are also functional differences between the cells, for example, reside close to the portal area versus central area. And commensurate with that, the structural organization happens in the periportal and then in a reduced level in the mid-lobular area, but we see no structural organization in the pericentral area. So where the metabolism is critical for example, in this paradigm, you see even differences between hepatocytes that are conducting the metabolic adaptation versus not. And I think here, for example, is a global picture of the same, zonation. If you look at the periportal area, you see great, so ER wrapping, enveloping the mitochondria, whereas in the pericentral area, you just see the parallel sheets and really standard interactions, rare interactions between ER and mitochondria. So the second thing that we recognize, and this is, I think, the most critical one. So I told you, obesity is a condition where ER and mitochondria interact a lot, whereas fasting is also a condition ER and mitochondria interacts. But if you look at, the devil is always in the detail. So if you look at this in detail and much more carefully, yes, they both interact, but the interaction is very different. So on the left, you see obesity. So in obesity, the part of ER that interacts with mitochondria is the smooth ER. So it's a very, as I mentioned to you, it's a very tight and uniform interaction, and this interaction can be measured to be all in 0 to 25 nanometer distance. Whereas if you look at fasting, I don't really need to even describe this to you. First of all, different part of ER interacts with mitochondria. This is the rough ER this time, and then structurally it's continuous, uniform, and it is studded with ribosomes. So a very different kind of interaction between ER and mitochondria. So let me finish by saying, what does this mean? So there is complete restructuring of subcellular architecture in the fed and fasted states. Here's really a dramatic visualization of that. And so what does this mean? And so to do this, we again resorted to membrane-shaping proteins and then generated some synthetic construct, delivered them into liver one by one to ask, can we find what is responsible for this organization? And for that, one little screening trick that Anna and Giresh used was to look into all known membrane-shaping proteins and determine which one actually shows zonation. So the idea is if something is zonated and also regulated, for example, in obesity or fasting, this is a more likely candidate. And then this analysis actually brought us another membrane-shaping protein called RBP1 or P180 as a potential candidate. And then when they deleted this protein from the liver, we recognized that the liver now, in the absence of this protein, can no longer assume the shape that it does during fasting. So fasting-related ER mitochondria interactions are dependent on the presence of this protein. And not just the structure, also in the absence of this protein, for example, liver has difficulty in conducting fatty acid oxidation. So in the cells and in the animals, we see higher accumulation of lipids in the absence of this protein, and the oxidative capacity is reduced. If we do the opposite, if we reintroduce this protein into the liver, then the oxidative capacity increases and the lipid accumulation decreases in this liver. Again, just by allowing the subcellular architecture to resume its proper shape in the course of fasting or disease state, we can generate a solution for its functional problems. So let me wrap up just giving some, I mean, I mentioned all of this, but key take-home messages from this level of analysis that we have learned so far. One is subcellular architecture is dynamically regulated. This is true in the case of fasting, but also regulated in slightly different ways in obesity. The structural adaptation is zonated in the liver. And this zonation and the structural adaptation is required for proper metabolic programming to meet the demands of the organism. So the really interesting part is in the disease, it seems like the liver, at least in the liver, the hepatocyte is locked into a rigid structural form. So it cannot change, it doesn't respond, and cannot therefore carry out adaptive changes during fasting. So taken together, I think I want to put forward a thought that subcellular architectural regulation is a key component of metabolic fitness and flexibility. Perhaps this is a new way of building homeostasis, and the metabolic state demands the cells to assume a certain shape so that they can conduct their function. So with this, I want to finish and thank you, first of all, for inviting me, being part of this wonderful event, and listening to my talk. So I want to make a quotation to Yunus Emre. It says, whatever separates you from truth, just throw it away. It will disappear anyway. So don't be discouraged, please, with the challenges that science presents. It presents more rewards than challenges in the end. And I want to say salute to my really dear friend, Jay Mitchell. So this is a picture, really a very special moment in our lives, also in Jay's life and, of course, his family. This was the day Jay was promoted to professorial level and achieved tenure at Harvard. And then as I did at the time for our really brilliant faculty, me and my wife took them to a very nice dinner in our favorite restaurant in Boston. So his memory really lives with us. In his short life, Jay left us so many treasures, so many human treasures, so many scholarly treasures that we continue to remember and miss, and still haven't found a way to fill that gap. So thank you for remembering and helping us to remember our really great friend, Jay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gökhan. It was great presentation. It is really excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Is there any question from audience?
Hocam, I would like to say something.
Yeah.
And Gökhan Hocam, Furkan here. So the work that you showed now, even from the publication, so one medical student here came all the way from Hatay, from the earthquake region. Demet, I want you to come here, please. So she basically painted. I just received it. So she did this painting and came today all the way from Hatay to Kocaeli just to get all the things. So here, so I just want to thank her, and then, you know, I want you to know that you inspire all the young generations. You inspired me when I was a student here, but it just continues. And then, so I was like, it's incredible that, you know, how they were aware of all of this development and made this painting. So thank you so much again. And I want you to show Gökhan Hoca and everybody.
Merhaba, çok teşekkürler. Ne kadar güzel. Çok memnun oldum bunu duyduğuma. I'm so happy to see this painting and hear your interest.
I'm bringing you to Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Furkan.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Gökhan, thank you very much. Please say our best wishes to your family
Thank you.
and your
Thank you.
colleagues. Thank you very much.
for being us. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Good night. Bye-bye.
Okay, we are continuing. We have three more speech. If you let me not given any break and to continue, we are so late. Now I am introducing the Dr. Slater. He is the PhD candidate from Leiden University from Netherlands under the supervision of our dear colleague Dr. Margaret De Vries. Prior, he worked as an intern in the lab of Dr. Kit Ozaki and James Mitchell at the Harvard under the supervision of Peter Kipp. He will be starting his clinical internship in January 2025 to obtain his medical degree and looks forward to continue research as a clinician scientist. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very kind introduction and to the organizing committee for hosting us here. So today I want to be talking about how to use methionine restriction to improve post-interventional vascular remodeling. And being here, of course, on the 4th protein calorie restriction workshop, I guess that most of us will know what methionine restriction is, but maybe not everyone is familiar with post-interventional vascular remodeling, although it was already introduced by Flora and by Margreet. So let's start off with that one, which is basically the way that blood vessels adapt to the new hemodynamic situation after vascular interventions, for example, after coronary artery bypass grafting, both when veins are used or arteries are used, but it also happens after balloon angioplasty. And although these interventions are initially highly successful at revascularizing hypoxic tissue downstream of the occlusive arterial lesions, over time, as Margreet already introduced, a lot of these vein grafts fail, leading to a high number of patients that again require re-interventions. But it's not solely a venous problem, it's actually also true for the arteries, where if we look at after arterial bypass surgery or balloon angioplasty, specifically after balloon angioplasty, again we have development of in-stent restenosis, leading to the arrival of the initial disease, but then in the new situation. And if we take a look as to why most of these vessels adapt, I think I want to take the lesson from Gökhan, saying that indeed it is initially maybe a physiologic response that then turns pathologic. So immediately post-operatively, these blood vessels are exposed to increased biomechanical forces, a lot of disturbed flow that then triggers inflammation and proliferation that is required to allow the adaptation of the blood vessel to its new environment. But over time, actually, this tends to overshoot, where we again have development of atherosclerosis, intimal hyperplasia, again leading to loss of patency, and these patients have to undergo new interventions. And the question that we ask ourselves in the lab is, how can we try to abrogate this maladaptive response that we see after surgery? And of course, I'm standing here believing that dietary restriction could be one feasible way to do that. And we specifically are interested, of course, in utilizing the benefits of dietary restriction that arise fairly quickly, and to use that in a preoperative setting that maybe will have its long-lasting effect on the vascular remodeling. So what we initially did, so we put mice on a high-fat diet for 3 weeks, and one group switched to methionine restriction. I'll come back to that, but we've heard it previously. One group remain on control. They undergo the vascular intervention, and then the mice go back to a control diet for 4 weeks. That will give us this clinically translatable strategy where patients in the ideal world would only have to do the dietary intervention preoperatively, and post-operatively they can go back to eating hamburgers. So the idea is, and this Chris already introduced, that indeed methionine restriction is quite potent in upregulating hydrogen sulfide. It has a vasoprotective effect that could potentially diminish this adverse post-interventional vascular remodeling. And this was the methionine restriction diet. So just basically no difference in macronutrients, but just solely restriction of the sulfur amino acids, methionine, and a complete deletion of cysteine from the diet. And then the first question that we ask, well, is this diet able to protect from arterial intimal hyperplasia? So here we have the experimental setup, and we used, Florent also briefly introduced this, where a focal stenosis is created in the right common carotid artery, which will induce disturbed flow, which will then lead to arterial intimal hyperplasia. But actually, when you put mice on a high-fat diet for 1 week prior to surgery, we see that we can more or less abrogate this maladaptive response after surgery. So indicating that it could be a promising strategy to reduce adverse arterial remodeling. But maybe, like I said from my introduction, arterial remodeling is not the biggest problem we face, which is actually maladaptive venous remodeling. So we asked the same question, but then in a vein graft model, where caval vein from a donor mouse is harvested and put into the arterial circulation, that then over time we will have these atherosclerotic lesions in these mice. That immediately post-operatively looks like this, where you can see indeed the maximal distension that over time will lead to maladaptive remodeling after surgery. And if we then look at 28 days after surgery and we quantify the intima to media area ratio to basically distinguish good from bad remodeling, we see that there is a significant reduction in the intima media area ratio, indicating that indeed we can also improve venous remodeling by short-term preoperative methionine restriction. But then the question is, of course, well, how does the diet do this? How does it function? And that my supervisor at the time, Peter, did some out-of-the-box thinking, and he started to look at the perivascular adipose tissue, which has actually long been overlooked in vascular biology, but is now getting more and more recognized as an endocrine organ that significantly affects vascular function. Whereas in lean patients, for example, it can have vasoprotective effects, but in obese patients where we have this dysfunctional PVAD, it can actually exacerbate cardiovascular disease. And we thought, well, maybe through dietary restriction, we get a transition from this dysfunctional PVAD into functional PVAD, which might explain the effects that we saw. So we adjusted our hypothesis and now added the PVAD component to it. And we then went back into the lab and did the surgeries, but now we did something else. And we either stripped the caval vein completely of its PVAD, or we left it intact, and both the donors as well as the recipients were placed on the same diet, thus creating 4 groups, not only the methionine and control, but also control with and without PVAD, and also methionine restriction with and without PVAD. And then when we look at 28 days, we get quite interesting results that Margreet already briefly showed. When we now quantify the intima to media area ratio, we actually see quite an interesting thing, that when we compare the control without PVAD and the methionine restriction without PVAD, you don't see that much of a difference. But when you compare the control with PVAD and the methionine restriction with PVAD, you actually see a very significant reduction in the intima area ratio, meaning that indeed potentially there's a phenotypic switch in this PVAD, where it goes from, well, if you could say maybe bad PVAD that increases your adverse vein graft remodeling, where it then switches to having a protective effect. And that is also actually highly interesting when we look in clinical practice, where there's actually quite a big debate on how to do venous bypass surgery, and you have more or less 2 groups, one advocating, okay, either you should harvest the vessel and completely strip it of the adventitial layer of the PVAD, which is more the conventional group, or you have another group saying, no, you should leave it as much intact as possible. And interestingly, when looking at a recent clinical trial, when they compared the no-touch to the conventional techniques by just looking at the amount of occlusions, what they actually observe is that the no-touch technique is protective, but when you then look into the sub-analysis, you see that this is actually only true for the lean to moderate overweight patients, whereas if you look in the overweight patients, this protective effect is lost, indeed indicating that there might be that PVAD might have protective effects in lean patients, but in obese patients it's actually not that good. So we were then wondering, what is then going on in this PFAT, and what explains the effects that we see. So we performed bulk RNA sequencing. We also did nuclear sequencing. I won't show that data for the sake of time. Preoperatively, so after the diet, after 1 week of the diet, and also postoperatively to see if the changes that we observe also persist over surgery, or how this would affect. And if we then look on the transcriptome, what you might expect is that there is a very big difference between preoperatively and postoperatively, which is what you might expect, I guess, after a surgery. But when we then look into the biggest hits that we got, we actually observed that specifically the inflammation was inhibited by the methionine restriction after surgery. When we look at toll-like receptor 4, tennyson C, which is a toll-like receptor 4 ligand, or lysoxidase, which is also a known pro-atherosclerotic gene. So it appears that this 1 week of methionine restriction actually limits the inflammatory response that is induced by surgery. And that is also what we actually then saw when we went in vitro, when we just harvested caveolvain PFAT and cultured it for 24 hours in methionine restriction medium, and we looked at the excretion of pro-inflammatory cytokines. We indeed see that this PFAT, upon being cultured in methionine restriction medium, becomes less inflammatory. And the same is actually also true when you would call bone marrow-derived macrophages in vitro. You stimulate them with LPS whilst they're on the methionine restriction diet. You actually see that they excrete significantly less pro-inflammatory cytokines. Overall then, giving us the idea that there's some immune modulatory effect of the diet after surgery. But there was also some other interesting findings that we had when we did the pathway analysis, when we actually found that there's increased thermogenesis, AMPK signaling, and PPAR alpha signaling, amongst others, which gave us the idea or the hypothesis that maybe indeed methionine restriction induces also browning, so the transition from this bad white adipose tissue phenotype to a more protective brown adipose tissue phenotype. And indeed, when looking just by qPCR, preoperatively and postoperatively, we see that indeed there's a significant increase in the amount of UCP1 expression, which is the marker for brown adipose tissue, which tends to go down, although it appears to be more upregulated at post-op day 1. But interestingly, at post-op day 1, when looking at the protein level, we see that actually this effect persists and even lasts until 28 days, when we stain for the amount of UCP1 positive cells that is increased, and a reduction in the adipocyte size, which is also suggestive of browning. So, like I said, I discussed that there is an inflammatory component, there is a browning component, but we were then asked, or well, we asked it ourselves, and then the reviewer came with the question, what about the link between the two of them? Are the adipocytes, do they have an effect on the macrophages, and maybe vice versa as well? So what we did, we actually cultured macrophages. We stimulated them with LPS, and simultaneously we put adipocytes on methionine restriction for 24 hours. Then we refreshed the medium and we put them together in a co-culture system. And this is just data that we got last week, so it's work that's ongoing. But it indeed appears that when these cells are co-cultured with adipocytes that have been put on methionine restriction, indeed the macrophages are less inflammatory, indeed indicating that there's a correspondence between the browning adipose tissue and the inflammatory phenotype that we saw. So to conclude for now, and then I'll just briefly highlight the work that we are currently doing. So methionine restriction protects from both venous and arterial adverse remodeling after surgery. That PFAT appears to mediate this protective effect, and well, it reduces inflammation and it induces browning. Sorry for my typo, and that these phenotypes are most likely closely connected. And then what we are currently doing has been highlighted already, that adhering to a diet is quite difficult for patients. So we wanted to see if we induce browning by the beta-3 adrenergic receptor agonist, and this receptor is mainly driving the transition from white to brown adipose tissue, do we see more or less the same effect? And it's been reported for other adipose depots, but not so much for the venous perivascular adipose tissue. And indeed, we see that we can induce browning. That also appears to be there on a protein level, and we are currently investigating if the drug-induced browning of BFAT can actually also reduce vein graft disease. And the nice thing about that, so also hook us up if you want to collaborate. The really nice thing I think about this model is that you can also make a distinction whether it's actually the donor or the recipient. So you can either put the donor mice and inject it, or put it on a methionine restriction diet, and then see whether it's solely the small vein graft itself, or you also need the organism around it to mediate the protective effects. So with that, I would like to conclude and especially thank Jay and Dr. Ozaki for hosting me back in the days already, and my supervisor Margreet for hosting me now in her lab. So with that, I think thank you very much.
I think so. Everybody is tired, but I want to change my place with Margaret. Margaret, will you chair this session? Continue.
So, let's wrap up the next section, and it's my great honor to introduce to you Professor Dr. Ozaki, my mentor for a long time, and he serves as the John A. Manick Chair of Surgery and Executive Vice Chair of the Department of Surgery at Brigham. He's earned his undergraduate and medical degree from Duke University, and he still watches all the games. He trained as a deacon at Diagnosis and Heart Surgical Services, and went on to complete a fellowship in vascular surgery at the University of Michigan. And he serves as a professor and chief of the North Florida South Georgia Community Health System at the University of Florida. He is a fantastic surgeon, and but he also does a lot of preclinical research, which is, I think, a very unique combination. And he's also has a lot of teaching contributions. He has led NIH and AHA funded vascular research for almost 2.5 decades, and he has spearheaded investigator-initiated as well as industry translational clinical studies and device trials, and yeah, it's a fantastic call.
Thank you, Marguerite. And this is going to be quite a shift of gears here. There's no way I can get up here and talk about all the fantastic science that's been discussed, but I am physiologically old now, and I've seen many young faculty and young trainees in the audience, and my talk is really centered at you, and I'm going to kind of weave in a fishing hobby I have. I love to fish. I was born and raised in Florida, and then I want to kind of tell you what it's like as a clinician scientist and some of the lessons I've learned over my career, and hopefully there'll be some little pearls of wisdom. And I'm going to kind of start off telling you what it's like to set up a lab. I'm going to tell you what I went through as a sort of a mid-career crisis and a move, and some of the things that I learned related to the science that I was studying. I'm going to very briefly touch on a new field that was introduced to me by Jay. And then I'm going to talk a lot about translation, how important it is that we think about the end game of how we can help our patients. I'm going to weave in a lot of pictures that are meaningful to me and tell you through the eyes of an angler, which is basically in English as a fisherman. First, there are many different types of fishing. One can do ice fishing, cast net fishing, etc. And for those different types of fishings, one can do health services research. One can look at big databases. One can look at fundamental research. One can look at clinical trials. One of the most important things is early career, learn from master fishermen. Of course, I have my parents here, but I'm also showing mentors I've had throughout my career, and certainly people that were partners like Jay Mitchell were also my master fishing guides that taught me much about fishing. Focus on a core fishing ground. This is where I fished. Margarita's been here. This is in the northern part of Florida. I really know these waters well. And as a clinician scientist, you need to really have a brand, something you really get to know well. And my brand, I was fascinated how blood vessels would change in response to physical forces. And everything I did throughout my career, whether it's working with a small molecule with industry, working with dietary interventions, etc., all tied back to that core business. There's a lot of fancy equipment you can buy, especially early career, and I see people throw money away on fancy machines that are very quickly outdated. You can really get a lot from just a very simple setup in a lab and a lot of hard work. And here's a tournament where the winners actually fished out of a little canoe rather than a regular fishing boat. Early career, I suggest working under the shadow of a mentor. That person already has a set up lab. Anytime a lab is started, new equipment is released. Look for these yard sales. Try to strategize to develop very economical models. If you go into a primate model for the rest of your life, you're going to be writing grants to ensure that you have enough money to do that. We are clinicians frequently, and we have access to human tissues. And if you can avoid animal models, use the human tissues that are discarded in the operating room. And then finally, collaborate. Not infrequently, someone down the hall will be doing an experiment. They'll have an experimental intervention, and maybe you're interested in the microbiome, and you could just tag onto those experiments and not have to reinvent everything yourself. Fishing is a very all-consuming hobby, and you got to make sure your loved ones, your co-workers are okay with you fishing. It will really take up a lot of weekends. We all have jobs during the week. On the weekends, you'll find yourself having to write grants, review papers, etc. It can also be an immersive structure that can overconsume you, so you certainly need work-life balance. And you have to kind of know your teams that you work with clinically, and they need to appreciate it, that while you may not take as much call, you're working on something that will help the trainees and the overall clinical practice. You may have to scale back. I never really did endovascular interventions, and that gave me extra time for research. Weekends can be quite productive. Your family will never complain that you're leaving too early on a Saturday morning, but if you go late in the weekdays and the weekend nights, they will complain, and they should. So you really got to learn to be very efficient in the operating room, in the clinic, and on the weekends. And then travel to an occasional fishing show. I really found that I learned a lot going to hear other scientists like at a meeting like this. The social networking is very important. It's a skill sport, but there's a lot of luck involved. And I show this picture because of those that know Anthony Lee know he is the worst fisher in the world, yet he actually caught the biggest fish in one of our tournaments. You got to be prepared for failures. I wrote 7 grants my first year, and none of them actually worked and got funded. It takes a lot of tenacity. You have to have a fire in your belly to throw that rod out many, many times before you'll ever catch your first fish. And it's very important you keep throwing that rod out and not get frustrated early career. Having a good team. You got to really choose your boat mates carefully. And this is one of the things that drove me to move to Boston. Really, I enjoyed immersing myself with smart people. I felt like it sort of rubbed off, and I'm not that smart a person, but when I come to a meeting like this, I see all the brilliant minds that come in, and I will learn things. Your lab team needs to be the appropriate scale. Sometimes my team got so big, I couldn't remember what everybody was doing. I do feel like I really got to know people at social events and when I traveled with them. You get to talk about their life outside the hospital. They feel less threatened than in a lab meeting. And so they're more likely to tell you about an idea they have, troubles they're having, etc. We really need to learn how to embrace diversity. I think people at different career stages, coming from different cultures, different work styles, actually in the right chemistry can work together and be truly synergistic. And then you have to be structured. And many times I've had people that didn't have language skills, and I'd have to write everything down, and I found that kind of written resource or putting everything on a big board helped people understand what our big lab plan was. Have a central rock. So right here you see Dr. Ming Tao. She was with me for almost 2 decades. We worked side by side at University of Florida, and even though postdocs and pre-docs would come and go, having that central person in the lab gave us a lot of continuity and develop a partnership with someone that knows you well, that can go through the ebbs and flows of funding cycles, but new trainees coming in and out. You have to have good bait, and whenever you're fishing, that bait really matters. But whenever you're writing a grant, you really have to attack a meaningful problem. You want to say, hey, I have a very unique tool. I can measure something that very few people in the world can measure. Make sure your hypothesis is truly testable with the things you're proposing. And then one of the most important things, we all hope our experiments are going to work. It's going to prove something. But what are you going to learn if there's no difference at all between your two groups? Make sure you write your grants in a way that no matter what the experimental outcomes, there's going to be a win for everyone. Spin but never lie. And I always like to show my mentor, Dr. Moldauer here. He was at University of Florida, and he was an English major. And he was very passionate about his science. He was a very good writer. And he would write hyperbole. He would talk about how excited he was about his science, and it came across in the application. But you really have to make sure that you're being truthful. You're just showing all your enthusiasm about your work. Have multiple sponsors. You know, if you have a good fishing team, these are all like sponsors. In the United States, you get $100 if you use this type of lure, etc. In the United States, I'm sure it's just like Turkey. You want to kind of have partnerships with industry, the federal government. You want to have foundations and private donors, etc., that can help support your lab work, even if a grant doesn't get funded, etc. We call it having a diverse portfolio, so you have a lot of different funding streamlines. Fish fertile waters, but don't be afraid to move. So things were going pretty well at University of Florida, but I could tell we're about to have a rough time. And also, I'd kind of come to a dead end scientifically in many ways, and thus I felt I was going to need a new move. I'd come to some certain projects and I just needed to stop them. I like surrounding myself with smart people, and I also was learning mid-career that it's okay to say no. I do not want to be chief of staff at the hospital. I want to spend more time doing research, etc. And I do think you have to really evolve to a laser focus if you want to elevate yourself to be one of the top people in a field, and you can't be trying to do everything at once mid-career. So the vascular landscape changed. We were very focused on this kind of cycle, and I tested a compound with a company and went through a lot of experimental work basically based on this pathway. And the long and short of it is, we thought this compound would work to really cure animal hyperplasia, and it was a complete failure. The traditional mechanistic approaches to science weren't working. We realized that science was much more complicated than it would seem just focusing on a single target. You saw some principal component analysis, etc. And really, trauma after vascular surgery mattered more than any of my little compound mattered. So we went through this E2F decoy trial, a big clinical trial that also failed, and I had a midlife crisis. I threw our dog in a little basket. This is my child, and we moved back up to Boston. And then going outside my usual fishing ground really made me comfortable and learn new things. I went away, breaking out of this kind of paradigm to the dietary restriction that we heard about today. And this was the focus of my research for quite a while, almost a decade. And it was a completely different area that led to many different papers, really kind of transferring things. I was stealing things that Jay was looking at and brought him into vascular biology. And it was a win for him, and it was a win for our team too. Collaboration can really help. We really need collaborators like Jay. Shared research trainees can help facilitate those collaborations. You want to document that you can really collaborate by having joint papers. And I'm really about, to me, 1 in 10 people that I started a relationship, actually get to the level where I'm writing a paper. So you early have to go out and get to know people, but you have to match at some point with regards to your work style and what your interests are. Landing a big fish takes a team effort, and this is where I look at some of the people in the audience, like Dr. Hine here and his big cell papers, etc. When you catch a big fish, it's never just you by yourself. And whenever you have these big papers, you'll see a lot of authors, because in the modern age, it's going to take clinician scientists, basic scientists, those that analyze the data, those that are good writers to actually make something like this happen. Remember, you do have a real job. You have to make sure that you carry your weight in the clinical call duties, etc. Make sure you keep your partners informed on what you're doing. Make sure that your niche in the clinical practice might have to be quite limited. And also realize, too, that whenever you do administrative service, it can really take away from what you do in the laboratory. So be careful about taking on administrative roles. Don't waste time on fish that you can't eat. And by this, I mean, we don't do research on things just out of curiosity. We should focus on areas of clinical need. And we need to pay attention to the intellectual property issues. Again, Chris and I were talking about this. This can really take the things we discover in the lab to the bedside. We have to explore practical translatable approaches. And this is something we should all talk about at dinner, is that, yes, the science is very original, but how can it really translate when it's hard to say that there's money to be made just helping patients at this point, especially in a fee-for-service area where the more complications you have, you actually may make more money as a clinician. So we always fought to go to translation, and one of my clinical goals was, as a scientist, I wanted to have something go to clinical trial. And we actually had 2 small trials that we've done this, not even counting the one that Alvin and his team did in Lausanne, where we studied dietary interventions in people undergoing vascular surgery to look at the safety and feasibility. And just like many of you in the audience, I kind of had this sort of paradigm, and I was very proud of it, and I got it to this stage. But losing a fishing buddy devastates, and I can't get emotional now. I've already told people I can't do it. But really, losing Jay was devastating to me personally and professionally. We had done everything. We lived in the same neighborhood. Our kids went to the same school, etc. And you kindly, many of you kindly came to Boston to celebrate Jay's life. I will never forget that moment with special friends. We had a pandemic. I've evolved personally. And, you know, many of my research commitments have kind of gone away to other administrative roles. But this is my final message, and that one of the most important things we could do is take a kid fishing. And that by that, I mean there are many young people in the audience. And I know I'm never going to get this to the point where there's a small molecule that's a dietary restriction mimetic, etc. But so many people that have come and gone through the lab, and I see them carrying the field forward. And this is very rewarding for me personally. This is probably my most important thing. People I've touched, people that have touched me at the same time, they are just as important as collaborators. I'll show here, this is Steph Curry, who sat at the end of our dock fishing. He became an MVP of the NBA. This is someone that became a politician in Florida, in the United States. He actually is someone we won't talk about at dinner. But in reality, when you take a kid fishing, this is the easiest money you're going to get. These are the early grants for early career investigators. They bring in fresh ideas, skill, energy, and you're repaying the cycle of mentorship. In reality, they're a key research partner. It's a two-way mentorship stream. And you'll see enormous pride in seeing them move the field forward. So in summary, everything you wanted to know as a clinician scientist can be gained by fishing in the sea that's right outside our door here. You need to develop a core business. You need to have tenacity. It's a team science. And often we transfer knowledge from one field, like dietary restriction, into my vascular biology world. We need to leverage our unique skills, our knowledge of clinical context if you're a physician, and identify the true care gaps, and know that we have access to patient data. We have access to patient tissues. We know how to do clinical trials. And then finally, very important that we translate, that we really do need to push from the bedside to the patient to really move care forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, Keith, for this wonderful life lesson, and I think we'll have nothing to add to this.
So, thank you so much. I know everybody's very tired, and I just want to give a couple minutes of chance to any of you who wants to say anything. Either in Turkish, English, different language, we're happy to translate. We don't want to take this chance away. And I want to introduce Kristen here also. Thanks so much for coming. And we all talked about translation. And after this great talk, I can ask you anything, but strictly. Thank you so much, Keith, to share all these things with all of us. But before we fully conclude, is there any question, comments? What do you think about things? Like anything?
One thing, sorry, one more slide. So, and one of the things you said repeatedly is that someone's here with us, and so I'm going to put this up so he can hear the discussion. So.
So I am now a practicing vascular surgeon outside of New York City. I was one of Keith's trainees, so both literally and figuratively. He is taking me fishing, and he is mine for today, and I've had so much success in my career currently. So, Keith, thank you. But I thought that Dr. Cantor had a really great quote in one of his lectures today from Hippocrates about the gut is the source of all disease. And I think all of these talks really kind of were representative of that, from bariatrics to exercise tolerance to cancer treatment and ways to optimize that. So I think obviously there are many ways you can go with this, with many different subspecialties that you could spend hours talking about.
I think Christine's an interesting person to have as a part of this discussion because she is an athlete. And I was always fascinated first talking to Jay about how athletes in reality, when they do carbohydrate loading in reality, they may be restricting their protein, etc. And so it's there's so many other sort of parallels beyond the health span, along from beyond preparing someone for an acute elective surgery, etc. But even spilling over, you know, we one of the funnest meetings I ever went to with Jay is the U.S. military pulled us out and said, you know, if we're going to put a soldier in harm's way, if they're going to be hurt, is there a way that they could lessen the chance they develop a serious illness, or maybe they would recover faster, etc. So, you know, rather than eating a steak before going into battle, someone ought to have pasta and restrict the number of calories in total. But, you know, the span of beyond the conversations today spill out to many other aspects of our society beyond just simple surgery and health span.
So,
yeah, so great talk. And just an observation. We flipped from like amazing, you know, preclinical studies, animal models where we got great control of the diet and these mechanisms. And I guess the clinical people in the room, I think, yeah, but does it happen in humans? And then we flipped to a human study when people don't quite do the diets and we have adherence. There must be some line in between where we do good controlled metabolic studies in humans where we're manipulating the diet, in mimicking the animal studies, but in, you know, obviously it would have to be short term unless we're not upping the, you know, the calorie dome. But there seems to be this middle ground that I feel we miss. I mean, what we're seeing in the mice is obviously giving us a big signal, but it is going to be different, isn't it? There's different metabolism, etc. So I don't know what people. I mean, they're not easy studies to do, but I just think that's where we go. And then it's about how do you get people to do it. But if we don't quite know what people should be doing, I think that's tricky.
It's the middle ground is not easy to find, but I think you can only find when you really combine the forces. So every country has its advantages, disadvantages, every group. That's why we are here. So when you, like we were discussing with Dr. Alania, that when you ask someone not to drink alcohol at all for 20 days, might be say, I'm not going to attend this trial. I'm not going to be a guinea pig in this kind of things. I'm okay. But versus in here, it's not even a consideration for many people. You can do that trial. There's many different things that you cannot do here, but you can do in Germany. Versus, you have to communicate, I think, and find the middle ground and say this is doable actually for human. And then, all the things that we discuss is huge problems. The cancer patients, the longevity, diabetes, obesity, all these things. We have to find the middle ground. So. Exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Right, Dr. Lotto and I take care of patients that are not known for making good decisions, and they are not known for their discipline. These are people that overindulge with nicotine and eating, etc., don't manage their diabetes, aren't attended to their kidney failure, etc. But we've done 2 small trials, the initial one inpatient, then one outpatient. And actually, when someone is about to get surgery, in the South, we have this phrase, they come to Jesus. They actually, especially if they have a spouse, they say, okay, you're going to do it. And one of Jay's biggest contribution is you can do this very short term and have a metabolic effect. If you calorically restrict for 4 or 5 days, you're going to feel very different. And so we did find compliance is actually reasonably high, even in the vascular surgery patient. And of course, I'm impressed when someone gets cancer, often they say, okay, I do want to do everything. I know it won't fit for everyone, and this is the attraction of maybe a pharmacologic approach. But I do think there are a few times in someone's life where they really might get serious about this, especially if they have the social support, etc.
So I have a question to the other researchers, because I really enjoyed all the presentations, but most of us either used males or females. Do you think there's a different response to the dietary restriction strategies in males and females? And what is it?
Claudia, I think Michelle had some answers already.
So, thank you for this question. It's actually crucial. So, in the lab, the vast majority of groups working on calorie restriction and cancer historically used and still use female mice. We recently conducted an experiment using the same tumor cell lines injected in the same mouse strain, but in females versus males. And in the case of water-only fasting, we only observed the responses in females. In cancer patients, I cannot say, because we, as previously shown, we observed very good and long-lasting responses in both male and female patients. But all these tumor responses were obtained by combining fasting with standard treatment. So I don't know. But in mice, there is, at least in the models, in the biopsy mice, we used a clear difference between mice and females.
I can add from the field of nephrology, it's the other way around. So male mice are much more susceptible for AKI, and we know that, and we use caloric restriction only in male mice because we know that female mice, we need much higher numbers, and it's basically, we found out due to an to 20 HET. So one of the downstream targets is in cytochrome C derivate, and it's only present in male mice. And so there we had kind of a link. With regard to humans, we don't see that, males are more susceptible for AKI in humans. So there's also a big gap between rodents and humans.
Exactly, and maybe Chris.
So we've actually done, I didn't present it today, we've done a couple male and female combined studies. So in our hands, both male and female mice under caloric restriction gain the benefits. You know, you put them on a 35 to 45% daily caloric restriction, starting at about 5.5 months of age. The human equivalent about 35 years old, and they both had about a 25% increase in median lifespan. However, when we tried intermittent fasting, we only saw benefits in the male mice because the female mice on their fed days actually ate like crazy and overconsumed. So I think there is sometimes a disconnect between a fasting response in of itself and then caloric restriction. And one of, I don't want to say a downfall, but female mice aren't a great model for women, while male mice might be a good model for men. In the sense of, there aren't many mammals that undergo menopause. Humans are one. There's some whale species that do it as well. Mice don't. And so when you have this kind of, female mice can kind of reproduce in some later life, but female women, so the hormones are very different, and the drive of using resources for reproduction versus using resources for survival are very different between female mice and male mice. But I think it's very important for any researchers going forward, you include both sexes, because you're going to get your answers better doing that, and translation to humans better doing that than just choosing one.
Yeah, I was going to comment equally on the menopause, but I'll make it even more complicated for you. So we're not only using either male or female, but I think a bigger issue, we're using mouse strains that are inbred for generations, and there is no genetic sort of diversity in there. So we're looking at it's not representative of what humans are, period, and particularly the B6 mice are, I think by a lot of people in the aging field, sort of now viewed as the worst model to pick, but we keep going back to it because they're well characterized.
Any Turkish comment? I know you have an idea. You came, there are many students here came just for this from all over Turkey, from Adana, from Hatay, from many different places. You were curious, and such an incredible curiosity. So first of all, congratulations for this curiosity, which will lead to fishing and follow feed. So I really wonder what you think. There's something in your brain. I know that maybe you're thinking, or you just hesitate to speak, but don't hesitate to speak. This is time to speak. This is always, you're valuable, your ideas are valuable, even more valuable than mine. So if I speak, you should speak. I really want to hear at least one person say, this is what I think about today. I'm not going to count on you, there will be one.
Actually, I want to thank you for today because I had the chance meeting with Dr. Mitchell before. I'm a medical graduate from Kocaeli Üniversitesi at 2022, and I had a very, very high chance to meet with him at 2019. I participated in a research project here in Kocaeli Üniversitesi, and I had the chance to present it at Harvard PHN School of Public Health. And we met there with Dr. Mitchell, and he was a great person, and he was really, really inspired us for science, actually, like you, Dr. Breck also. And he was here in Kocaeli after we were in Harvard, and I know that he was really busy. He has a very project in his mind, but he remembered my work on research, and he asked that, what are you doing right now? Like, I was working on breast cancer cells, and my research project was not came to an end when I was presenting it. And he was asking me that, what did you do with those cells, and what did you do with the experiment? And I was feeling really honored because he was a great scientist, and he remembered my project after all those months. So he was a person that trying to take kids to fishing, and he was trying to teach us to fish. So I'm really happy to talk on behalf of him today, and I'm really honored to have you all here in Kocaeli University, and I'm proud of my university today. So thank you all for coming. I just wanted to thank you all, and I'm really grateful for today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Elif and I'm a medical student here in Kocaeli University. This is my 5th year here, and I just wanted to thank you because this is the chance that I can talk, and I wanted to thank you because I think that's a great chance for us to experience the scientific presentations and the scientific environment that we are going to be in the future. And also, I want to add that before I started the medical faculty, I was confused to choose a medical faculty or to choose a biological field. But I met some scientists and they told me about you, sir, and they told me about that you can still pursue a preclinical field after you graduate from medical school like Dr. Furkan Burak. And I was, okay, then I can, maybe it's gonna be 6 years, but I still can pursue a field that I want to, and it's going to be a lot of options in front of me when I graduate from medical school. I'm still not sure if I want to be a clinician, but it's still great to see all of the options here, and I just wanted to add this. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Today is very excellent day. I am very pleased to host you here. But I would like to tell something about the science. Science is not just fishing. Sometimes curiosity, sometimes jogging, but never quit. Today, I made an opening speech for Turkish, our students meeting in a Turkish Kocaeli Üniversitesi students research groups meeting. Almost 700 students participated. I told them being curious is very important and then never quit. As you know, in social science, there is no symmetry. Social science is asymmetric because time is asymmetric, for place asymmetric. What I mean, whenever you are talking about democracy, it is not the 20th century's democracy is similar to 15th century democracy. And democracy is not similar between the countries. It is not same for United States. It is not for same for Turkey. But science we are talking about now has a symmetry. But life sciences is not have symmetry. It changes with the race. It changes with the sexual differences. There is a many diversity, so we have too much way to go. And I believe that these guys, on your mentorship, on our mentorship, will make better studies. Whenever we are here or other side, we will watch their success with happiness. I hope so. These guys and the guys all around the world who are interested that scientific works will make the world better place. Anyway, we are trying to the world as a desperate place.
because of changing the environment, etc., you know. But I hope so. They will create a better world for us. Thank you very much being here. Thank you, everyone. Until this late time, they are with us. We did not plan to until 6 o'clock, but time is 6 o'clock. Thank you very much for everyone. And now, if you let me, if you want to say anything more, would you please, you can say. But if you do not, we will give you a participation certificate to you, appreciation, and then we will give you some gift for remembering us, okay? And then we will take a picture at the, here, everyone can participate us with the picture. But first, I will invite the colleagues to give their certificate and the gifts. First, I am inviting the Charlotte. You are a lucky one, as you know. Gladio. Thank you. Being here. Keith, thank you very much for everything, what you did until today for the science. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
And now, Christian. Felix. Laura.
going to transfer you to sister.
Michelle? Thank you. And Sebastian. Long sleep. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Ish. And now, if we can visit our ladies who contributed this meeting, come here, please. Birer tane hediye verelim arkadaşlar. İki hanım arkadaşımıza da. Evet arkadaşlar siz de gelin. Hep beraber fotoğraf çekmeyeceğiz. Bütün arkadaşlarımız bu tarafa gelsin. Arkadaşlarımız hepimiz buraya gelelim.
Everybody else?
Ön tarafta durabilir gençler.
Gençler katılabilirler. Umarım ki bak. Ben de buraya geldim.
I will do that. Arkadaşlar, şimdi tuttuğunuz yukarıya, bakın böyle dizimizin üzerine durduk.